time to do the thing, the what's up thing. Though, this is really more of like a, part 2 continuing saga.
Well, yeah. Sorry.
Because we talked about a lot of what's up things on Let's Talk FGO, because we had nothing else to talk about.
No, we didn't. No.
Nobody's really complained, so it seems to be doing okay.
That's how life is.
But alright, so...
Oh, yeah, no, but Mega got it. Sorry, I just saw the latest Cute Sexy Robots, I was like,
A lot of stuff, yep. Okay, well, let's see. Before we go anywhere crazy, we should probably do the patron read.
Do it.
Patron bar. And I should say... No, I'm not gonna do the dumb voice. I'll just speak really fast, and then I'll still be equally as unintelligible. When I remind you that this episode is brought to you by our patrons like Adam DeHarp, Ahanga Comics, Architect 10, Blackest LG, Carlos, Quad, Jeremy Vasquez, Kylie Dent, Legendary Boss Hunter, Liam Kessler, Rogue Robin, Shawnee P, I'm getting Bob, Soda-san, No for Tour, 723, and Zach Reed. And if you like what we do want to see to work, consider supporting us on Patreon and get access to episodes early and lots of other goodies from episodes. Thank you for your support, everybody.
Thank you.
You know, a few years ago, I wouldn't have thought that I could speak that fast and that intelligibly, but practice.
Man, that's practice.
With rarely... Wait, hold on. Yeah, we're a minute and a half in. I can say with rarely fucking it up.
Rarely.
Honestly, we usually fuck up stuff at a lower speed.
I'll say that. We still use... Well, I know I have a bad habit of still using pause words a lot. That kills me. It kills me inside.
Yeah, that's just how people are. I'd love to get have a professional editor to edit out all our pause words, but I've tried to do that myself. So
makes me wonder how people actually learn to not use pause words. Is that what makes them professional?
It's definitely a... How would I phrase this? I could have used a pause word there, by the way. And I just used one right there, because I transitioned. Though, honestly, part of that, I think, is just from writing habits. Like, obviously, I write a lot cleaner, but you can't put a comma in your speech.
Nope.
So, but no, what I was saying was that I guess that's a speech or rhetorical trick you pick up in practice, is just learning to be more regimented in your speaking and avoid pause words.
Maybe I'll look into something like that.
Like, I know a lot of people talk about, like, oh, we value improv classes for such and such or whatever, and all that stuff. Yeah.
I don't know. If we want to do improv class, I think we just need to play more Jackbox 7 and play more, what was it?
Talking points, actually.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, okay. Well, since you brought it up, let's start there. So, Jackbox 7 actually exists. It's for realsies. It happened.
Super for real. Yes.
And we have played all the games. There's only 5, which I think is a little small. There's 5 or 6 usually. Sometimes maybe a couple more. But most of them are brand new, at least. There's only one sequel, and it's a well-appreciated sequel because Quiplash 3 finally unfucks the last Quiplash round.
Mm-hmm.
Because I don't know if you guys have played Quiplash 2, audience, but you had it felt like a 90% chance that you would get Acrolash or Comic Lash, all of which seemed to suck. Like, at no point did they give you an acronym like, what does WWW mean? And, like, you're like, World Wide Web? Shit. Nobody liked it. Nobody liked the irony, you know?
Mm-hmm.
So, for those who don't know, the Quiplash 3 ending is always Thriplash, which is you get a prompt that gives you 3 prompts. Sometimes it's a little hard to make that comedic, but at the very least, it's a Quiplash, but more so, right? Like, it doesn't change the format at all, so that's good.
Yeah.
So you get a good response with Quiplash 3. Also, the aesthetics are...
trippy.
Yeah, it's creepy...
Clay.
Creepy carnival music and Play-Doh. I love it. So, out of all of them, the only game I think we had a bad time with last night was Devil in the Details.
Mm-hmm.
And I want to say... Would you say it's fair to say now that it's not really Devil in the Details' fault, per se? Like, I don't think there's really anything wrong with the game itself. It's just that over Discord...
Yeah, like... Because on Discord, everyone is basically at the same volume and has to speak at the same time. You really can't, like, separate into groups to get tasks done. Everyone has to basically yell over everyone else. And I was thinking about this,
I was thinking about this earlier. Also, you know, Discord is good, but there's still, like, lag opportunities. So, like, even right now, Axe is saying, you know, what if it was, whatchamacallit, what if we were more coordinated? Even then with lag, we could still be talking over each other, which is
And even so, like, honestly, you can't, like, being coordinated means we have to take time. And as we realized, you have to fucking book on that game.
Yeah, we did not get our points very high at all.
No.
Like, we several times barely made the cut. I also think it's probably better with phones.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Because I know you and a couple of other people had problems with like the swipe left and right. I didn't really experience any weirdness with that, but it felt to me like other commands on my screen, like scrub and rotate, were more finicky. So it's a little, it definitely seems like it's much better as an actual family on a couch game kind of thing, where you can be like, hey, who's Bob? You grab Bob and like turn away from the screen and like figure out what you're co-oping on. Because like when you could talk, it was very fast. Like I remember one where I was helping you and I was like, what do you need, Lucky? And I yelled over everybody and you were like, I think it was like 7:30 seconds or something. And I was like, got it. Clicked it. Took me a second to figure out how to like confirm, but that was a pretty fast solution. But at other times when like 3 people were trying to do pair tasks, I would like say, what was that? What do you need? And then when I stopped talking, 2 other people in sequence who were helping would ask, what do you need? And then it was just like, it was a big clusterfuck. Like, it might work over Discord with a smaller group, because it's minimum 3 players, so, like, if you just did 2 people do a group task and 1 person does a solo task, I don't know how that works. We might have to experiment.
Yeah.
But, like, the full 8 people, there were also some times where I was just, like, because Proto didn't have a mic, and I was just like, okay, hey, heads up, guys, Proto's doing the challenge task, you won't be able to do that, because he won't be able to tell you what we're working on in a fast way. So it's a little weird. Like I said, like the concept, love the aesthetics, actual gameplay, busy, very busy.
Very busy.
So then there was, what's the actual name of the one? Is it Champum?
I think it's Champed Up.
Champed Up, okay. That one's a drawing. Well, actually, honestly, it's just bracketeering, but with drawing. Which is good. So you draw some stuff. You're supposed to, like, basically for your first round, your first drawing, you're given a prompt, champion of blah, 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 and then you draw it. Even with extended timers, you don't have a lot of drawing time.
Yeah, apparently there's this rule that the timer doesn't start until the last person starts drawing, but...
At least for the first prompt, I think we all start drawing right away.
Yeah.
For the second one, it actually gives you time to, like, it tells you, whatchamacallit, like, contemplate your response or whatever. Like, it has a little dialogue where it shows you what you're competing against, which is the second half of the first round, which is they show you another person's drawing and title, and then you have to come up with a challenger, but you don't actually know what the challenge is.
Yes. It's entertaining.
Yeah, and it gets more entertaining when you get to the second round, a lot like bracketeering, because it's a 2-step round, where you do get cumulative points, so if you win one challenge but fuck up the other one, you still get rewarded evenly. But it switches the challenges, so it gives you the one you thought you were drawing for, but then it switches out to something completely different, often more hilarious, and it gives you the ability to tag in with any of your other drawings, including your previous challengers and champions. So, like, at one point, I was given, like, draw a champion of boomers, and I'm like, fuck. So I drew a VW bug with boom wheels.
Boom wheels.
And nobody went for that. Everybody went for Axe's nitro thing, which has nothing to do with the boomers, but was technically more explosive, I guess. It was certainly more colorful.
Yes, it was.
So he won that first one in the response, but then it was like, now, champion of causing the human race's extinction. And I was like, wait, hold on. I'm going to switch to Judgmental Mario. Loth drew another goddamn Kirby and really kind of fucked me in that round. But I managed to make it work with Judgmental Mario and his extremely skinny arms. Because I'm pretty fast at mouse drawing. Like, I've got some high speed, low drag, MS Paint skills. I'm not really good. Like, I think I remember to do the small details. Like, I remember to be like, oh, let me draw pupils in my eyes kind of thing. But other than that, it's like, Stickman, basically.
Stickman.
But it's a lot of fun, because you get the swapping. I'd like to try that one out some more.
Mm-hmm.
I think our big winner, though, was the 4th game, Talking Points. We mentioned that earlier.
Oh, yeah.
So in Talking Points, to sell it on you, audience, is basically, it's like a lot of different Jackbox games kind of added up. Like, I think it's most like Patently Stupid, where you write several prompts for a speech, basically, and then those are randomly passed out. You pick one of the randomly generated prompts for your speech, and then you're randomly assigned an assistant from the other players. You don't get to pick at all. And your assistant assigns you text, quotes, and pictures for your speech, and you just have to keep going, and pure improv, like we said. So you get, and it has the same pattern every time. So you know what you're doing, where it's like, it's intro, title, picture text outro, I think.
Something like that, yeah.
Something like that, But it has a set pattern, so everybody knows what you're doing. And as the assistant, you get a selection of several pull quotes and several slides to pick from. And as the speech presenter, if you want to take a second, you can actually draw on your slide or text on it. Like, I think some people didn't necessarily realize that right away.
Mm-hmm.
Because I think, was I the first one to actually draw on mine?
You were. Honestly, here's the thing, I don't understand really I guess the point is, for visual aids, but I'm usually just more focused on the talking bit than,
Sure. I mean, and I guess that's where the engagement comes from. Like, if you just kept powering through a thing and not reference the image at all, that would probably be like, oh, okay, well, that's the key factor, though, is the rest of your audience, besides your assistant, is basically judging their engagement, so they have a positive or negative slider.
Mm-hmm.
And so you can keep pressing it so your mood rises, and then you can keep hitting it to show your engagement, and you get a sum of points between engagement and levels.
Mm-hmm.
So either some of our audience were just quietly party poopers.
Yeah, this is the thing that bugged me. Some of them just didn't want to click, and I think they were off doing something else.
Well, it's funny. Lucky says that, even though he's usually the cynical one. My thought is I think they just didn't like the speech, but they're too afraid to say it in our faces, because we did median. They're too afraid to say they didn't care about your weird answer, your weird question about tits or evil geniuses that I got.
Yeah.
Which I would say, hey, thank you very much. I had to pick that from, like, what you guys wrote.
Yeah.
One of which was Dallas Armad. I knew it was him immediately. Was a speech that said, I'm angry about Jews. And I'm just like, damn it, Dallas. I know that's you. I'm not going to pick it. But I know you wrote it. I acknowledge your joke. But yeah, so, like, and maybe that will, as we kind of play more, that will develop into, like, people, kind of realizing, like if the speech you do worst at is the speech nobody gives a shit about, but obviously, like for me, it was generally like, okay, they're speaking about the points, they're doing the speech, blah, blah, blah. Like, sometimes I would be funny and like, oh, the slide has people in fursuits in it, let me slam the bottom, but at least I was engaging constantly.
Oh, yeah.
But we'll probably get the kinks worked out. And then, what was the last one called, actually? Blather Round?
Yeah, I think so.
Which is, it's basically charades or Pictionary or whatever, but just with words, just with sentences.
Like, I like it, but it's definitely a little irksome.
It's a weird one. Like, and I said this, and I made sure to clarify later, because you said you thought I was being snippy, and I was like, no, I don't mean to be snippy. It's just, like, I'm not playing with our meme lords who would get, like, a meme movie like B-movie, as I'm trying to set up B-movie, and it's hard to focus people sometimes. Like, you got another one, like, your first one was Story X-Files, and, like, all of us are guessing books, because there was no reasonable way for you to, like, clue us in that it was a TV show.
Yeah.
Which is rough. Like, some of the prompts were rough, which luckily it does give you if you time out, it gives you an option for the audience to vote, or for the other players to vote and basically say, yeah, that was our fault, we just couldn't figure out what was going on, or, no, the prompter didn't give us good clues.
Mm.
Which I think is nice to kind of give those. I think if people just accept they're bad, the presenter gets pity points, basically.
Yeah.
Even though, like we said at several points, I don't really care too much about the points per se. Like, it just had a very engaging gameplay loop, I would say.
Yeah, no, it's fun to figure things out. Actually, you say that, but now that I think about it, didn't I win that?
I think you did win in the end. Because you got some power move, like, in the second round, you got some, like, one or two guesses, like, right off the bat.
Yeah.
Which, it's time-based, so the faster you guess, the more points you get.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah. Like, and that's a good point, like, you say this, like, even though we had some technical problems, you technically won, but that wasn't a thing that we were, like, focused on. We were focused on solving the problems.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah, by the way, Axe won the one round we played Talking Points, and Lucky almost died. He was laughing so hard.
Yeah. Well, that was a good one. Speaking of improv, Axe, solid improv, solid yes-and skills. Lucky passes him a fucking skeleton. A skeleton on a phone, and just roll with it.
Well, it was great because the one that Axe had to talk about was a paid advertisement for a studio manga, and I was his assistant, so I'm just like, okay, I could play this straight. Nah, let's just give him weird shit.
Yeah.
And he rolled with it, and he won. He got like a fuck ton of points. It's so
Yeah,
good.
and when we gave it also, that game has an awards feature at the end where you type your own award and
Yeah, no, I really like that.
pass it out. The only thing was just that we gave like 5 different variations of Shill Award, half of which went to Axe. I think I scored like second or third in that, which was pretty fun. I think we were all the top 3 because you were Axe's assistant, you got a shitload of points. Because your assistant gets their own amount of points equal to half the amount of points you earn.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, it incentivizes you not to completely fuck over your presenter.
Mm-hmm.
Like, because you'll get more points, and I don't think anybody went active, like, sabotage, but definitely there was an aspect of, like, well, I'm gonna make, like, for me, I was your assistant, so I was like, well, obviously I'm gonna throw in, especially after I threw in a cat earlier, I'm gonna throw in these construction cats. Like, the middle one was a pretty stock standard stonks type image, and I was just like, well, let's throw this in the middle. This is the centerpiece, the core of the speech. We'll give Lucky some stonks to work with. But yeah, that one's a lot of fun. We'll definitely play more of these, and like I said, we might even try Devil in the Details in the center. I find it funny, like Axe is like, oh, I like just doing the tasks and challenges, and it's like, well, you would just because you have the ability to just power through and constantly yell at people or talk. Whereas at other points, I have a really hard time when like 3 or 4 people are talking, being like, how was that? What? I can't hear you at all.
What?
So it's a move. We will work on it. But yeah, overall games are good. We'll maybe see about streaming it sometime. We just did it on the Discord.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's fun. Like honestly, I like Quiplash is good. But it's also just Quiplash. Like it's just a good Quiplash. So I feel kind of bad for it because it's like, no, I really like Quiplash, but there's nothing really to talk about there. If you've played Quiplash before, it's a good solid Quiplash.
Well,
you can choose your own avatar now. One of which is poop, and if you choose poop, it will make poop jokes.
Thanks a lot.
Because we played 2 rounds and it made a poop joke both times, and I'm just like, it has to know. It has to know. It's Jackbox. They know.
Then no.
Okay, but yeah, Jackbox Party Pack 7. Solid choice. It's like 10% off on Steam right now, even though it just launched.
Yeah, Lucky picked it up. So, let's see here. So, if we're gonna keep going, we'll go back a day to Thursday. Me and Omega, we did an Untitled Goose Game stream. A lot of tactical goose action. It was actually very fun. I will say, Omega definitely said this at the end of the stream. It feels like the co-op was definitely something that was kind of just bolted on.
Yeah, it was the kind of thing where like people after playing the game, because it was super short and it was. We said it was tacked on. They didn't really add anything for co-op mode, so it's just the same game again, just you can do it with 2 players. So it feels like people played the game the first time and were like, this is great, I wish I could do it with a friend. And it doesn't really do anything extra with the co-opness. Yeah,
but it was still fun. Like, we say it doesn't do anything extra, but there was definitely some things that we could do because we had 2 geese. A lot of like distraction tactics, grabbing things to take them around. It was fun. I enjoyed it. I enjoyed honking at everybody.
Yeah, I was just gonna say we were able to do some strategizing. Like you could do some combo plays. But also there were other times though because of like the screen stretch or physical, like because we had collision as geese. Like we could also get in our own way sometimes, and it was hard because it was like. I can't, I'm being chased. I cannot move down towards you, but I need to go down here to do the thing. Like, it kind of balanced out. Very fun, though, like you said. Check it out if you haven't already, audience. It's only like 3 hours.
3-4 hours. Okay. But I guess that's really it for Untitled Goose Game.
Well, I mean, we can say, in addition to the actual Untitled Goose Game part, that was a very good showing of Steam's, what do they call it?
Remote play?
Remote play with friends, yeah. Where just, like, you activated remote play, and I was just there doing the thing.
Yes.
With my own controller,
I think I should have used a controller myself. I used a mouse and keyboard, and it was a little jank, I would say. Just a wee bit. Alright, but Meg, have you played anything? Have you tried Vampire or Need for Speed yet?
No, I'm saving Vampire for this Tuesday because I should mention that I finished the story of Star Wars Squadrons. Took me 3 streams, got through all that, and I finished it a little early, so I did some multiplayer on stream too. If you guys are interested in seeing that,
I saw you playing some. I saw you playing some. You looked. I remember the first time you mentioned it, you're like, "Oh, if I slow down, I get shot." But I was watching, it's like, no, it looks like you scored top. I was like, "Damn, Omega."
Yeah, well, so that's something I do want to say is it's kind of interesting. Like I've had some kind of back and forth experiences with the multiplayer part. I do think there's maybe some improvements to be there. Matchmaking is a little chaotic. Like as far as I can tell, there's no dreaded skill based matchmaking. So like in that game, I did pretty good. I don't remember the exact levels, but I could probably check because it'll be on stream at some point. But I'm gonna guess that was probably where I'm like rank 8 or 9 or something. You know, I've got a decent selection of upgrades for my favorite ships. So I can pick and choose the elements I'm most comfortable with and kind of adjust to the situation. Whereas a player who's only like rank 2 or 3 or God forbid 1 can't. Like you don't have any customization at that stage. So that was a pretty good cleanup. Or I was either probably within low people or I was like the low guy on my squad. There was at one point in stream where I was with like, oh yeah, so I'm like rank 9 and everybody else on my squad is like, 12, 18, 23. Yeah, so like and conversely, I've been completely blown the fuck out on games where I'm like, oh, I'm the highest guy on this team at rank 8 or 9. Everybody else is like 4, 5, 2. And it's just like, and the rest of the guys are like 15, 15, 20, 18. So, like, and just in terms of, like, one, play time, obviously, because you got to put in your hours. And then in terms of, like, also that means you have the opportunity to not only practice, but to find and purchase all your favored options for your ship. So you have your layout probably pretty well optimized at that point. Like, that's going to be a rough challenge. And I kind of wish it was a little tighter on that. Like, obviously, dogfight, runs, that's not, like, the big feature. That's just, quick battle, basically 5v5, smaller maps, no objectives, just kill, team deathmatch type shit. So I'm not like necessarily upset, but I think it's one of those things they could fine tune. So it's definitely got like aspects of like, okay, so matchmaking is really swingy. Like I'll get, like I said, I got matches early on where I was just like, oh yeah, we're just gonna lose like 10-1. And then other times we didn't. I like a lot of the level design though. Like they do a lot of really good options. Flying feels great. There's a lot of different stuff. I think the only thing is fleet battles are kind of long, and I don't know necessarily how they adjust them. Like, on stream, I think I got creamed by AI pretty bad on the easy difficulty.
Jeez.
Yeah, I played a match versus AI, but a couple of the people in my squad were like rank 1. Like, they were probably doing the tutorial version of this.
Oh.
So it's like, yeah, it's not necessarily a hardball, but like honestly, it would have been easier versus people, assuming they weren't super high ranked and had a lot of practice, than versus AI, because I do definitely feel like the AI pilots are sometimes a little juiced up. Like they soaked up a lot of shots that I feel like PC pilots don't, and most NPCs in campaign did not. So I don't know what kind of adjustments there are. Overall, I want to say campaign experience pretty good. Like it ends up. I do want to say the last mission for Imperials is a little busy. Like, yeah, it's a little, it's very tightly packed. It's got like 3 climaxes in it.
Oh, jeez.
Like, first you plow the road to the enemy battleship, the rebel battleship, by like destroying like 3 frigates or something. One of which I destroyed by realizing I could park under one of my own carriers, and it would just constantly resupply me, and I had dumbfire rockets, so I just literally put her in park because this is space, and just held down the rocket button, and was fine, because I was just constantly being resupplied and repaired. Then you gotta do the, like, okay, fly up, blow a hole in the thing's hull, and then fly inside its super long energy shaft to blow up the core. Cool, okay. That was a little weird because it was like, ooh, you're in a tractor beam, power center, so go slow. And I'm like, Like, I compared it to this. That's very much like the climax of Ace Combat 7, which I played on stream, where you have to fly through a narrow underground tunnel tube network and then fight a boss inside the power core kind of thing. Like, shoot down a boss plane. Which is a lot more tightly packed and finicky. And on stream, I definitely ate shit at least, like, twice, probably. But yeah, so it was a little weird, but then you get shot out like a cork after you blow up all the core. That's great. And you get into a boss fight, which really sucked. Like, they make you fight the obvious Imperial defector who defects in the first mission.
Yes.
Yeah, we covered that. It's not really a spoiler. It happens right away. He ditches you. So you fight him in an X-Wing, and I played it on normal-ass difficulty, and I got creamed like 4 times. Because you have no wingmates, you have no hangar, you can't switch your loadout without going back all the way to the beginning of the mission. So I was but I was an interceptor. I was configured for anti-starfighter action, and it was just like we would just joust, which is a term I got from the X-Wing Miniatures game. But all his AI does, except for when you drop his shields, in which case he floats near the battleship, the Starhawk they got, is he goes out to like minimum laser distance at like 100 kilometers, does a U-turn, and then comes straight at you with him and his 5 friends.
Oh, so he gets friends.
Yeah, he gets windmakes. He gets mooks to shield him. He has ads as a boss. So you can't just like try and get behind him. It's not possible. And yeah, I just got chewed up over and over again, like immediately, without allies to repair me. And I'm just like, man, this is really finicky. And then I switched to story mode, which is basically super casual. He like died immediately because my lasers were like super damage and homing and everything. And I think what it was is he's got a lot of really long-winded dialogue with multiple characters, except me, because I don't speak that much. So it's like I feel like the game developers did the classic problem of these types of games of like, how do we have a big long story conversation with these characters and get our emotional payoff without them just ending the boss battle? Oh, well, we'll make it really hard. We'll make him really tanky. But also, you don't get any support. It's like they were trying to figure out the way to not trivialize it, but it was a little too try-hard for me, and I just tabbed it over to easy mode and finished it in like 5 seconds and then went back. But it's also funny because you've crippled the Starhawk. It's going to explode. Oh, there's nobody left on it. We've won the day. We've destroyed this one battleship. Never mind that the whole shipyards we caught it at are still fine. And we killed that one guy, only we didn't see his body, so it's not like he's really dead. And then we fly the fuck off, abandoning some other Star Destroyers, and the Imperial epilogue is just like, yeah, our positions are solidified. You get a promotion. It's gonna be great. The Empire will definitely not surrender in like a year and be replaced by a shittier, more neo-fascist version. Yeah, woo.
Yeah.
And then the Rebel mission is you proceed to fuck all that up for them, which makes it very, very ironic. You use the now abandoned Starhawk as a battering ram to blow up a moon and destroy like 5 Star Destroyers. Your commanding officer was actually fine. He flew inside the fuselage and hid and flew out later after doing some repairs. You know, his ship held together with spit and space tape. And you do the classic, well, we lost the material, but we won the battle, kind of thing.
How Rebel-like.
Yes. So very thematic, but it was just very hilarious. So we're like fucking Teresa, the Imperial commander's like, yes, you've done it. We've secured our revenge, and you've destroyed their only Starhawk ever. There will definitely not be more. Victory is assured. Here's your promotion to Flight Baron. You're cool. We're so cool. Oh, yeah. And then you do the Rebel mission. It's like, yeah, so, those guys fucked off, and they didn't succeed at all. So, let's go blow up a moon. Let's go do some impossible bullshit. Okay, cool. Well, I'll safeguard the abandoned battleship while we crash it into a moon, and then fly out of the exploding moon bits like a boss. So it's fun. The game's really, really entertaining. There's just a couple of weirdness with, like, I assume because they didn't want to make it too long. Yeah. Like, I do hope it gets support, and, like, it's only a $40 game, so I would love, maybe after a little bit of time, like a season pass or a bonus pack, either they add some new ships or some new maps or something. I'd, pay $10 to $20 for a good one of that. Some bonus missions, story mission type stuff. Because in general, the story was pretty fun. The map design is really great. Like, you watched some of this me play the story, right?
Oh yeah.
So yeah, like basically all of no, Axe. The devs have said they don't plan to add anything to the game. It's still open-ended that they'll do it. And if they don't add anything to the game, they fucking suck and all deserve to be fired because they're dumb. Like, you've made a good product. Why would you not continue to support it? At the very least, make me a Squadron sequel. No, don't lie. I have read all of these. They literally said, like, we are not planning on doing any microtransactions or any additions, but we're open if there is support. Like, if they've said something since the game came out in, like, the last week, which would be weird considering I'm sure the game is doing better. Well, okay. I don't want to say people lie, but there's a lot of misinterpretation and cherry picking. Like, this is unrelated to Squadrons, but there's a story which Lucky may have seen going around about Microsoft and Bethesda games. I have read the actual quote in that interview. In the interview, the interviewer, I think this was on Kotaku or something, he asks
Yeah.
Phil Spencer, head of Xbox, how do do you guys, the question is, it's slightly leading, but the question is basically like, so do you guys, like, to make this deal financially work out, do you need to make these things exclusive, or do you need to sell them on other platforms, right? It's like spread out your market base. And so what people are pulling from the quote is at the end, Phil Spencer says, we don't need to put Bethesda games on other consoles between PC, Game Pass, and Xboxes. Games on Windows Live and all that stuff. But he starts this quote by saying that they don't, at this moment, Xbox doesn't intend to take games away from other people, basically. Like, he starts it by saying that they don't have an intention to overly monopolize the market, to restrict who can access what games kind of thing, right? Or anything like that. But because they have features like Game Pass and like they're on their cross-platform stuff, they don't need to sell Bethesda games to like Switch or PlayStation to get their money. However, he starts it by saying they don't have any like evil monopoly plans at this time. But everybody took the second half of the question and was like, does this mean no Elder Scrolls 6 on PlayStation? So, like, I feel like a lot of people have probably done the same thing with the Squadrons guys. Like, I read a lot of their actual interview quotes. They said that they had no plans, but at no point did they said, we're absolutely not doing it. Like, I think it's several times we'll see, if we get a lot of support, maybe we'll do something. But
like,
that would probably...
You don't commit or not commit like before everything has settled.
Mm-hmm. Now, obviously, if they have no plans, that means, dev cycles and everything. So it's not like next week they're going to announce, season pass plans, right? Because having no plans means they need to actually see what they got, work on it, and do another cycle. And it's entirely possible that EA may have spun Motive on to doing something else. But they made a really good game, and I hope they do support for it. And like I said, I don't know. Maybe they've confirmed they're not going to do anything, but I've seen them talking about, and there's already been like 2 or 3 post-game patches where they're trying to do stuff like fine-tune matchmaking and things. So yeah, it's not a complete pump and dump. So, and I kind of hope that it stays that way and gets some more concrete post-game support. Like, I do hope at the very least maybe some free map updates, because there are only like 5 maps. But I was going to mention that earlier. So Lucky, you saw me play some of the maps. All the multiplayer maps are basically main story maps, just with slightly different geometry. Well, it's not. I don't think it's an O, because that means they really use them intelligently. So, like at one point, there's a mission in the Xavian Abyss, which is a really weird wormhole storm thing in space that I don't want to explain, but it's Star Wars, so it looks cool. Shut up.
Cool.
There's, when you do the multiplayer version of that map, it's just the same wormhole tunnel. You guys start at one, and the other guys start at the other end, which is exactly how the single-player setup kind of was. But it's not as long, because you don't need to do, like, the tactical flying. And so it does something that I've already talked about with the Star Wars RPGs and, struggled with at times, is they do the thing where, like, they have space terrain, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, they have a lot of interesting things. Like the Xavian Abyss, you can't go too far out of it, because then you end up in the weird wormhole storm thunder thing, and you die. Great.
Boom.
Good job. As opposed to just, like, hey, you're leaving the battles area, you have to turn back. Like, no, this literally kills you if you go outside the zone. And it makes the whole map kind of cylinder-shaped. There's another one I see fairly frequently is called Esselas, which is a Imperial listening post. So there's a giant dome-shaped station in the center of the map, which means that if you're below it, you can't see the top. If you're the top, you can't see below. And it has like gaps and tunnels and things where you can either fly inside the station or fly through it. So, and there are some like rocks on the outside, which I think play in more if you do like fleet battles. So, like, you have this kind of interesting thing where you'll like congregate on the bottom or the top half and kind of fight it out, but you can duck below it for cover and stuff. And a lot of maps are basically like that, where there's a lot of cover. I think it's a really good, it's a really solid game overall. And like I said, I'm okay just playing it out and working through the multiplayer, but I do kind of think that if they want this to be like a really big success, they need to do the old, like at least free update, drop some maps, and I wouldn't mind, like I said, paying for a little bit more. It was only $40. All right, so that was my
maybe like
Squadron
more ships in there too.
Yeah, if they could, like, I'm not bored with the ships and they seem pretty tight, but if they wouldn't mind adding some more, because like I said, they have the model for a TIE Advanced Prototype, which is a TIE with shields. So I kind of wonder if they could, work with some of the assets they already have. Some people have complained there's no B-Wing, though I would say with the way with the way it's like first-person cockpit oriented and like has that VR element, I'm not sure how you would work a B-wing. In case you guys don't know, B-wings have like gyroscoping cockpits. The ship rotates, is supposed to be able to rotate around the cockpit. I don't know how well you can translate that to the way the flight simulator set up. That might be a little weird. Or just being so fucking long. B-wings are very tall. That might also cause a problem. So like, I don't necessarily, hold it against them for not, because the B-wing's always been a weird duck in the fighter lineup anyway. Because it's like, it's a strike fighter, so it's like faster and more maneuverable than a Y-wing, but carries a bigger payload than an X-wing. So I don't know how, like, with the quote unquote competitive balance aspects, because that's something I do want to remind people, and they were asked several times. TIE fighters don't have shields normally. And sometimes it sucks. Like, I had to self-repair and get repaired by allies a lot more playing Imperials. Like, you have to get those repairs because your health doesn't come back. Whereas in an X-Wing, which is what I usually float as Rebels, or even in TIE Reaper, which does have shields, you can put power in your shields and you can cruise through a lot of things and only get a little bit scratched up. But yeah, like, I wouldn't mind some more stuff. Obviously, if they put in the TIE Defender, which is the big, scary Super TIE, that could be interesting.
Super TIE.
Yeah, but also I can see how that might not work either. And who knows? They could also, like I said, there's a decent amount of single-player focus. If they wanted to add some, like, single-player missions where you fly some new ships, that could be cool, too. But yeah, I would say that new ships are probably my lowest priority. I want them, but I understand how much of a pain in the butt that is.
Mm-hmm.
So I would prefer probably just the idea that there could be more stuff, like maybe some more skins and some more maps eventually, just to keep things fresh. But obviously, if they want to do more content, I'm there. Like, I really love the game, other than a couple of, like I said, minor niggles.
Niggles.
And I think I said this on stream. The concept for, like, the boss fight thing is cool. It's just, it's one of those things where game designers are thinking they're being clever, and then you actually play the part and it's just like, you really should have tightened this up a little. Like, it's, this is a writing thing, but I think it applies a lot to game design too, which is kill your darlings, which is basically, just because you really, really love something doesn't mean it's actually an important part of your story.
Yes.
And you have to be willing to let those things go if it makes a better story, even if it means you lose an aspect you like. Which I think it can and should apply to game design as well, basically. Where, like, sometimes you gotta be like, okay, this concept is cool, it works kind of weird, we may need to trim it or refocus it to make it work, and sometimes game designers don't. Like, I had a kind of weird response with one of the commissions in Genshin Impact recently.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I think I mentioned it, it's like, what's-her-face wannabe knight or something. Anyway, I
don't know if I've done this one
It's
yet.
it seems pretty rare, but it's a really dumb one. Basically, there's some whiny kid in Mondstadt who's like, Jean's so cool, I want to be like her, but I can't possibly. Jean could totally destroy 5 to 6 dummies in 2 seconds.
Oh, it's fucking... I think I know where you're talking about, but yeah, I haven't done it.
Yeah. Basically, the game gives you 5 or 6 training dummies, or piles of sticks, in a semi-random configuration, and you're supposed to destroy all of them in 2 seconds. Now, the timer doesn't start until you destroy the first one, but I tried it, it's really rough. It feels like it's custom designed to either be like, for certain configs, you need to call a friend, which feels like a real pain in the ass to, like, get co-op, grab your friends, and then set up the whole thing just so you can break 6 training dummies.
I'm pretty sure what they want to do is they want you to use some sort of big elemental burst skill.
Right, or they want you to use specific characters.
Yeah.
But I have problems with that because of the way Genshin Impact is. With getting characters, and the fact that I rolled like 5 Barbaras. Like, some people say you can do it with Lisa, but I had a really hard time getting that to work because this is one of those things where I'm saying, like, I think they're trying to be clever, but it's not working. Because have you noticed sometimes that objects that you can destroy don't interact with the combat system very cleanly?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so it's basically that. Like, I try to use, like, her elemental burst, and it doesn't, or her, is that the R2 skill is technically the elemental burst? I think it is. It's R2 skill, if you're playing on PS4. I don't know what the keyboard is, but yeah, that one. Where, like, yeah, they're all in the area, but for some reason it doesn't really seem to, like, target the dummies as a thing. So I never really figured out how to pull it off, and I just was like, I'll admit I got frustrated and disheartened and just left it. Like, I probably could have figured it out. I don't know, it might be a version difference where like other versions have cleaner locking. I'm not 100% sure how that would work though, considering that I feel like it would either be on PC or PS4 would be your best experience.
Oh yeah, no, I can tell you right now on hacking PC, like they're still targeting issues.
Okay, so yeah, it's a little it just seems like it's one of those things where it's just a little finicky, and they're like the game developers like, oh well, this makes perfect sense, and then other times it's just like, if they do, it's only because they softened it up, because there's no godly reason why a game as big boy as like semi numbers of A's as Genshin Impact should run better on a phone of all things. Like, sure, if you have a really beef phone, I'm sure it runs fine, but like it's still a full blown like game, and it has like modern quality graphics. So I don't know. That probably means that there's some massaging on account of. Well, yeah, but it's still. You have seen it, Axe. Like it's a big one. Like, well, and they have similar architecture, but I'm just saying that like I don't see how being on a small phone screen interface would actually like make the game run better. Which probably means that there is some massaging of the engine. Like seriously, I'm playing this I play this on my PS4. I have a big old screen. I'm like trying to imagine it on my phone size, and I'm like, okay, theoretically I understand, but also what? And then I generally like for the game aspects, I genuinely like Genshin. It's just some of the gacha stuff is a little annoying. I'm like 10 levels behind everybody. But it's fine, because I'm still working on it. Mm-hmm. I'm currently in a quest of doing a shitload of world quests, because I'm in the, I guess, Act 1 now? Because technically the whole Animo Mondstadt thing is the prologue.
Yep. Oh, so now you in Leeway.
Yeah. And actually, technically, I got there because the Adventurers Guild was like, hey, you're... Not the Adventurers Guild, where's the Adventurers Guild? Yeah, I think it's them. We're like, hey, dude, you're super cool. You have a high enough level. You could go meet the other Catherine in Liyue. I'm like, okay. Man, that was a long walk. That was a long walk to go say hi to a lady. But it was worth it, because you get more quests and you get more stuff there.
Honestly, that's what I like about Genshin Impact. There's a lot of walking, but if you get distracted, you can go find some interesting shit.
Oh, and I definitely, after unlocking those areas of the maps, like, I spent several times doing nothing than just, oh, there's a teleport waypoint over here. I'm going to wander in the hills until I get it. I find it. One, because that gives you adventure rank, but also that just makes the game easier when you can actually use fast travel. And there's a couple other statues, a couple geo statues I need to go check out, too, because I haven't mapped out the whole area. I appreciate that you can switch the main character's style. I actually used geo for a while. Then
I wish I didn't have to run to a statue all the way to do it, though.
Yeah, that's the only thing I think is that it's clunky, because you can switch to the elemental attribute of the statue of that Archon.
Yeah.
Which do we know if the game goes past Geo yet?
I think it was in the patch notes. They're opening up another land, I think it was, but what the fuck was it?
Okay. So we know that the intent is soon you'll be able to go past Geo, but nobody's actually played any like quests to the next zone, right?
No.
Okay. Yeah, so it's not crazy yet, but I hope they find a way to streamline that, because if I have to switch between like 3 fucking statues and physically have to fast travel to a different land to get back my other element, that would be a little annoying. Mm-hmm. Because they do different things and they're fun in different ways, but also you have to consider problem solving. Like, technically, because I have I have a geotype. I haven't rolled any more animo types, so for like puzzles and other things, I kind of need my main character to be animo so I can just do stuff.
Yeah.
And also, honestly, I don't think there are that many animo characters in the game. I know Jean is one. I think there's Venti. Is there a third?
Sucrose. Yeah.
Yeah, so there's like 3. None of which I have yet. Working on it, but it's a little slow. Yeah, there's not a lot of geo action. It's kind of interesting. There's no Dendro characters, but that's probably because Dendro sucks. I think Dendro has one elemental interaction, which is if you hit it with Pyro, it catches fire. Maybe they'll patch that. Like, they could always be like, oh, we've added some new effects later, but for now it doesn't seem like it's a big deal. Maybe if there's a Dendro Archon, right? Like, maybe they'll make it a thing.
Maybe.
It's interesting system. I kind of like what they're going for. Like, well, we have some other stuff maybe with things to talk about. We can talk about gacha for a while.
Yeah, let's talk about gacha.
So let's talk about some Genshin Impact stuff. Actually, I should pull up. I think it's been a day or two because I was recording yesterday and did stuff since I popped into Azure Lane. Azure Lane is currently doing Divergent Chessboard rerun. Are there new ships?
Not.
I think we asked this last week. I don't think there's new ships. So a lot of people in our community are excited because they didn't do the front run, but I'm pretty sure I have all of them, so it's just a casual login and do stuff kind of thing. On a story level, I actually, and I make sure to tell them in the surveys, I actually quite like a lot of the characters and story directions in Genshin Impact.
Oh yeah, no, like I very much enjoy like they have a lot of character quests where you can just explore a little bit of their character and stuff.
Yeah, I think I just got done with what I assume is Diluc's big quest.
Oh yeah,
the Dark Knight hero.
Yes,
hey guys, turns out Diluc is Fire Batman.
Yes,
it's great. But yeah, so like that's a great aspect, and just the core story is pretty interesting. With like, oh well, we've got the winds and Storm Terror, and then Venti is like, "Sup, I'm your god. Hey,"
and everyone's like, "Yeah," and he's like, "Oh."
Well, kind of, but also he kind of doesn't care because that's the way Mondstadt is set up, and it's really interesting. And I think this is going to be interesting as we go through areas because I haven't done the quest to actually like interact with like the main story quest to interact with Liyue yet, so I don't know much about the Geo Archon. But when you done with that quest and Venti sends you over there, he's like, "You'll probably like that guy. He's a lot more hands on than I am." Because Mondstadt is like the city of freedom, and Barbatos, god of Animo, is he's very hands off and free and like whatever, dude, do whatever.
That's what freedom is.
So it's very thematically appropriate, and it's kind of interesting that you end up in an area because, as you can see, clearly the Cryo Archon is really hands on because I think she's kind of evil,
and that means I want her.
At the very least, her followers are evil and sexy.
Yes,
though that is a little bit annoying because man, you get cutscene incompetence hard.
Yeah, you do.
2 mooks hold your arms. Oh no, I can't possibly explode you into wind or something.
It's like, I've been throwing golems around. Why the fuck are these 2 guys? Well, to be fair, the fucking, the Fatui mooks, they're pretty hard.
Yeah, no, that is true. The Fatui guys are not pushovers, but still, it's kind of funny that, like, they keep you out of the scene by just holding you.
And then the god gets got, and you're just like, well then.
Well, no, yeah, I'm talking about the actual the Cryo one who's her boss. Because Venti mentions her, and it's been like 500 years since I talked to her. I thought we were cool. I guess we're not. And there's a whole, like, secret apotheosis plot at the end. It's interesting. I like to follow it. Like you said, the quest writing is pretty decent. Even just character quests are fun. Like, you do, I think it's the first half, but you do, like, Lisa's personal quest. And it's...
You go on a date?
Yeah, you go on a date, but she doesn't treat it like a date because she treats it like work. But also, you get to do things that she likes. Get her things, choose food. The sibling thing is weird. It's shown in a cutscene that the other twin has been captured by the Abyss Order.
There's actually a short movie about it where you see things from her perspective for a little bit. It's on their YouTube channel, I believe. Because that's another thing that they're doing. Like as I said, they had the short movie. They recently just released a short tale about Venti, like a little character profile thing.
Yeah,
it's like it's interesting. I like these kind of things. I've always liked additional content outside of the game itself, and a lot of mobile game, like a lot of games do that, even if it's like comedic. Because we were actually talking about this the other day because
the learning with manga thing.
The learning with manga thing. A lot of like big gacha games usually have some sort of comic or something to give like a bit of additional detail. Like people were talking about how like learning a manga was one. I mentioned that Grand Blue Fantasy had one like since way back.
Girls Frontline and Azure Lane both had some like comedic stuff.
Yeah. The Tales Crestoria, Tales of Crestoria has one. Destiny Child has one. And it's great. And I like it because like I said, I really like extra stuff.
The game also has a shitload of like in-game lore too, because you can collect books and read them in parts and kind of give you different side stories.
Oh yeah,
there was a fucking quest where one of the knights handed me a book, like their guidebook, and was like, "Hey, read this, and now I'm gonna quiz you."
Yeah, honestly, I like that because
like it gives you an incentive to get in the world, and like I said. I keep when they ask me about it, I definitely am like, no, I like the world and characters. That's a good part I like. I like it playing for the exploration. I guess just the generic RPG gameplay loop and like the character and writing stuff.
If there's one like when I did that survey, I think I mentioned at the end, it's please re-examine your gotcha your premium currency to real money rates. I think that's like one of the only things I said I really had a niggle about.
Yeah, the gotcha part is the one way or another. I think it's the worst part of the game.
Mm-hmm.
Just because you can get wildly different experiences between people depending on what characters you get. Like,
oh yeah,
and there is a pity system, but I haven't tripped it yet. And like, there's some different methods, but I don't have quite enough glitter to like buy like a razor or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like the game very clearly at points wants you to have other characters, and they're not shy about when you do those characters' quests about giving you trial characters.
Oh yeah,
but for just general purpose use, it's like, oh, you have like nobody who does this. Well, I guess you're just gonna use your free Lisa.
Mm-hmm.
Like I've heard a lot of people say that like in terms of like raw damage dealing, Lisa's one of the weaker lightning characters, and I'm like, interesting. But I don't have any of the others, so I can't really comment myself.
Yeah, I never. Like I said, I've been doing, because they're doing an event right now. This the Elemental Alchemy thing. So I've been doing a lot of co-op because you can only do it co-op.
Mm-hmm.
And trust me, I see a lot of Fischl. I see a lot of Razor, and I don't see a lot of anything else.
Yeah, I think I don't remember what you did, but I remember I think I did my own. It was one Dulac. I think I accidentally, because I was as Barbara when I did it, I didn't realize I'd be locked in. So I was Barbara, who is one of my better characters constellation wise, as I've noted. Check out my Twitter. I literally got a poll that was 3 Barbaras at once. And then I think the other 2 were Fischls.
Yeah.
Like it's there definitely is a metagame that people are all about. I mean, and it'll be interesting. I do kind of like the currency split. Like I'm close to I think I've got like 8 whatever the normal fate is to do the normal roll.
Mm-hmm.
And that's all just through like passive gaining. And I've done quite a few limited rolls on Venti and still not got a lot on there, but I'm getting close to some stuff.
Yeah, no, like,
well, I don't know if I'm gonna hit the pity ever. Like I don't know when it resets, and I don't see it in my display. Like maybe I haven't looked hard enough, but I've like opened up history and I don't see an obvious like answer.
Oh, you have to actually fucking count.
Okay, you got to count it manually. Yeah, it's still a little weird.
Yeah, it is.
I don't think I've done 90.
Well, I'm gonna tell you right now. Apparently, if you're rolling on Ventis, you got less than 24 hours.
I won't because I don't have enough stuff and I'm not spending money.
Yeah, Lucky
not at this juncture anyway. I got budget things to think about.
Lucky has not spent any money since he blew all that money. And I'm let's see, how much have I saved up here? I'm at 5,500.
Like also honestly, the fact that the player character can swap, I think that's really, as they add more to the game, really going to do some interesting things. Like, but obviously that's plot related. It's just like FGO. You can't leave Septum yet. It doesn't exist. They got to update it. So that's cool. I'm kind of curious because I'm not caught up on story and max level or whatever, although I know some people are. I'm kind of curious about what the pacing is. But it feels like if you're a little bit more casual, like I usually make sure to log in every day and do my daily commissions, and then I go switch to something else. Like at that pace, if I'm not dedicated on a day of like, I'm going to play some Genshin Impact, it seems like I'm doing okay as far as the game's updates are.
Mm-hmm.
But I know some people who have gone whole hog and who are like, every day I see them in Gacha Games chat, like, co-op, get your co-op here. Who needs co-op? I'm exaggerating. But yeah, it's a fun game. And I think it's got some really positive aspects to it that are really different from a lot of the other Gacha games. We talked about that, I think, a lot last week, about how it's also got at least some number of A's of game design, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's a full-blown video game, and then it has a gacha element. And the gacha bits, like, maybe they're slightly tacked on, because they feel like they're not necessarily strictly needed, but they would help a little, I guess.
Mm.
And I don't know, some of that's just my own stuff, because I'm like, this was much like how I treated starting Arknights, where I was like, yeah, I'm not going to do any rerolling or whatever. And I didn't get crazy lucky like I did in Arknights, where my first roll was like Exia right away. So, but some people did reroll for specific units, and it seems to have helped them out. Okay. Anything you want to say about Genshin? You're playing it right now.
I am playing it right now. Well, let's see here. I'm trying to think a little bit here. If I actually had anything important to say. Well, I do like. I will admit. I will say that like I do like that they allow allow players to slowly, and I do mean slowly, gain Primogen on their own. So it's not just the gacha is what it is through the battle pass system, and you always get a little bit of Primogen just from opening chests.
Yeah, opening chests and doing daily quests. Okay, we gotta do some math. What's the conversion? I think it's 1,600 to do a full roll.
Yes.
To turn into 10 fate, and you get like 5 or 10 per chest or quest. So let's assume it's 10, and let's just cut that down. So that's about 160 quests or chests, which is a lot, but also not. There's a lot of fucking chests in this game, guys.
Yeah, after a while though, you will start to run because chests do respawn, but not all chests, and there's definitely a fucking timer.
I believe as far as it's been reported by our community, common chests will eventually reset, but higher tiers 1 may or may not. I don't know if that's been confirmed. There's so many chests that I have not explicitly been like, I'm in an area where I could double up. Like, it's hard to remember. Mm. Okay, so higher rank ones do reset?
Oh, no, I think he's talking about Primogen.
Okay, the Primogen. Yeah, so
I've definitely got 10 out of some chests, but who knows, maybe they're like the exquisite chests, because I think it's common chests, exquisite chests, and like luxury chests or something. I don't know.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm high. The educated.
You also get a little bit of adventure experience, which is a good place to get rewards too. Like you get a few of those. Okay, yes. There's 4 ranks of chest. The highest probably is 10. So yeah. So for pure chest action, double that number I said. You know the number of chests you need to open. Quadruple it for low rank chests. But at least that's repeatable. But you know, there's other ways to get Primogen too. And you can convert with some other currencies. Like if the only other thing is which is it? Is it the Masterless Stardust? It's whatever the more common one you get is. That shop, I've looked at it, that feels pretty useless. Like it's just a certain Ascension materials, and it's like, okay, if I needed an Ascension material like right now, that'd be great, unless these are like exclusive, which would be really fucking annoying. But otherwise it's like there's nothing to do spend this on. Other than like
I don't know.
I think like you can buy like 1 fate in it.
And let me pull up.
Maybe I don't know. I've bought out all the fate, so it just tells me when it's going to reset, not how much it was.
Let's see here. No, wait, that's I heard a Stardust exchange. Oh, I got like 250 of these. Holy shit, I might have to spend some because unlike you, I will buy the fucking money in there, the weapon enhancement ones, and the experience because boy howdy, it gets expensive after a while.
Well, yeah, and I think a lot of the other players are higher, like, world level and stuff than me, so, like, I think most of my units are currently around level 40, so that's pretty comfortable for where I am right now, level 30 or 40. But obviously, as you play the game more, that number will grow, so, if it's the usual logistical. But it seems like it's mostly just a shortcut. Like, eventually I'll probably be like, well, shit, I have no other source of cash right now, but goodness knows how much I'll have right then. It doesn't seem like super excessive. Okay, 5 per month. Okay, so that's all right, I guess. 5 per month. That's half a roll. But the other kind, Star Glitter, that one has like you can buy characters or spare copies of them. Like that's how you get more copies of Amber her constellation and stuff. But obviously, is much smaller pool that you get.
Oh yeah.
I was just gonna say that it's got the old whatchamacallit, the typical gotcha thing of just like, oh, well, we've got like 50 currencies. It's not like a huge problem because sometimes JRPGs do that anyway, but it's definitely got the classic like, okay, so Primogens you can turn into gotcha currency, but are not gotcha currency, okay? Right?
Right.
And you can upgrade and you've got 2 kinds of fate which you use to spin the gotcha to do a wish, to wish for friends. But if you wanna use those friends, you gotta pay gold coins more, and it just goes like that. There's the Stardust and the Star Glitter, which you get from different things. Like it's not a huge pain in the butt. I think some of our gacha games are probably harder, but no, I haven't had that problem. I only have like 6 characters, and I haven't had to ascend them a second time yet. Like it's not really that hard. Like as it gets more complex, I'm sure it will be, but for now, I'm like, nah, I'm pretty comfortable.
Let's see here.
I haven't done a lot of dungeoneering or boss runs yet. I'm mostly just sticking to my. Like I said, mostly my exploring quest and doing stories. I found a lot of dungeons. Don't have Diluc, so doesn't matter. That rate definitely, that seems a little spicy.
Oh, yeah. No, it's spicy. Like, I guess that's something to talk about. There have been some people talking They don't like how we only get 120 resin. Oh, is that a... Hey, it's fucking silly.
Actually, yeah, I was just thinking about that's weird, because isn't the battle pass to spend 150?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a little weird. That's
It is
basically
a little...
your pseudo-stamina system.
Yeah.
You can only do so many farm quests.
Yeah, well, as they say, they expect you to, play a little bit at one point and then play a little bit at a later point, because it recharges, I think, every 7.5 minutes.
Yeah, it's your AP meter usually. So
it's 8.
It recharges 8 minutes.
Yeah.
But you have a hard cap at like 120.
Yeah, I definitely feel like they should probably bring that down to 5. But
and they could though, because it's as far as I know, that's something that increasing like your adventurer level and doesn't improve. That seems like a pretty easy thing to patch in later. Much like how FGO will like increase your ability to get better master levels for more AP, etc.
People are saying they want to increase the cap, but I like to remind people that being only be able to do 2 or 3 big dungeons a day is pretty usual for a gacha game.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe the rate would probably be better, or maybe a rounder number, like give you like maybe a total of 30 more, 10 more per big adventure ranks, because your adventure rank obviously slows down like everything else.
Oh yeah.
Like I would say don't do a flat bump to like drop 30 on you right now so you can go to 150, but like a gradual way to increase it, because I expect that there will be that kind of level of like people will want more and they may be willing to spend more if they can get more out of it, kind of thing, because you can buy refills basically.
Oh yeah. I haven't had to actually buy any with gems because they give you original resins. Yeah. They basically give you apples.
Mm-hmm.
But no, I think that's it. I think that's it for Genshin right now. I don't think I really got anything else. Like, I've done literally all the quests that I have found, and now I usually just run around gathering materials and trying to find chests. Let's see, my adventure rank right now is 35, but it's actually 37 because I'm actually working on leveling some characters before I bump up to world level 4.
Yeah.
Because that's one of those interesting things. At certain benchmarks, you actually have to do a quest to increase your world level, but you can still gain adventurer's rate for a while. So until I feel like more comfortable with the characters I have and get them some more strength.
Actually, that's a good question. How does that translate out for are you fighting the same Heatrals, just they're now level 50 or whatever?
Yeah.
Okay.
They like, instead of being like it'll be like 1 to 10, and then no, it'd be like 1 to 15. Then the World 2 will be like 15 to 30, and then like World 3 is like 30 to like to 50. You do get better drops and whatnot, but like I'm usually able to manage with what I have now. But I don't want to. Here's the thing, because when things get beefy, they get fucking beefy.
Yes, it's fundamentally got like a JRPG type thing where like even if it's just a slime, if he's a level 50 slime, it's fat. It will soak up some hits.
I don't need to do shit, Axe.
That's like definitely something I've noticed with even just the general gradual like increase of levels and parts, where it's just like, oh yeah, so these guys are like level 18 and I'm like level 30, but they still are designed to soak up hits.
Yes.
It sounds like playing an MMO, Axe. I don't like to play MMOs.
Also, you're making assumptions of what I have.
There's definitely some character choices can be interesting, right? Like I think a lot of the time I rotate through, like I keep the main character in just because they're flexible and they're strong. And again, don't have any other sources of ammo. And then I've kind of ping-ponged who else is in there. Like, I know Amber's not super strong, like her damage levels aren't super great, but the fact that I think she's my only free shooting character and she's pyro, that makes her great for actually doing adventuring shit.
Oh yeah, no.
So I usually like bring her along or hot swap to her. I've been using Barbara more because I have a lot of her, and hey, guess what? She heals good.
She do.
Lots of good healing goo. And then kind of the other ones are just like whatever, and I don't really like, as a character, I like Lisa, but the gameplay's not necessarily super engaging. Shoot sparks at people, it's fun. Does combo well with Barbara because wet.
Oh yeah, no, I definitely use if I see someone in the puddle, I'm like, oh, you fucked, son, and I get Lisa.
So it's kind of like got a lot of stuff.
Funimation, why'd you do this?
What's up? What you got going on?
So I had my Funimation paused because I was watching some things today. I was watching a lot of trying to get caught up on my anime. Mm-hmm. And somehow it lost my internet connection. It got it back, and then it started playing something. I just exploded. And then it started playing something that I was watching like 2 hours ago. I'm like, Funimation. Bro.
Yeah, probably when it lost connection, it probably lost track of where you were.
Exactly. So
YouTube does that sometimes. And it's really weird to me where it's like, YouTube, didn't you know I was watching this video at a different point? And sometimes YouTube is just like, I forgot, bro. Yeah. Did you want to watch the video from the start again? I'm like, no. Really? I'll figure out where I was.
Yeah, so if you hear any background noise, that's because Assault Lily Banquet is playing in the background. Made by Shaft. It's made to sell girl figurines. It's cute. Let's see here. So I think that's enough about Genshin Impact. We talked a little bit about Azure Lane. Arknights has announced that we're going to be probably doing our next contingency contract here eventually. Maybe next month.
November, I believe they said.
Yeah.
Which for some people is too long, but whatever.
There's definitely people who need to have things now for some goddamn reason. I don't understand it.
I admit it's because I played contingency contract very, very casually, but like I don't. Some people are really, really excited about it when it's coming up, and I'm like, I don't get it. I'm more prepared this time. I made sure to I mentioned this before, E2 my Silver Ash, so all those dumb stealth add-ons won't be a problem. I'll de-stealth them.
It's the same reasons that people get excited for Lotto and FGO.
Yeah, like, it's a free way to get a lot of stuff. Well, not free, but because you do actually have to do some work because there's no autoing. But like, yeah, I think we're getting a Halloween mini event. We've got some costumes coming, but AL doesn't have anything big announced. We're doing Divergent Chessboard Rerun, which we mentioned before.
Yes.
Yeah, and there's nothing to talk about. Arknights is kind of in a lull right now between events.
Also, it's not Yuri Bait, it's Shoujo Ai. Big difference.
Scholarship.
So, let's see here. Destiny. I guess I can talk a little bit about Destiny Child.
Sure, if you got
Destiny Child.
I said, sure, if you got something.
Yeah, so, I believe I don't know if I mentioned this before, but coming up here, I believe they said it's either October 20th or 21st. They're going to be opening up the English version of Destiny Child on TapTap. TapTap is one of just those, those Asian game launchers. But the interesting thing about this is because they're going to be going through TapTap, they'll be able to launch the uncensored version of the game, which I find is interesting. I guess there was enough demand for it. People want to see them big thick titties and them big thick booties. And I'm like, I'm down with this. So I'm not entirely sure how it's going to work. They have said that you will not lose your game data because apparently it's still technically going through Google, but it's not. I don't know.
It's a different storefront kind of thing. I
mean,
if it's on Android, it's still tied to Google in some way. So
yeah,
there's some kind of like approval linkages, login, whatever. It's just because it's not on their storefront, it doesn't have to, or it's not their launcher or whatever. It doesn't have to follow their rules, maybe.
Oh yeah, speaking of Horny on Main, though, I saw some artists sharing some Last Origin art. I'm like, I want to play this just because I'm fucking horny on Main.
Last Origin's very horny. Though, I forgot to mention this earlier when we were talking about Genshin. The internet's very horny about Venti. like Lisa, yes, obviously, that's to be expected.
Yes.
Tanaka-ri, epic chest. I retweeted that meme. But no, I'm not really necessarily shocked. It's just like, man, no, there's a lot of horny for Venti. Haven't really seen a lot out of Amber. Like, I see her in art occasionally. I haven't really seen anything that I would describe as horny posting, though.
Let's see. I haven't really seen...
I don't know how much is true about Paimon. There's just so many jokes at Paimon's expense.
I've definitely seen people being horny on Main for Mona.
I've seen a little bit of Mona art, yeah.
Mona art. There's a fair amount of Lisa art.
Yes.
To be expected. Thanks, Cute Sexy Robots.
Yeah.
I've
seen a couple of lewd images of Fischl.
Yeah.
It's probably the eye patch.
I've seen some tastefully erotic Amber, but haven't seen any lewd Amber. I've only seen wholesome Chi-Chi. Deserves many head pats. Haven't seen any of Klee yet, but I don't think many people have Klee.
No, there's definitely some characters because like I know who she is because of art and stuff, but I haven't seen like Mona in game at all. Same with Fischl yet. Like if you do a certain quest which unlocks a boss, you run into Razor and can do some demo stuff. But like I haven't seen some of these characters in detail.
Let's see. Actually, let me double check.
Yeah, I think I know that people are from areas. I just haven't seen them. Ah, that makes sense. The water seal one. Okay. Oh wait, I have a water character. Does that mean I can blow it up? I can pop it?
Oh yeah, no, Klee's not in game yet. Heck, that's why you can only do the trial quest.
Okay.
Yeah, there's only 6 5-star characters, and that is Venti, Mona, Deluxe,
Jean.
Cha-Ching, yeah, Chi-Chi, and yeah, Jean. I do want me a Jean though.
And I have
really
none
want
of them. Maybe I'll
I got
get lucky
two.
on the story pull.
Maybe.
We'll see. We'll see what happens. I can't be lucky all the time.
If I remember it, though, speaking of Klee, though, they should be adding her at one soon. I think they said she's going to be the next rate-up banner. And I have...
Which would be very soon, I assume.
Probably tomorrow. Well, not tomorrow, but sometime.
Somewhere in the recent time-space continuum, okay?
Yeah.
We're not
Time
good
space.
at this part. What is time, even?
Yeah, so talk to Azure Lane. It's doing Azure Lane stuff. Same with Arknights. It's doing Arknight stuff. Destiny Challenge, I'm playing that. It goes okay. Last Origin continues to tempt me from the sidelines with big titty cat girls. Like, really big titty. Jesus fucking Christ, big titty. Actually, yeah.
Yeah, I've seen certain, like, threads and things just posting in-game Last Origin art as just Horny posting, and I'm just like, God damn this game.
Like, I want to play this game, but I don't want to play this game. I am eternally torn. Oh yeah, here it is. Hang on. I'm just gonna post this. This is not safe for work, but what the fuck ever.
Well, I don't know if it'll let you post it. Gosh, wow.
Yeah.
And this is just the character art design.
Yes.
With the design idea. And then they actually, like, do something slightly different. It's nuts. Last Origin, the horniest.
It is the horniest. But that's that. So, I do want to mention this because I mentioned to the Mega like a few days ago, and I definitely mentioned that this was going to happen last week. But Lucky did finally finish Peace Talks and Battleground.
Mm-hmm.
And I have been watching a little bit more animes, and I can give some thoughts.
Yeah, I just wanted to see if you wanted to move on to do our big Dresden Files talk or not. I got a couple other things too that I want to mention.
Oh yeah, we'll probably be talking about Dresden for a bit. So what else do you got?
Well, since we're still in the realm of video games, it probably makes sense to get this out of the way here. But pretty sure I mentioned I was going to do it last week. I got slightly back on a Three Houses kick.
Oh yeah.
And so I mentioned that I was going to do it, and I did do it. I bought the season pass, and in that week or so, I have finished the DLC story, the side story, Cindered Shadows. Overall, pretty decent experience. Honestly, Lucky, it may shock you. In terms of time consumption and your brain not melting, when you have a fixed unit roster and can only do story missions, the game kind of goes by a lot quicker.
I believe that.
When you don't have to fret about carefully cultivating your perfect children. So yeah, it's only like 6 or 7 maps, I think, 6 or 7 chapters. You do have a little bit of a fixed thing going on, like you can't really swap classes too much. And you kind of got stuff. At the very least, they give you all 3 lords, so you have great powerhouses.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I think in general, I don't have a lot of experience with Claude out of it, but Claude seems a little squishier. That may also been because they assigned him a Wyvern Lord, which means he has vulnerabilities. But Dimitri and El were continued to be centerpiece powerhouses besides Byleth, who they are kind enough to give you as a swordmaster and give you your relic weapon, which means you really don't need the other characters, but it makes it go by faster.
Yeah. Again, Lucky really likes Three Houses, but I'm forever mauled that they're not going to give me a golden ending.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe they had a bad response with having a golden ending in some of their other games. Though, this is all in one game. I don't know. Like, I've said this before, I think on mic, I respect what they're doing with not going for a golden ending. It does kind of feel kind of like almost time-wasty, where it's like, you want me to go through the emotional weight of doing this like 4 times, and I still don't get any payoff?
Yeah, like that's the thing. It's like, because we've said this a lot about the game. Everyone just needs to sit in a fucking room and talk their feelings out, and everything will be fucking solved.
Especially playing through, like, Cindered Shadows has that feel like in Microcosm, but hey, guess what? At the end, after their big weird moment, all 4 of the Ashen Wolves like talk about their feelings and decide they're still friends before they go their separate ways. Like, nobody's really burdened by all that shit that happened to them, and they just move on. It's shockingly refreshing. So it may have... Okay, yeah, because Starlight says that,
Well, if I remember right, the problem with Fates is you had to buy 3 separate fucking games.
Yes, that's the big improvement the Three Houses did, which is it made all those games one game. But yeah, it's still a little kind of just like, yeah.
Like, that's the thing,
I think
like,
they
the
learned
thing,
their lessons from that part, but maybe they learned too much of a lesson.
Yeah.
Like I talked about people before with like the difference between Final Fantasy 12 and 13, where like you can tell that 13 is so reactionary to 12.
Oh yeah.
I still think there's definitely a core of like you could actually really resolve some shit and have a legit story, because there are legit people in the shadows and there's fucking dangling plot threads. Like,
yeah, no, like people like. Well, I need to say, those people need to fucking get over themselves.
Well, no, like I don't know. They're talking about the Fates thing. I don't know much about the ending of that one. Never played it. The
I know,
3DS
but
era's lost me.
they're saying. Well, I understand they don't want a golden ending in this game in Three Houses because they didn't like the golden ending in another game.
Yes, but I mean, I can see that sounds like a like developer thing where like, shit, people didn't like the golden ending, and so we won't do one. That can easily. That's what I mean by reactionary. Like, you can easily learn the wrong lesson from those things, because feedback are like, man, your golden ending really sucked. It was a huge pain in the ass, and it didn't resolve anything. Well, Three Houses goes a little too like. It's one flaw I think in the story department is it goes a little too far the other way, where it even without a golden ending type shit, there's still shit that's not resolved in routes. Like Crimson Flower is the shortest, and the conflict it ends with is important, but it still leaves a big dangler in there. Multiple danglers, actually, depending. Like one, you can let Claude fuck off. And, then that leaves that open-ended because of his thing that goes on, which nobody ever brings up otherwise. Wild. But also those who slither in the dank.
Mm-hmm.
The Agarthans. Who you don't interact with at all, even though Edelgard really also wants to destroy the shit out of them, right? Like, they're on her fucking list. And in fact, you do screw them over several times in her story, but you never actually, like, go to their base and punch them. In other stories, you do, that's fair. A lot of people are commenting about Fates, which I don't really have the comment on. And they're not really snake people. Like, they're creepy and pale because they're underground. The only actual monster people are the Nabatean? I think that's how you pronounce that. The dragon and or alien people, because I think Sothis came from space or something.
Nice.
There's a lot of meta context that I vaguely understand because I've read some summaries, but don't fully understand because, like I said, God, it's a lot of work to do all 4 story routes and learn all the stuff.
And have no payoff. That's the thing that kills me.
There's a decent amount of payoff, right?
I think
like,
the payoff.
I do feel good about doing Crimson Flower and like, yeah, that worked out.
Like, I can feel this payoff as like, I understand what's happening and why all this has happened, but it kills me that I can't actually do anything about it.
Yeah, like, and I know I got most of the way through Lions before Azure Moon before I was like, I burned out hard because, like I said, it's a lot of fucking work to do Fire Emblem good. Like, I could tell where that was going. That wasn't necessarily going to be a happy ending, but it would have resolved, right? I've read some stuff about Golden Wind and the church route. Is that Silver Snow? I think Silver Snow, yeah. Though also Silver Snow apparently ends kind of weird because at the end Rhea goes berserk for no reason and you have to fight her anyway. Like, I feel like maybe there were some time concerns and they had to reuse some assets in some places. I do know that originally the game was just Silver Snow. Like, that was their start. Like, Edelgard would reveal herself to be the Flame Emperor, and then, like, every other Fire Emblem, you would be like, well, we must fight now, I guess. And then, I don't know if it was but what if you could join her kind of thing? And then that kind of spiraled into more or what? But that's what I've heard, is that was their original base. Which is why you can tell that Crimson Flower is so short, because it feels very much like, shit, we did all the legwork for Silver Snow, and then we decided to do a split, and then it just happens, because that is kind of the theme with, Golden Wind and Azure Moon of like, oh yeah, the Empire's really kicking our butts. Thank goodness you're here, Professor. Now we can actually do something. Whereas in Crimson Flower, Edelgard's doing all right on her own. She doesn't really need your help,
but she loves you.
Yes, your help keeps her on an even keel because she's kind of. I think she even says it in like some of your high level supports. Like, without your guidance and affection, even if it's not like a high-level support thing, she would probably end up in a bad way, which she does in other routes.
Yes.
Because she's Like we've all talked about this. Like everybody's focused on different things. Like Edelgard's really focused on the future, regardless of the present, kind of thing. That emote is still there. It's still great.
I love it.
But yeah, like Edelgard's super focused on the future to the point where she refuses to acknowledge her past, which causes lots of problems with people.
Mm-hmm.
Like in the Cindered Shadows DLC, you can explore Abyss, the below the church. At one point, I think it's the first dialogue where you're walking around, because it's got stores and stuff, you run into Dimitri and Edelgard having a conversation, because you've got all three lords with you, where, hey, Dimitri acknowledges the fact that he knows Edelgard from before, and he's like, hey, Edelgard, your hair didn't always used to be white, right? And Edelgard doesn't remember that period of her life at all, and so she's just like, I'm not sure how you know that, but no, white is not my natural hair color. Obviously it doesn't go anywhere, because it's just the side story, but, like, they play up the fact that ideally you should know some things about other routes when you do the side story, and it's got elements of both.
Mm.
Like, Rhea comes freakishly close to admitting the truth about your life, too, when you beat that, because, so I'm gonna give some spoilers if you haven't done it. I won't go into, like, detail, but, it involves a church guy as the bad guy. He's doing a thing. It also heavily features elements of Yamam, which is actually really good, because that stuff's super unresolved in the main game. Well, kind of. Rhea is actually a very reasonable figure in the DLC altogether. Like, she commits no war crimes, no genocide. She might do some information suppression. I didn't actually read it myself, but I've heard that if you check out the hidden archives in the Abyss, like the banned books library, right? Wow, you just dug that tweet up right away.
Yeah, I did.
But apparently, like, the church and thus Rhea have been suppressing things like the printing press and the telescope. Because those who slither in the dark were fucking ancient aliens type advanced and had, like, space lasers and shit. I haven't seen it myself, but apparently they have, like, sliding doors in their maps if you do other routes.
Oh, shit.
So, wacky, wild. But, like, Rhea's a really reasonable figure, and so at the end, there's a church thing, there's a guy, he turned into a horrible, gribbly monster. The final boss was a little bit of a pain in the ass. It's a 9-square beast, you know, a 3x3 who's got like 3 HP bars, so 4 HP bars. Like he refills 3 times. That was a little fucky. Like they tried to make it work. It was okay. It was just a little bit of a slog. As you would expect, Byleth did a shitload of heavy lifting.
Mm-hmm. As you do.
Though Edelgard actually got in the final blow, but that's just because the way math works out sometimes. There was a lot of my lords chipping at it, while the other characters dealt with the ads who teleport in every turn, because Fire Emblem. But at the end, you have this conversation, blah, 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 mom, blah, 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 artifacts, blah, 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 secret crests, and Rhea's like, okay, let me tell you your story. So, your mom was very frail, and you're like, okay, yeah, I figured that out. But when you were born, you acknowledge the heartbeat thing in character. You actually get to straight up ask Rhea about your heartbeat. And she's just like, yeah, no heartbeat. It was weird. Anyway, moving on. Your mom wanted you to live, so she gave you her heart, which is actually the crest of Sothis, but don't tell anybody. Don't tell anybody you know that part. And so you could live, and like it has some resolution, and like you get some honest, like almost the truth out of her.
Almost.
Like, it's still set in part 1, so obviously they can't go full-blown, because they can't disrupt anything. Mm. You only can get some interesting remarks from the various lords about things, except poor Dimitri, who's still in part 1 mode, which means he's just like, I'm not emotionally traumatized. We're great. Anyone want to punch things? It does acknowledge his freakish strength, though. Because at one point, there's basically a puzzle map where you have to, like, run through stuff and, like, close grates, but also get through grates like, closing gates on time. And at one point, like in the dialogue, he's like, not even I could bust down these doors. That's how strong they are. And then you're like, that makes you, the player, realize, oh shit, these doors are really strong. Not even Dimitri can body these doors.
Oh no.
So that's the game's excuse for why you have to do a timed puzzle to get through the doors fast. Because not even Dimitri can break them down. But overall, it's a fun experience.
Can't break these ghosts.
I'll have to see kind of how things are. I haven't started it for reals yet, but I've set up an alt file. I don't know exactly what I'm going to do. I might just do my perfect run of Crimson Flower because 1, I know it's shorter, and 2, that's just... I know that one. That one's not going to hurt me emotionally. But I do want to try it out with the new characters because obviously there's the Jaritza free download, which I never did, and you can only get him on Crimson Flower. And also you can, and you don't even have to finish out the whole thing to do it. Like, you can actually, I think, get all the characters partway through the side story, but you can recruit them all eventually. So I want to try them out and see how they go out, arrange their support setups. The only thing I'm semi-sad about is that you can't get gay married to Constance or Hoppy, even though they're both adorable. They're great. That's okay, I'll figure out something else. That said, I do appreciate that they opened up the male options. Definitely Yuri, and I think also, was it also Baltheus was also S-rankable as male Byleth? That's good, because a lot of those were kind of baity, from my understanding.
Yeah.
So, like, I appreciate they added some honest-to-goodness answers, and I can go play other matchmaker. I think I'm going to set up Yuri with Bernadetta, because they're secretly childhood friends.
Ooh.
I played the new classes, they're fun. Trickster's nuts. That's Yuri's class, so that's swords and white magic. Because it was, like, swords and staves. It was like a thief with staves in other games, so it's support white magic and also swords in this game. But they get a combat art called Foul Play, which is you get to teleport swap people.
Oh, what?
Yeah, so you can, for 0 points, 0 durability, you can just teleport, swap squares with another guy. Oh, you have an armor knight way in the back? Teleport. I did that several times. I had Yuri basically move Edelgard into position because her starting class is, like, general or something. It's armor. So it's like, it gives you new mobility options. That's pretty cool.
Call this the Adel Cannon.
Yes. Oh, I'm just gonna railgun Edelgard into the enemy formation. She just clunks into place. Hi, I'm here now. So that seems pretty fun. I want to see kind of what the options are. I might try that out myself for Byleth, because Enlightened Wind is cool, but I've always had, it's been really rough trying to, make Byleth work with, like, man, I have really good magic growth because of reasons, but also, God, I'm really good with swords. So good with swords. Holy shit, guys. So Trickster is fun. I like Warmonk. That is punching and white magic. That's Baltheus' class. So, that might actually give you something interesting to do with punching people. I also believe it's available to both genders, so you can finally punch as a woman. You can be a girl Warmonk. Because, as far as I know anyway, you, no exposed chest.
Mm-mm.
So what were you going to say?
Oh, I want to know who I need to make into a Warmonk.
So, yeah. And then the others are just, Hoppy is a Valkyrie, so she's a different form of writer caster. Writing mage. Good job. Good work, guys. And then Constance is a Dark Flyer, which is just Pegasus Knights with magic. I'm just like, thank God. Holy shit. I love it. That was a big killer in the base game, that there was no flying unit who could use spells.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I want to interrupt you real quick. Genshin Impact, I need you to fix something. If a monster gets fucking stuck on top of my fucking Geo Rock, don't make him just spawn back with full fucking health.
Oh, yeah, I've done that not on my Geo Rock, but with other things where just, like, guys would just fall over and over again into the water or something, or fall down a cliff and get stuck.
And then they'll just like, I'm gonna whoop you back. So now I have to fight this fucking thing again.
Yeah, the game has some weird ideas. Like, if you yeet somebody into, I think, like, hip-deep water, they just fucking die.
Yeah, no, I have abused that many times.
But they have some weird relationships with height stuff. Like, heck, if you get heat strokes on those towers you can't climb, it's like, even with, like, ranged mage characters, it can be really annoying to hit them. You gotta use an archer.
Yep.
Very finicky. Or climb and dive bomb them. But, yeah, so I'm gonna go back and play the main game in my spare time. I've semi-given up on Super Mario Sunshine. I played a decent amount. I got, like, 20 shines. It's a little finicky. It's a 20-year-old Mario game. I don't want to throw stones, but I understand why it's so popular, but also at the same time, and maybe I should play it more on my TV. I played it in mobile mode a lot, but it's not as bad as playing OG Super Mario 64, like, because that was just, hey, Mario's 3D now. But God, Sunshine really likes those platforming puzzles where they take away your hover thing, your water thing, and it's really kind of annoying, though, because it's just like, hey, we're going to make you do a really tightly timed platforming puzzle, but you can't use the part of the game that's super fun and that we designed to make these easier, where you can hover and shit, and jet boost, and like, okay, alright, okay. Some of them are a little finicky. I'll go back to it, but it's a little rough around the edges. Like, it's interesting to go back and play this, because I played Mario Odyssey recently, right? That's a very tight game. Like, that is a good-ass Mario game. Like, I don't have a lot of complaints other than really wanting to use Joy-Cons. And at some point I want to see how Galaxy plays in the Switch version, because that's going to be really telling, because that was motion controls, but I don't have a lot of complaints about the original Mario Galaxy. either. So, like, it's interesting to see Mario evolve over time. But yeah, I'm gonna expect maybe some occasional Fire Emblem stories.
Righto.
But okay, that was all my game stuff. So, we've been going for about an hour 40. What do you want to move on to next?
Well, I've only watched 2 animes, so let me get those out of the way
Sure, go for it.
real quick. So, only today, I have put in the time and I've watched Assault Lily Banquet, which is it's a mixed media franchise. That's right. Which basically means is, they have, different, ways of presenting stuff. Most commonly is they have figures. But recently they just came out with an anime, and it's being done by one of my favorites, Shaft. 3 episodes are out right now on Funimation. It's pretty simple. The story is, it's what you get for about a show made to sell toys. It's about a bunch of cute girls being cute with badass weapons. And as I said, they are very friendly with each other. Very friendly with each other. But as I said, the animation is good. I really like the character designs. I mentioned this in our chat earlier. Shaft took the fucking hip and thigh slider and put that shit to max. I'm like, wow, these girls' hips are literally like jutting out from beyond their shoulders. It's a little wild. There are plenty of shots of just zooming in on the thigh. You see that squish, I'm just like, Shaft, you know what I'm about. You know what I'm about. Other than that, though, it's fun. If they, I was actually looking to see, but the figures they had, they don't actually seem to have, the ones, any that I like, but I might look into it in the future, because I'm, 3 episodes in, I really like it, and I'm gonna keep watching it.
Mm-hmm.
Other show I started watching was, Wandering Witch. If you need I really can't, I don't have any screens to show you, but no, just go look up, Assault Lily. Assault Lily Banquet is the anime. But the other thing I've been watching is Wandering Witch, Tales of Alicia. I've watched all 3 episodes. It's a very laid back anime in the fact that there's not a lot of crazy things happening. Story is a girl who is mesmerized by a childhood story about a witch who travels, becomes a witch so she can travel, and she's going around seeing many things. If you all have seen Kino's Journey, it's very much like that in more than one way. Usually this seems kind of happy-go-lucky, but there's definitely a lot of darker aspects in the show that you can pay attention to. For example, in one story, the witch comes across a field of flowers and delivers them, and a girl in there asks her to deliver them to a town. Upon arriving in said town with flowers, she finds out that those flowers are illegal because they're fucking narcotic, and they drag people back to the flower field so that the flowers can feast on them. And it turns out because she brought a fucking blanket, a dude wanders out there, gets fucking eaten, and you find out that the girl that she was looking at the original was just a giant fucking plant who's sending more people into the town with her flowers to trap more people. And the witch is literally just like, this ain't my problem, I'm out. Which is something I can kind of respect. Kind of. So I like it. As I said, it adds a little bit of, it's not mindless idealism, which is a problem I have sometimes with people and characters. Actually, I don't even know. The animation's real good. I don't know who the animation studio is, actually, now that I think about it. I think it was someone fairly new, actually. Or not fairly new, but someone who doesn't. Let me look it up right now. Wandering Witch. Based off a novel. Licensed by Funimation. Oh, C2C. That's what it was.
That sounds vaguely familiar.
C2C. Let's see here. Oh, wow, they did. Let's see here. I'm looking to see. Well, they did Harukana Receive. Let's see here. Hitori, Bocchi, Wamamaru, Katsu. They've done some stuff that I know of, but nothing super big.
Yeah, some of those names you say are familiar, but I don't remember them being, big phenomena.
Let's see. Aquarion Logos. What's this one? Shachibato, Presidents, Time for Battle. That sounds funny. Yeah, but like I said, they do a good job. But I said, there's plenty more things I plan on watching. I said, I literally only haven't done it because I'm easily distracted. That's how I am.
Oh no, I understand. I've bounced through 3 things.
Yeah.
Today alone.
Mm-hmm.
And thinking about watching stuff, catching up on stuff.
Yeah,
I will say I got one of my personal watching projects done as far as anime goes.
Oh.
Since those are that was both you said of what you'd watched, right?
Yes.
Okay. Don't want to cut Lucky off. I enjoy his anime talks. But I did power through all of the 2 seasons of Inuyasha that are on Netflix, and I've started watching the movies, which are all on Netflix. I have not actually started watching Yashahime yet, because I heard that I maybe want to give it the 3-episode buffer. I've heard that the first couple episodes are kind of set up, here's how we got here. Because, like, yeah, it's been like 10 years since the anime ended, but obviously for me right now, that's a little like, nah, I remember these people. So I want to, like, give it a little bit more room to breathe. And it sounds interesting. I also have to debate what I want to do about watching the rest of the seasons, because we actually talked about this on Let's Talk, because we were talking about other things. But, guys, if you didn't know, Hulu has a shitload of anime.
Yeah.
And it's weird. Like, they've got a lot of complete licenses for stuff. Like, they've got all the 5 seasons of Inuyasha and Final Act, the kind of finishing anime they did, the final season. I believe, Lucky, you said they've got, like, all the subs of Ranma 1/2, the anime.
Yeah, they got, like, 7 seasons.
Well, yeah, that's another Takahashi, Rumiko Takahashi product. Of course, it went on for very long. It's okay, she's a gradual storyteller. I was actually quite shocked about how far Inuyasha moved in, like, 50 episodes. He learned both of his first signature moves in the first 50. Nice. I'm like, wow, I thought this was a lot longer. No. I mean, it's still kind of slow. He doesn't even learn that there's a secret technique until, like, 10 or 20 episodes after he gets the fucking sword in episode 3. Whatever. Anyway. There's some roundabout stuff. So I'm at this crossroad of, like, shit. I mean, I could add Hulu Plus to my Disney Plus subscription. I think that would only, like, raise the price by, like, $5 or something. Or I can get, like, a free trial. So I gotta, like, figure that out probably at the start of next month and decide what I want to do about that. If I want to even, like, bother going through all the seasons and stuff, too, and catch up. At that point, that would probably be, like, and then I just binge the whole season of Yashahime. But they've also got some other shows, so that's the thing I need to think about, because it's just, like, they got a lot of stuff. Like, I think they've got like the full original season of Yu-Gi-Oh! Subbed. I think they're the only people who have that license. Because I'm pretty sure Crunchyroll has all the Yu-Gi-Oh! Dubs, but just the dubs, because Yu-Gi-Oh's been kind of weird about, like, their licenses with subs and stuff. I'm not an expert, I just know that it's a weird licensing thing sometimes. But yeah, so, like, in case you guys didn't know, Hulu has a lot of anime and other stuff. I think they've got some other cartoons, too. And we talked about this for a decent amount yesterday on Let's Talk, about how weird streaming is these days with some stuff, right? Like, obviously, I'm glad Netflix has Crunchyroll does have the sub? Okay. I get contradictory terms sometimes about stuff when I do the research. It's not a big deal. Is still it's still wacky and wild. Like, there's no one straight answer about stuff.
I really wish there was sometimes.
Yeah, there's not a lot of consistency. Oh yeah, that's right, Shaman King. I forget. Are they full-blown remaking Shaman King?
I'm not sure. I forgot.
I can't remember. Okay, it's a full-blown remake, alright. Because I think I read most of the manga.
I read a lot of the manga.
I think I own the first 2 volumes of it somewhere. Thank you, Shonen Jump collection. Okay, full remake. I believe I watched all of the anime, but that was a 4Kids dub. But it was also, that had some drift from the manga. Because, like, even without 4Kids edits, the manga was more serious and more, I don't know if I'd say gory, but, like, it had some more heavy-hitting shit in it, in the manga. I'm gonna assume that, much like when they did Full Metal Alchemist and all that other stuff, this is gonna be, like, more of a beat-for-beat to the manga adaptation. Well, which will be interesting, because, Shaman King was pretty cool. I remember it fondly.
Yeah, I was reading Shaman King back, actually, when we got Shonen Jump. I could buy Shonen Jump at my 7-Eleven.
Yeah. I still have some of those old Shonen Jumps. They probably have some Shaman Kings in them.
I don't know.
Some of them are very beat up, though, because it's just magazine format.
I miss getting my monthly Jump. Ah!
Yeah, I could never afford the actual subscription as a kid, I don't think. I just would buy them, like, once a month if I could, or every other month. But I bought some full, like I said, I own a couple, like, standalone, the volume 1 and 2 of Shaman King. Because sometimes you live close to, like, a Barnes & Noble, you can pop in. Actually, don't a lot of those stores now have bigger, like, that was the thing people were talking about, like Barnes & Noble and Books A Million, whatever, have, like, way bigger, like, light novel and manga sections nowadays, don't they?
Well, yeah, that's because they're usually combined into one section, but yeah, no. Fucking, like, the Barnes & Noble I go to, I think there's, like, maybe, like, 2 or 3 shelves for, like, graphic novels, but, like, fucking, like, 10 shelves for manga/light novels.
Graphic novel's always been a weird modifier anyway, because it's like, this isn't like your monthly comic book. We're not a comic book shop, thank you very much. But, like, it's weird. But yeah, that used to be a bigger slice, and now it's definitely, like, big on that. I wonder what newspaper comics are like, because that was another thing. Was like there was always a decent section where you could buy some Calvin and Hobbes, Dilbert, Foxtrot, and stuff. Which we've got a few of those lying around the house.
I got the Calvin Hobbes.
Grew up a lot on newspaper comics.
Calvin Hobbes has always been one of my faves.
Yeah, Calvin and Hobbes is very strong. Great stuff. Had an ending even. The guy decided to retire. He had control over his merchandising. So all in all, story.
Still can't make a fucking cartoon about it.
Yeah, because that's what he said. Holding on to those rights.
Yep.
Farsight's also a great one. That can explain how weird I am. I love no objections to my family about reading Farsight, and I love Farsight as a kid. Always got the collections from my library.
Speaking of fucking comics, like newspaper comics to
Animation?
Animation. Boondocks was always a wild jump for me.
Boondocks was weird, yeah, because I remember reading that in the fucking paper, where obviously it was full of like modern political commentary, but
yeah,
there was definitely not as much cussing in the newspaper, but also it was usually just the two kids like talking about shit.
Yeah,
and then I think the creator had a lot of creative control when they decided to make the series and like keep that magic in it.
Yeah, no, guy went on to actually, what is his fucking name? I can't remember his name. It sounds kind of French, but he's black.
I'm bad with names.
I am bad with names.
We literally had this problem last night with Blyther Round. We had a couple of people rounds, and I'm like, shit, fuck, I'm terrible at names. How am I going to remember a name of a human? Wouldn't be shocked. It's 2020, so we're in that nostalgia cycle where people are remembering, the late 90s, early 2000s, which were an okay time. Actually, honestly,
it was an experimental time.
Experimental, yeah. I remember this joke, which I don't know how true it was. I'd have to like really examine it. I think there was actually some really unique shit in the 90s, but I heard some people joke about how the 90s was just we couldn't figure out how to leave the 80s, and we just tried to do that more until it became the 2000s. And then we're like, fuck, it's a new millennium, everything's different.
I can kind of understand that, yeah.
But yeah, there's a lot of loop back. What I was gonna say is actually I wouldn't be surprised if we definitely don't see an upsurge maybe when this whole thing calms down, because that was 20 years ago, though, dude. Because if y'all remember, the early 2000s were also a trying time. Like,
oh yeah,
some of y'all might not remember. You're probably too young, but like that was a whole generational defining thing that happened that we're still dealing with now. And I wouldn't be surprised if a couple decades later, like maybe not nostalgia, but like we had some serious looking back of like, hey, that was another crisis for my generation. How did that turn out? That also really fucked over airlines, oddly enough.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, it's an interesting thing to think about, the times and the rotation of stuff. It's the same with, like I said, fucking Inuyasha coming back. Like that was a late 90s, early 2000s anime, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
I think the manga was older, but like we said, took it a while to get going.
God, this means this woman has been at it for over 20 years.
Yeah, I know. She's like 60. Like she's been doing this a long time. Only consulting at least, so not taking the full brunt of the effort. God, though, now that I'm thinking about it, I'm just thinking, like, how old was she when she was doing Inuyasha? Because let me tell you, despite a lot of the no hugging, no kissing, I would argue that's a very horny manga, because I've talked about this. There's a lot of, well, in general with Takahashi's work, there's a lot of topless ladies. Like,
oh yeah, no, like fucking Ramen 1.5 was that was my first manga. I got volume 2, and I was like, oh, this seems cool. It's a comic. It's like there's titties in this. I was like,
yeah, I remember I got this from my local library, and there was no objection. But like, yeah, no, it's like there's not a lot of high detail, and at least with Ranma, it kind of makes sense, at least because a decent chunk of that is just fan service on Girl Ranma, because whatever, tits, I don't care. I'm a dude. But like, no, if I've read some of the earlier volumes of Inuyasha, so it's like definitely like Yuri the Hare in the first one. I think in the manga, Centipede Lady, like the very first yokai, was like actually drawn with nips, as opposed to just being weirdly topless. You don't get a full view in the anime, but in her first appearance, Kagura of Wind is like, Inuyasha immediately blows her top off. It gets exploded by the wind scar. So you can see her back, of course. Her back. Also a lot of side boob in the anime. But no, like, it's just, thinking about it, there was a decent amount of horny energy back then. It's interesting. Interesting thoughts.
No matter the age, horny on main is a big energy.
That is how we do it, yeah. It's a whole thingus.
Actually, Omega, if we're done with this topic, maybe, you mind if we take a break for a bit?
Yeah, we can take a break, because I think we've been going for almost 2 hours. I think we gotta do our Dresden thing. So let's take a fiver.
Yeah, let's take a 5.
Alright, we're back.
Woo!
It's rolling.
Did you miss us?
It's rolling. Lucky immediately is clanking his bowl.
Yeah,
Bowl
I'm
clinker.
hungry.
No, that's fair. Okay, alright. Well, before the break, we said what we would do was we would talk about Dresden Files, because we've been holding on to that one for a little bit.
My bad.
And you've also yourself been holding on, because you finished it like a Monday, Tuesday?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Yeah, so it's been a little bit. You said you were going to finish it right away after the show, and you did. Funny how that works. Okay.
Yeah.
So we should preface this with, hey, if you are not caught up on the Dresden Files and you care, go away now. You maybe don't even need to come back, because I don't know if we're going to talk about anything else, because we've already been recording for 2 hours, and it's like almost 10 o'clock at night. But, yeah, here be monsters, last stop on the train, all that stuff. Okay. So, how do you want to approach this, Lucky? Do you want to talk about peace talks first, or talk about them both at once?
Well, we're probably going to have to talk to them as a whole, because literally they are basically 2 parts to one story.
It was clearly written as, and I've told the story before, like, I think Jim was approaching it to his editors, and they realized, like, hey, this book's really long, make it 2 books. So, it was split. We talked about that before. So, yeah, Peace Talks is the only Dresden Files book I know of that ends with a flat-out cliffhanger.
Mm-hmm. Now, again, I mentioned this when we spoke about it last week, but one of the weird things I found about Peace Talks and Battlegrounds is some of the information in the story is reliant on you reading some of the side stories. Now, it's one of those things of it's not required, but you won't know, like, what some characters will be talking about unless you have.
Yeah, there's a certain amount of payoff. River Shoulders, for instance, makes his first big on-screen appearance in a core novel.
Yes.
He was alluded to in Skin Game when we meet the Janosqua.
Mm-hmm.
But he doesn't appear on screen. Now, obviously, Jim did release a B is for Big... I think it's just Bigfoot Trilogy? Like, He collected all 3 short stories into a standalone publication, and they're also reprinted in the short story collections. So, like, that's still decently accessible, but you're right. You wouldn't have any idea who that character was, other than some allusions other than the fact that I'm pretty sure in previous novels, Harry Dresden's dropped the line, oh yeah, I helped a Bigfoot once, he's cool.
Yeah, he's talking about Bigfoot, yeah.
But sometimes he does that about cases that aren't short stories, so.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, that is one thing I think I can kind of... It's both a positive and negative, right? Like, I want to praise it for it because I am caught up on those short stories, but I can see how it could be annoying.
And other 2 stories, Bombshell and Cold Case is very important.
Yes, Cold Case is very important.
For figuring out how Molly is and what the fuck happened to Ramirez and why he might be a little
spicy. He's a spicy Ramirez.
A very spicy Ramirez.
Yeah, and I already knew Cold Case before, so I understood why Ramirez is in his 90s anti-hero phase.
Mm-hmm.
But you're very right that without that context, you're kind of like, weren't you a wise ass when I last saw you?
Mm-hmm. And Bombshell helps explain why Molly's in type with Svartelves.
Yeah, and I honestly, short stories in general do a lot to set up the Svartelves, who become kind of a big deal.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, there's in the first Bigfoot book, the first Bigfoot short story, there's actually a Svartelf guy in it.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, there's a lot of these little tips and tricks and things that go on. Like, they're not required, but they do help set up some stuff. Like,
yeah.
I think you can get the impression for a lot of this without them, but if you know the stuff from the short stories, there's a lot of payoff, which is what a lot of people are praising the two parts for. There's a lot of payoff. Like, dude, fucking Pharaohvax comes back. We have literally not seen that dragon man, since Grave Peril. Since number 3.
Yes.
And this is... Oh, shit. What are these numbers? Is it 16, 17?
Oh.
I'll pull it up.
Yeah. Dresden Files Wiki.
DresdenFiles.com/fandom.
1617.
Yeah, it was 1617. So, yeah, no. That's a slow Hail Mary pass, right?
Hang on. Yeah, that came out July 30th, 2005. 15 years ago.
Yeah. Now, obviously, that wasn't the intent for it to take quite so long, but still, like... So, overall, there's a lot of callbacks.
Mm-hmm.
And there's stuff that also requires you to be paying attention to the last couple novels in general, right? Like the Fomor plot kind of died in the background for a while. Like that's doesn't come up hardly. Well, no, there's some Octokongs in Skin Game.
Mm-hmm.
That's where Harry coins his name, but they're not as much of a feature of Cold Days and Skin Game as they were like when they were introduced in Ghost Story and other side stories. So they kind of come back to focus.
Like, interestingly enough, the Fomors actually seemed kind of a background villain to me until I started reading some of the fucking side stories. Because in a lot of the side stories, the Fomor are just all up in everyone's fucking business.
Well, yeah, I think that was kind of the theme of the, well, it's a power vacuum thing. After changes, the Red Court go away. We're in spoilers talk, I'll say it. They fucking die.
They die.
Which is this situation is directly compared to Chichen Itza. But that leaves a huge power gap, which is the Fomor, which are kind of a aquatic elf giant catch-all race, because the Fomorians are very poorly understood in Celtic mythology. But the Fomor faction is basically all the rejects who got shoved into the sea, because we keep doing that.
Mm-hmm.
But they come back to fill the gap, and like we said, they're, for big power players like Harry Dresden and the White Council, they're annoying and potentially dangerous, but are not hardliners. Like, they don't go all out until this story for reasons. But you're right. What's it? Even Hand is the John Marcone short story, where like he deals with them doing some stuff. They're a big feature in Ghost Story. We start to see them in Aftermath, like, and they consistently pop up. They're a pretty big deal.
Yeah. So, so that's the setup. Like, basically, there's a lot of things that have been leading up to Peace Talks, because Peace Talks starts off Harry Dresden, wizard, father, kind of a mooch.
Wizard, father, brother, general dude.
Yeah,
there's some important things there.
Finally, has moved off Demon Reach and trying to get some sort of life back together. I said Day at the Zoo, by the way, fucking great. 3 separate stories about the same thing.
Yeah, it's great. Also importantly, we talk about like father, right? Like that was a big deal to him, and especially in Skin Game, was him coming to terms with like, can I be around my kid?
Mm-hmm.
Which in Peace Talks is a major theme.
Oh,
he's like, no, fuck you. I will be around my kid.
Yeah. What did he name the new spirit of intelligence? Fuck.
Banea.
Here's something that I will say irks me a little bit. Banea, shows up in maybe like the first, few bits of Peace Talks. You don't hear about her ever again for like full 2 books. Harry doesn't even give her a thought.
Yeah, it's a little. I think it's a writing thing. Like I'm wondering if that's because we like we said earlier, Jim kind of doubled down and split the book.
Mm-hmm.
So I believe the way it was phrased was he basically came up with a B plot to be the climax of Peace Talks, like the internal climax, not the cliffhanger. Yeah. And then split up the side characters and the background arcs between the 2 books, and then came up with a much bigger action climax to fill out Battlegrounds.
Yeah.
So, like, I'm wondering if that restructuring, because that is the thing about Battlegrounds is, honestly, he doesn't think a lot about a lot of people other than certain crisis moments. Like, yeah, there's some big things, there's some big moments, but in general, he's busy working. Like, there's some shit to do, so... And I really like the way it's written, because it's very action-packed. But yeah, no, there are a lot of characters that just don't come up, and Harry just doesn't comment on.
Yeah. But, so, it starts off, they're in the Svartalv embassy, because Molly did them a solid, and he got a sweet apartment.
Which I believe is described in Cold Days as, parts of it are implicitly modeled after Harry's old apartment.
Yes. Making pancakes with Mouse... Mouse, Maggie, and Banea, and... as a character, I fucking love Banea because she's a spirit of intellect who has all the knowledge, but she basically has the mindset of a child, so she'll just blurt out shit.
Mm-hmm. She's got computer child vibes, which is very fun.
It is very fun.
She has a good relationship with Maggie, which I appreciate.
Yes.
It's not weird. They're
the thing that like I actually want to know is, what does Harry and Maggie actually think of her? Does Harry think of her just as a spirit? Does he think of her as some sort of like daughter?
I mean, I think he Well, especially in Skin Game, there's some very strong familial ties. I feel like maybe that's just the way this writing is. Like, I think he refers to her as definitely as a child and as maybe as his child a couple of points in here, like when describing her. I don't know. I think Jim Butcher has said that he's planning a YA series that will focus on Maggie and Mouse, so maybe that's why Bonea's not as big a deal in the core stories, because I feel like that would be a place where she comes up.
Yeah, I could see that.
That would build a pretty good trio of main characters where, Maggie would probably be the center stage as she deals with whatever's going on in her life. That's definitely perfectly normal. Mouse is the, experienced one, but he's a fucking dog, so, like the short story at the end where Harry holds up the instructions, he's just like, Mouse, help me build this bike.
And Mouse just picks up parts, hands them to Harry, and just like...
And Harry's just like, gotta use thumbs. And then Bonea's like the smart one.
Mm-hmm.
We'll see. I don't know what the publishing plans are in future, because obviously it was a lot of work to get Peace Talks and Battlegrounds out.
Oh, yeah. But, so, as I said, Peace Talk starts off like every Dresden, almost every Dresden file of, things are okay, and then things are rapidly not okay.
Yeah.
Harry literally gets hit with, a triple whammy of obligations that he has to fucking deal with.
Well, and it's got one of those classic Jim Butcher Dresden Files opening lines, where they're having... The scene is described. Oh, yeah. They're having a lovely morning out. Two brothers, having a jog. And what does Thomas do? In the middle of his morning run, he fucking poleaxes Harry with, yo, dude, my girlfriend's pregnant. And Harry's just like, brother, man, broski, brosif. Why did you ruin my fucking morning this way?
And it's
you couldn't wait till we were done?
And it's definitely interesting to see Harry on now this side of the fence of, all right, so now I am the father one telling you that it's like, nah, this is gonna be okay. You just gotta be there, man. Be there, man.
Yeah, for once, Harry, who is the younger brother, gets to play the more mature experience to Thomas, who usually opinions between much more freewheeling or much more world weary than Harry is, which is wild considering that Harry's been through a lot. But still, that's usually how their relationship was. Like, Thomas is the more experienced. He's seen some things, done some stuff.
Mm-hmm.
He can't, shoot fireballs or anything, but he's like, I've been around.
Mm-hmm.
And then to kind of see that reverse. Oh, but the way that reverse plays out, too. Ooh. Stuff, things. We'll circle back to that one, I think. Much like the story did.
Yeah, Jesus. So they drop that, he drops that bomb on him. And let's see, there's a lot of talking, but I think the three things that pretty much happen. One, first, the big thing is there's going to be a fucking Peace Talks in Chicago.
Yep.
So that means, and everyone is showing up, and everyone
all the accorded nations,
and everyone wants Harry to be there in some capacity because he got a lot of fingers in pie. Surprisingly,
yeah, that's a big theme of these two books that I find kind of interesting. That it's funny how that plays out, and even Harry calls this out earlier because one of his minor sub-crises is also the White Counselor considering voting him out.
Yep.
But also on top of that, until he gets voted out, he's still a practicing warden, so they want him there as part of security because he's their big scary asshole.
Mm-hmm.
Which was a major theme of his relationship with the warden since he joined.
Yeah.
So they want him there in his capacity as that, so that he can do that stuff.
And liaison with the Winter Court.
Mm-hmm. Because he's also still Winter Knight, which means he is Mab's personal champion, hitman, gopher guy.
Yeah. Real talk. I just want to fucking say this. And I will get to this. I fucking love Mab and Lara in these books.
Yeah, it's been a while since actually, I don't know if we've ever heavily seen them together, but
yeah.
Mab does a stellar performance in these two stories. It's really interesting to see her kind of, big bad queen of the evil fairies, new boss kind of look back and forth. It's been a whole thing,
mm-hmm.
which they explicitly comment on several times in this.
Yeah, but Mab's like, you're my knight. It's like, you're gonna do some stuff. Here's Laura Wraith. She got 3 favors. And Laura's like, you mine, son. And Harry's just like, oh no.
And it doesn't come back in Battlegrounds because of reasons, but there's a lot of tension in Peace Talks where he's like, yeah, so this means Lara Wraith can just have me die anytime she likes, because Lara's been out of the picture for a while, but Not since Turncoat. That's right. I had to think of names. Which was the one pre-changes.
Mm-hmm.
Like I don't think White Court's been a major player since then. That was book 11. No, they were a big deal, but there was some certain mutual understanding in that story, and I think Lara kind of comes to the conclusion like she understands how Harry Dresden operates. And Harry Dresden kind of understands how Laura Wraith operates.
Well, honestly, they even talk about this in the story. While they're definitely enemies, they're not on unpleasant terms. Harry says this to Laura. I can't remember where, but it sticks with me because I find it absolutely hilarious. He's like, "Damn it, Laura, you're my favorite frenemy."
Yes, they have a frenemy relationship. I think at another point, I'm not even sure if it's in this book, but at another point he describes her as the nicest monster he knows, something like that. The White Court are horrible, soul-sealing monstrosities with oodles of political and social influence, but they're not the worst people he knows. And which is really saying something in the way the Dresden Files works.
And Laura in particular has a very, very strong value in family.
Yeah, Laura... God, I didn't even remember who even heard his first name. Lord Wraith.
Yes.
Who is technically still alive. He really fucked that one up because, as far as I can tell, he seems to have instilled in all of his children a certain amount of faux honor.
Mm-hmm.
Which Lara really takes personally. She has very... Also, it may be just because she's constantly bumming around martial cultures. I think in this book she talks about how, oh yeah, I was in Japan when it was closed for a little bit. That's where I picked up my skill with the naginata. And at other points, I think in a different book, she talks to Captain Lucio of hey, I remember dancing and dueling with you in Renaissance Italy. Functional immortals, guys. It's wild. But no, Laura seems to have a strong code of honor and, like you said, a very strong attachment to family. She actually honestly believes that. That's not an act.
Yeah.
And it drives her to do... It makes her nicer, but it also drives her to do dumb things sometimes.
But, that's something that Harry can relate to. And since they have a common point in a brother, they can work together on some points. Although it has... once I got to the end, I'm just all like, oh no, man, done. We'll talk about that.
The fucking conclusion. Also, again, talking about how Laura Wraith is not a complete horrible monster. It hurts me even to think about. But among the many other great tragedies of Harry Dresden's life, he's lost another loved one, and immediately after that, Rab is like, "Hey, cool, BT Dubs. We're gonna lock this alliance in, and you're going to get Fairy Tale married to Lara Wraith right now." And even Lara is like, "Oh, great Queen of Air and Darkness, that's totally not right. We need to have a period of courtship and mourning. I need at least a year and a day." She phrases it like she needs the time.
Mm-hmm.
Though I think she also phrases it like, this mook has to, court me, okay? It's not political for me just to get hitched.
Molly was in there, too, being like, whoa, 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 whoa.
No, I again, we're in spoiler zone, but I'll throw it out there. I love Winter Lady Molly. She's achieved all new levels of scarifying competence, but also is still Whittle Babu Molly.
Mm.
I hope we solve this later, because I still have no idea how her parents found out, though they know people, I guess. But, I love how she's angsting for, 4 books about telling her parents, hey, I'm an evil fairy now. It's great. And just, her dad knows. It's great. You still
here's the thing, oh my god, the Carpenters. I fucking love the Carpenters. See, the Carpenters is something to sign me. And in a lot of stories, when people are finding are fucking troubled or something, they go to, the church and they look, up at the Stephen Chris. No, Harry Dresden just goes to the fucking Carpenters.
I mean, hey, he's very likely to run into an archangel there if it matters. But also, yes, no. Whenever he needs spiritual guidance, I think it's a very strong sense about Harry Dresden as a person. Harry's about people, not institutions. He said this before. He's not opposed to the Almighty, to Yahweh on a philosophical level. He just has concerns with how the man runs his operation.
Mm-hmm.
But he understands and trusts Michael Carpenter to have his back, and he does. He's Maroc.
Yep.
I own the fucking book. I should pull it out. I should look up the exact line at the end. Keep going if you want to go on that point.
But, just anytime, Harry's in trouble or he just doesn't know what to fucking do, he ends up at the Carpenters. If only just to go talk to Michael for a little bit And Michael will usually have something to say. I don't think there's ever been a moment where Michael was just like, I don't fucking know, man.
Yeah.
And I will say, though, another spoiler, guess what? Because of all the shit that goes down, and because Harry is that much more scarier, they do totally kick him out of the White Council. And that actually pissed off Michael, that this man of God, swore so much.
Yeah,
that
I'm trying to look for exactly what he says.
And then he
just says, those fuckers, in italics.
and then just keeps going.
Yeah.
And Harry is just shook. But...
Well, and they deserve it.
They deserve it.
Sorry, I'm far away, audience. I'm putting my...
Well, like I said, that's the thing about the White Council. The White Council is like... And at the end of the day, they're looking only out for themselves and their own interests. Yeah. They like to believe that there's some great force of good, but they're just a great force.
Well, and there's an interesting thing. I think I read this comment somewhere where, like, when this plot comes up that they're going to kick him out, like, it's kind of torn between, like, on the one hand, some people see it as like, well, the conservative elements have always hated Harry's guts because he's a lone gunman, out on his own, and he was. At least previously, and I don't know how much it's changed, but he used to be well respected by a lot of the younger wizards and wardens and the apprentices who aren't wizards yet. Like,
oh yeah, because he took on like a mentor leadership role for a lot of them,
and also he does the fire from the hip lone gunman kind of thing. We're talking, Lone Ranger kind of shit that those wizards want to do because they're young and involved in the world.
Mm-hmm.
So like there was some wonder about, was it a political move? Some people were like genuinely concerned that he's gone wrong. And then there's also the idea that it's a, Black Council dark op. Also, hey, it's probably all three.
Yeah, probably.
Because White Council. Like, it's probably the Black Council pushing people because there's an evil conspiracy out there. But also, yes, certain conservative elements of the White Council don't like Harry. And also, Carlos isn't entirely wrong. Harry does do some fucked up shit in his day job and doesn't tell people about it because it's interesting to see the character drift. Like, when this started, Harry was the guy that people don't tell things. Fuck, in this story, he's still the guy they won't tell things. Listen to Wynn's like, dude, I can't tell you about being Starboard. And Harry's like, really? Really? And he's like, no, I'm serious. I actually can't. I gotta think about this and plan it. And that's what makes Harry go, okay, I guess you're not just fucking with me. That's actually a big deal, right?
But no, like everyone else, like again, my kid was like, we want your secrets, but we won't tell you ours. And... Yes.
Though I do like that halfway through Peace Talks, when the Hounds of Tindalos come out, the corner hounds, Ebenezer is like, all right, boy, we gotta teach you how to be Starboard. And he's like, right fucking now? Really? And he's like,
also, I find this the most mundane yet incredible thing in his fucking list of problems is fucking getting conjuritis.
Yes, he gets the magical version of the cold. And I love how every other character knows this is the thing but him. And they're just like, really? Conjuritis at your age? Though, overall, that's kind of a sad sequence, but the fucking callbacks with the Black Court, he fucking sneezes an anvil on somebody, and it calls back to Blood Rights for my next trick, anvils. Ah,
yeah. God. Doesn't he actually? I can't remember. Doesn't he actually say it or something?
Yes, in Blood Rights, when he crushes he channels the entropy curse to crush a Black Court vampire with a frozen turkey out of nowhere. He says, for my next trick, anvils, and then I believe in Battleground, when he sneezes and conjures an anvil, he actually is like, for my next trick, anvils. Like, he makes it pay back. Like, God. So classic.
So, like, Harry Dresden has a lot of shit going on. He has conjuritis. He owes three favors to Laura Wraith. Mm-hmm. His brother is freaking out a little bit about his baby.
Mm-hmm.
Matt
it's a good thing apparently that the White Court live so long, and also I guess Lord Wraith fucked a lot because there are a lot of wraiths running around because apparently, like Thomas explains, that's a whole thing, like having a White Court vampire baby.
Mm-hmm.
Like it's a whole move.
Mm-hmm. Let's see here. So conjuritis, that's
well, and then. So first he meets with his grandpa, and he talks about grandpa things and getting the peace talks. And then before the peace talks even start, we get the kicker, the turn, right, in peace talks, where apparently Thomas orchestrated an assassination attempt against the Lord of the Svartalfs and got caught, and it's bad. It's real bad.
Now, this is another reason why I liked Bombshell for granted, because Thomas had tried infiltrating once before and got caught, but this was just as a spy, as intelligence, and he literally just had to fuck all the Svartels.
Yeah, Svartelves look like little gray aliens, but apparently they're super fucking horny.
Yeah, from what I understand, the females don't look as bad. If I understand this right.
Yeah, they're kind of proportioned more like a Keebler elf than what you'd expect from a noble Nordic dark elf. But yeah, still, they're a little weird. They're weird.
And Thomas was all like, "Oh, my punishments." This time though, no, they just literally beat him within an inch of his life, literally an inch.
And honestly, like on the one hand, I remember reading this, and I don't know if I talked about it to you, but this is a rough scene to read because you know how much of a big deal Harry is. Like he'd be kind of fucked, but at the same time, I get the feeling like I don't think those Svartels realized how close they came to the end of their fucking world. Like when they're trying to secure Harry's guests, his kid and his babysitter, who is a carpenter. And they're being a little edgy because they have weird earth magic stuff, and like Mouse is scaring them, which lets Harry know there's a real serious business. Like you can tell from Harry's internal monologue that like those fuckboys are like 5 seconds from a disintegration.
Yeah.
And I honestly don't know if they picked up on it. Like there's some things they say and some moves they make that I don't know if they were trying to goad Harry into an international incident or what, but like
I don't think they were, because as I said, as far as as they are pretty decent people,
It's true. I think actually that's right. I was thinking about that. They're also described as honor bound.
Yeah.
Which is why they're so mad at Thomas, because of honor reasons, but still. Like I don't think they realized how close a nerve they hit with Harry, Dresden, Winter Knight, and Apocalypse Machine.
Yeah. Apocalypse Cop.
I mean, that's really, like, this just throws on yet another ticket this man has punched. Like, dismantle an entire vampire court. He got to hang, he gives his fucking resume to that Jotun.
Yeah, that was a great moment.
I love that. I also love the Jotun's response.
I survived the fight with Odin's son. He's just like, fuck.
Harry's just like, God, shit, fuck. This guy's good. But like he lists out his fucking resume where he, upended vampire courts. He's punched out much higher class wizards and sorcerers than himself.
Stole things from the Vault of Hades.
Yes, he pulled one over on Nicodemus Arcleon several times. And he ends the book with again, spoiler zone. He ends the book with punching a literal capital G type deity in the nose and throwing her in a jail cell. Like, there was a lot of work to get to that point, but he still was Triggerman. So, like, yeah, he's got a big fucking resume. And again, you just see this with the part we talked about, where, like, this, when Ramirez is like, you've been kicked out, you can't be a wizard anymore, and you're gonna submit to random inspections, or we'll fucking shoot you. And Harry's just like, no. No.
Just fucking try it.
And when you do try it, remember literally the past 17 books. Basically. just, like, I don't think Harry holds anything against Ramirez personally. Like, he even tells him, just stay out of my way, I'll stay out of your way, Chief. Like,
I think Harry has regrets, though.
Well, yeah, Harry has regrets because he really wished he could have clued in Ramirez sooner, but it wouldn't have worked out. And it really wouldn't have.
Well, no, because Ramirez is a warden, and he's a good person, and good people don't... Like, here's the thing. Like, as much as Harry is a force for good, he operates in matters of gray. He really does.
Yeah, and he, especially we see in the past couple, ever since he became Winter Knight, basically, he is very much doing the classic thing of, like, using the devil's tools to tear down his house kind of thing. Like, yeah. Like, he has a very destructive, arguably very evil, at the very least uncivilized power source that he turns to constructive ends. And sometimes doesn't. And again, like, that's what everyone in the White Council is worried about. It's like, you're in bed with, you've been laying him, you literally did fuck Maeve, although he will not describe it as such. No. You do not have sex with a fucking, what did he call it with? You don't have sex with a thunderstorm. Yeah. Or make love to a blizzard. It was very poetic, but also... Yeah. Ooh. But,
Yeah, but Ramirez is, very on that side of white, dutifully reporting.
Yeah, he's definitely got that white knight vibes. Like he's a cowboy cop too, but he's still a cop, right?
Mm-hmm.
Whereas this is basically that end scene is basically the equivalent of him telling him that the White Council wants Harry's gun and badge. You're a loose cannon, Dresden. I'm glad we can make light of all this because it's gosh.
It's
speaking
hard.
of wardens, fuck that scene
so...
in this fucking cemetery. Damn.
I can't believe they busted out. We're jumping all over about, but we'll get there through things sequentially eventually. But yeah, no, they fucking busted out Dracul.
Yeah, that was another trigger pull. It's just like, oh fuck, shit, it's Dracul,
not Dracula.
Dracul, Dracula's dad. Oh, and then you're like, oh shit, he's cool. Like he starts by being a certified Billy badass and self-aware.
Mm-hmm.
Like he's fucking he ends the scene by going, now Dresden, this is where I would normally offer you the dark gift of immortality because you're pretty smart and cool, but after being with you for like 5 minutes, I can't stand you, so fuck off.
So great.
Oh, it's great.
I do love that in that 5 minutes, Dracul probably understood Harry better than most of his fucking opponents.
Well, we also learned that Dracul is also Starborn, so maybe that's why.
Maybe.
Maybe he gets him. That's probably gonna be where that turns out is like, that's gonna be like one of the many possible roads of Harry Dresden of like, oh yeah, I was Starborn, I did all kinds of stuff. Decided, fuck it, I'm just gonna be evil.
We'll
see. I think Mirror Mirror is still supposed to be next.
The what?
I think Mirror Mirror is still supposed to be the next book.
Yeah, I know, but it's definitely a plot point that left off Dracul and the 2 captured wardens for the Black Court.
Nope, that's not gonna be fun when that comes back in 2 to 3 books.
Who knows? Maybe they can. Maybe Harry and Ramirez can reconcile a little bit over that, because Harry was definitely super fucking mad over that.
No, Harry was. I like how that kind of starts and concludes, because that basically starts with, I said this before when Peace Talks first came out, but that starts with that scene with that line I fucking love, where Harry's just like quietly to himself, Harry, these kids might be here to hurt you.
Mm-hmm.
Like, and it could have been, and there was like a lot of stuff going on, but like they turn it into, all right, hey, I need 5 to 6 badasses to go take care of a problem. Oh god, fucking toot toot. The enemy has sneakily snuck in a sneak behind us. What are they sneaking? God, I don't know, but it's sneaky. Shit.
Toot what? How did you become so fucking effective? Oh my god.
She's my girlfriend. I am not. I will take your teeth when you die. She loves me for me, guys. Oh, it's so good. But no, like that turns with them basically going out in a blaze of glory together, which is, it's good but sad good. Like they turned it around, but at the same time, fuck. And goddamn Chandler, he's got thrown into fucking space. We don't even know. We don't even know. But yeah, okay, we were going through this kind of sequentially. So Peace Talks kicks into the turn when Thomas is incapacitated, captured, and Harry has to fucking leave his house again.
Yeah. So he drops Maggie off with the Carpenters, and the Carpenter's like, no problem, we missed her. We shall give her love.
And he's like, cool, I need you to watch her because, click, click, shit's about to get real. And then he goes and talks to Justine about stuff.
Yep.
Which I probably need to reread those sections for reasons.
Well,
honestly, this is the, spoilers, this is the same trick that happened in Cold Days, but that's one of those things where you need to reread the whole fucking series now and look for the signs, the symbols. Yeah. When did it happen? How did it happen? Wait, shit. Is Justine ever in close contact with Maeve?
Again,
or Leah?
No.
Actually, I just realized that's the thing I missed. Was Leah in this at all?
I can't think of a. The what?
Sorry, we broke up a little. I was asking if Leah was in this at all in this 2 books.
Leah. Who's Leah?
Leon She?
No.
Yeah, she wasn't. Was she off? I guess she was probably off doing map stuff.
Yeah. Like I said, because I remember this because I remember seeing, like, last I heard of Leah was in Bombshell. I didn't, because I would have remembered her in the other 2. I mean, she's probably somewhere around there smacking the shit out of something.
Yeah. Who knows?
But yeah, no. So they find out some stuff. Harry finds out some stuff from Justine. Not a lot, and decides, I guess I better go talk to Laura.
I think, but first he does my favorite callback, which is he's like, but I gotta put a guy on Justine.
Yes.
And he calls his good friend, his good buddy, Goodman Gray. I
love the conversation. It's all like, I kind of jump for you. I'm not that interested. It has a cute girls. I'm a bit more interested. It's like,
Coopin Gray's really great.
he is really great. Does jobs for a dollar.
If they're good, anyway.
Mm-hmm. But goes to visit Laura. They have sexual tension. Good job, Winter Mental.
Which is a thing because does he go to see Murph first? I think he does. That's right, because he gets that scene with the wardens, which causes some awkwardness after Laura, which is after going to see Murphy. Because what does Harry do when he's in trouble? He starts with the Carpenters. His next stop is to go see his girlfriend.
Mm-hmm.
At which point, so they have some sexy times.
I don't think they actually had sexy times because
that was after, I believe. They do get interrupted because
here's the next thing.
Yeah, the next thing. Our favorite fuckboy Rudolph is back.
Oh my god. I need a worse term than fuckboy for Rudolph.
I don't got anything, but yeah, he's a fuckboy, and that's also one of the lingering threads.
Mm-hmm.
We'll just see if he's learned his lesson. Anyway, there's an internal affairs investigation because of the skin game thing with the terror attack in the bank account, and the Dresden was probably there, and Murphy helped him at certain points, and they're coming after him and her, and she's just like, "Have a nice day," because the other IA cop with Rudolph is an okay dude. He's all right. We see this later. He's okay.
He's solid. He's an oak, literally.
Mm-hmm. Very solid roots. But yeah, so that sets out yet our next thing. Which is also somebody's put the fucking cops on Harry Dresden. Again, the man can't catch a break.
No, he can't.
I think I talked about this when the book first came out and you weren't very far in, where it's just like, by the time we get about chapter 4, Harry's dealing with like 5 or 6 whole things. Full-blown whole things. And it's just a classic return to form.
We did mention at one point Ebenezer comes by the Sparkholm Embassy, meets Maggie, and wants to fucking hide her away, and Dresden's just like, no. You fucked up. I didn't.
Yeah, this starts the tension with his grandpa about stuff, which thankfully comes to a head in this book.
I don't think it's been fully resolved, but...
No, but it comes to a head, and they are professional by the time we get to Battlegrounds.
Yeah.
Like I said, professional, yeah. Ebenezer manages to actually, like, put aside his baggage, and, like, I think he literally at one point is like, listen, we gotta go to work. We got work stuff to do. Which is cool. Cool of him. Good of him. Had to get some climax out. But yeah, so they have some differences of opinion on parenting, which Harry has legit points, which is that, hey, the last time I tried to hide my kid away, somebody got into the information network and tried to turn her into a whole thing to murder me. And also you.
Yeah. And, he didn't straight out say it, but, Harry definitely was leaning on you tried to save her. So I don't know what the fuck you think this is, how this actually helps.
Yeah, basically, he's like, yeah, your plan didn't actually work out with my mom, Grandpa. Because he knows what is a thing that Ebenezer McCoy doesn't know for a long time in there is also that, despite his weird tension with White Court vampires, Margaret Le Fay definitely did the big dating what daddy hates thing.
Mm-hmm.
And, like, even had a kid, which was, like, a whole thingus.
Who knows? Maybe she was, pissed that her dad was trying to hide her away from everything and fucking rebelled. Who fucking knows? Mm-hmm. We won't know because she's dead. Good job, Grandpa.
I mean, I get the impression throughout the 2 books that, like, Ebenezer's also concerned about Harry because Harry's put himself in the same place that his mom did, where, like, he's constantly on the outs with everybody who's, like, supposed to be good and just.
Yeah, well, it'd help if the people who are supposed to be good and just were up in front with him. They're not.
Yeah, no. It's kind of a circular thing where, like, this is why Ebenezer wasn't involved with council politics for years. Because he, like, didn't want to be, because he understands that they're a bunch of stuck-up assholes.
Yeah, they are.
But, the kid got him back in.
Mm-hmm. But, so there's a lot of arguing and whatnot, and as I said, they're both just button heads.
Right, this is why he goes to see Murphy, because Murphy's the only person he can talk to who has experience with family.
Yes.
Because she also has, she has that experience with her sister and mother.
What you mean about?
I'm just humming about stuff we're going to talk about later. That's going to come up too, isn't it?
Yeah.
So suck. Yeah. Anyway.
Yeah. So
sexual tension. Lara Wraith.
Yep. They do some bow fighting. Harry calls Laura a succubus, and that seems to please her. Again, like,
she's very classy.
She's very classy. Like, I really do like I said, Lucky isn't shy. How he prefers his villainous ladies. He prefers villainous ladies, and Laura is, I think, she's powerful but not conceited. I think the best way to do it.
And there's there's a little bit of the like, oh, I didn't always used to be this way kind of thing, right? Like she's got, well, White Court vampires are fundamentally half human, so she's still a person most of the time, and so she has people problems and relationships.
Like, when they're talking about the hunger, it's like I can use it when I want to, and sometimes when I don't want to.
Yeah, she kind of once again gives Harry the talk about that, where it's like, I can use it when I want to, but also I'm not in control of that all the time, so stuff happens, basically.
Yeah.
Because Harry's like, hey, could you not try and suck my soul out my pants?
Because that's the big thing is, it's contact and central tension that lets them feed, and if they feed on you, well, it's a fucking addiction.
Though Harry would be shielded for reasons.
For reasons, but he still doesn't want to do it.
Well, yeah, no, because also he has certain concerns about certain parts of his spirit brain. Because Winter Court's a lot of big boy lizard brain shit, which is actually really weird considering something that Mab talks about later. But I guess that's why. Well, we can talk about the metaphysics later. Anyway, so that's his first conversation with Laura, and his first bad conversation with the wardens.
Yeah, because after that, they stop him, and there's like, why did you go visit Laura? And then they're like, he has had sex with one person. Did you have sex with Laura? And he's just like, you guys really should not be talking, billing into my personal life. Harry, they got to you. They're in your mind, Harry. The Winter Court. The fucking White Court. You're compromised, Harry. You're compromised. And he's like, Harry's like, okay, maybe I'm a little compromised, but not to the degree that you fucking.
But yeah, he's like, okay, I may have some interesting working relationships, guys, but he's at this point throughout Peace Talks and Battlegrounds, Harry Dresden is basically saying, guys, I'm too old for this shit. I've been doing this for like 20 years, for 17 books, 16 to 17 books. I'm over it. This was good for Harry 20 years ago. This does not fly for me.
And people wonder why he has problems with authority figures. Because they keep trying to tell him what to do.
Well, yeah, it's because you're never older than the White Council is the problem.
Nope.
Even though he's older than all of these punk-ass wardens. That's why he calls them kids. That's where the narration comes from. He's like, because they are. They're respectful because, and they know what he's like. I think, this is not in this book, but he talks about Wild Bill at one point. It was like, Wild Bill saw me do something scary once. Ever since then, he's been very respectful. Which is actually, honestly, really interesting because I think that was in the moment when Harry was possessed by Lashiel's shadow, but that wasn't known. That's never been known to basically anybody.
I think he only told Michael.
Yeah, basically. So, yes, he had anger issues at the time, but as far as anybody knows publicly, that was just perfectly normal Harry Dresden. Because that was pre all the other shit. Though, obviously, there's a lot of scary stuff. That's a great sequence in Turncoat. Oh, I should listen to Turncoat again. Actually, fuck it. I need to load up my MP3 player with something new. I listened to an X-Wing book for reasons. I should probably just load up some Dresden Files again. I got a lot of time shooting spaceships, doing Fire Emblem, exploring Teviot. I can do some backlog listening. Anyway.
Nice.
We have that sequence which ends with Carlos being like, okay, I don't trust you, but meet me at 9 a.m. sharp. I don't trust you, but I still need you. Which happens a lot in these books. Especially these two books specifically. I don't trust you, but I need you. That's how Harry feels about a lot of people.
Actually, there's a line that keeps being repeated in the books, and it's only one part of a two-part saying. It's keep your friends close.
Right.
The second part of that is keep your enemies closer.
And in this conversation, Carlos basically spells out, I hope I'm keeping my friend close. But if it's the other thing, does like the eye on you gesture.
I feel real bad for Carlos because this guy has had it real rough.
Since we got introduced to him riding dinosaur shotgun, yes, actually. That would be the time that would have seemed weird because that was the last time Harry had a big toss up with the White Council was White Knight, where apparently he understood ancient Etruscan, which was a little weird for Carlos. Because that was with Lashiel's shadow when she could do auto-translate.
I sometimes miss Lashiel's shadow.
Yeah, it's a shame. Harry Dresden has the fucking shonen anime protagonist kind of discard and draw shit going on, right?
I don't know. He almost has a fucking harem because I'm pretty sure Laura Wraith is pretty fucking into him.
Oh yeah, no, that we joke about that being a horrible thing, but I feel like that might actually turn into relationship number 3 at the end of it. We'll see how that works out. It's either gonna, like, smooth out or, like, Lara's gonna spontaneously explode or something.
Nah, I'm hoping it just turns into a political marriage and they come to understand each other a little bit fucking better.
Yeah, but you know Lara Wraith the kind is gonna be like, but wizard, we have to consummate the marriage. And Harry's just like,
no!
Oh lordy.
Help me!
He'd be like, protect me, Mab! And she'd be like, dude, I'm buying popcorn. I'm gonna make this home movies. Fuck. Protect me, Molly! That would actually work.
Yeah. What happened after? Okay. Oh, after.
I think we start the peace talks. We get
no.
Day.
After this is when he goes to Michael because he's like, I have no fucking idea what to do.
Right. This is the first time he actually speaks to Michael, where he's just like, Michael, the fuck.
And Michael just goes, sleep. Just go to fucking sleep. He's like, I can't. I've
got shit to do, Michael. He's just like,
sleep.
He's just like, yeah, but you know what'll help you do all your shit? 8 hours of rest.
Mm-hmm. And
Harry's like, okay, I can't do 8, but I can do like 5.
Yep. And he actually, this is something that I actually found was rare. Is like, for once in his fucking books, Harry actually does take a stop. Does a full stop.
He does a full stop. Like, honestly, I feel like that's almost like a meta commentary thing, like Jim Butcher being like, okay, I understand. Harry never stops. He'll stop. And it works. This could also just be Harry getting more mature, where he realizes, yeah, you know what? I do need to take a fucking break.
And he does, because here's something that I try to live to. I don't always necessarily follow, but if you're facing a problem and you can do something about it, and don't worry about it. If you can't do anything about it, then don't do anything about it and don't worry about it.
Right, and some of that can be, I think, breaking down bigger problems into smaller problems you can actually work on. But there's definitely an aspect of like, listen, if you can't do anything about this right now, fucking move on.
Just move on. Like, get some sleep and reapproach it from a
But
different
talking
angle.
about like the sleep and stuff, like that's definitely a theme in like earlier books where usually Harry does get some sleep, but that's almost always because he's been horribly injured.
Or he usually tries to get some sleep and something just literally kicks down the door and he's all like, blah.
When is he attacked by corner hounds? Was that this night?
No, it was post Ebenezer. Right. Wait, no, it was post Ebenezer in the embassy, post Justine. Because it was that night. Yeah, it was that night he was actually walking around Justine's looking for. Yeah,
he gets ambushed by some guys.
Because
I think that was between Justine and Murph.
Yeah.
Yet another reason why he decided. Well, he had met his grandpa again, so that's probably why he needed to go talk to Murph. But yeah, there's a lot of back and forth. We're bouncing around this stuff. That's just a solid action sequence in the middle here.
That we learned about what fucking conjuritis is, and
we learned about conjuritis. We learned about some Starborn stuff. Basically, if you're born under certain stars, you're connected to the outside energy or whatever, which means that you are immune to certain influences. You're basically you're sandproof.
Yeah, I'm about to say it's like you're immune to fucking taking damage. Because basically, because actually, Jim Butcher actually was talking about this in his prefaces for his short stories in briefcases. He's basically made allowances in his world building for all mythologies, folklores, and whatnot, and that includes H.P. Lovecraft and the like.
Yes, that's explicit. I think this is the first time HPL is explicitly called out in that he wrote down a lot of shit that was from the outside, and that got him in trouble.
Because the way that the outside works is the more people who know about it, the stronger the outsiders are. Mm-hmm. And so because
which is an underlying plot thread about other stuff.
Yeah. Yes.
But yeah, so basically, like Ebenezer explains, if he slaps some mojo on an outsider directly, 1, it'll have a hard time sticking, and 2, it endangers his brain and soul, basically. Mm-hmm. Whereas to Harry, as a Starborn, his magic is much more sticky, tangible. Like, it'll stick much better, and
their stuff will slide right off.
Yes, he doesn't need to worry about his brain melting just by touching it.
Oh yeah, by the way, Hounds of Tindaloses, this is the first time I ever heard. They literally come from right angles. I find that fucking wild.
Yeah, no, that's a classic HPL thing that are just wild.
I had to look into them, but yeah, no. And basically, any right corner from anything, they can just pop the fuck out of them. I was like, that's scary.
And I appreciate that Jim Butcher comes up with a modern, slangier term by calling them corner hounds, but it's all, public domain now, so you can just call them Hounds of Tyndalos too.
They probably call them corner hounds as to not give power to the outsider.
Probably. Nicknames help.
Yes.
Also, Harry just loves nomenclature.
He does.
They're definitely Octakongs.
Hey, for real talk, everyone else seems to like the name too.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, so Warden's Day. Yeah, we kind of did it out of order, but yeah, that's all the events leading up to
Day 1 peace talk.
Yeah. Harry gets up. Maggie is there. It's like, hey, are you awake yet? And he's like,
I am now.
I am now.
Move.
And she goes, oh, good. I'm not supposed to bother you until you're awake. And then gets the suit. Apparently Molly. Wait, actually, did he summon Molly that first day?
Maybe?
I think he did.
He might have. It's weird. There's definitely some things where I'm trying to remember my timing. I could flick through my book, but like Harry does try and get a lot done in his first day, basically.
Yeah, because I'm pretty sure this is what happens. He goes out.
Actually, no. I think he does meet Molly, but I don't know if he summons her until the midpoint because that's set up for the heist, for a better term. I think. I don't know if because Molly tends to just show up in these stories and just does him some solids. Yeah, no, because one of the things that because I'm pretty sure this happens after he summons her, is Maul sends him a fucking nice ass suit, with a bunch of fucking magical protections on it. Mm-hmm. But I can't remember if that was like day 1 or day 2. Yeah, I don't remember either. It happens. We don't need to.
Yeah, it happens anyway. But he goes up, and it's a fucking, how do I want to explain it?
Spider silk. Yeah,
it's a spider silk suit with magical enchantments. But he shows up and people just start showing up. I can't remember the who's who, but as I said, fucking Marcone's there along with Guard and Hendrix. Fucking I can't remember fucking Odin's mortal name for the company.
Monarch Securities.
Monarch.
But isn't he just Donar or something? Donar Vadarung.
Vadarung, yeah, that's what it was. Vadarung's there. It's just a bunch of people of big hitters, and as they explained, this ain't even actually the peace talks. This is just everyone's coming over to say fucking hi. Harry's talking with Laura, makes nice with Laura, trying to figure out, what they can do, how they can maybe get Thomas out. Mm-hmm. I'm trying to remember if anything actually.
Since he did go to Laura, we should also mention we do introduce a supporting character, Sigrun Guard's sister, Freydis.
Yes, Freydis. Freydis is kind of great.
Freydis is great. It's she's a spunky true blue Valkyrie, just like her sister Sigrun, but she's been hanging out with the White Court, so you can tell she's a lot more party friendly.
Yeah, but apparently you find out later, there are strict contracts in what Laura can and cannot do to her.
Mm-hmm. That sounds like Odin. Odin is definitely the kind of the package guy who's like, okay, you cannot molest my staff. I mean that literally. And Laura would just be like, okay, cool, whatever. It's fine. What if I need a snack though? No. Then you better bring your own.
And she does.
Because Vadarung doesn't fuck around.
No, you don't. I'm trying to remember the events after this because at this point
the actual peace talk part is very wiggly. When he met Laura, they agreed to do something about Thomas's incarceration, but it wasn't full blown a plan, right?
Oh yeah, no.
She doesn't come to that conclusion until after because
I remember
his name. He's
Kristoff.
Kristoff, that's right.
Kristoff, Harry gets the idea that since Kristoff is trying to gain more political power, that if he uses Kristoff as an intermediary between the White Court and Svartalf, they might be able to get a fucking opening.
Right. He plays their rules against them by basically being like, you can probably argue that because of the personal nature of this, there's some vindication involved, but you want to make sure that there's a fair and impartial judgment going on, so move him to an intermediary, which is it's the whole thing. So he uses wasn't Kristoff pegged as potentially Black Council?
Yeah.
Or he's just a doofus. This is a big problem with the White Council.
Well, here's the thing. Either way, they needed Kristoff to basically
right. They still need him, but there's the question of what he's actually doing, right?
Yes.
But yeah, so that's the setup on the first day is basically they break that out, they do the negotiation. Harry walks around and observes a lot of people. He has that conversation with River Shoulders.
Mm-hmm. He shows up in a suit and tiny monocles.
Tiny glasses.
And the glasses,
the
which
glasses
is great.
Make me look non-threatening.
I love River Shoulders humor. It's always he's always very straight, but
he's got a lot of big dad joke energy.
Yeah.
hello, I am Bigfoot. Oh, this girl got scared because I'm not wearing my glasses. I'll put
And well, it makes sense because he does. Well, actually, I think by this time, Kid Bigfoot is probably like I don't know if he's out of college yet. I don't know.
So there was a microfiction on the website that I believe is. I'm actually shocked it didn't come up, but I believe it was he's finished with his degree and is trying to find a job, and either Harry himself or one of Harry's associates calls him and his girlfriend back to Chicago, which would make sense given the way that this story ends. With kind of that whole Harry Dresden White Court relationship. Also,
Bigfoot on campus, crazy fucking story, but shows that maybe it's, White Court ain't as bad as, or maybe White Court aren't the monsters they're made out to be, are born to be. Maybe they're more made.
Yeah, well, that was a clear theme with Inari Wraith. The problem is that she, after she went straight, she vanished from the story.
Yeah.
Literally moved to California. Which would probably mean that she's in the same circles as Warden Ramirez. Which would be weird. Where's Ramirez's fucking side stories? Does he have one yet? I know there's a Lucio story that I don't think's in a collection yet. Or is it?
The Wild West one? What was it?
Yeah, that was the Wild West one, okay.
What was it, like Fistful of Sorcerers or something?
Yeah, that was the Lucio one. I was wondering if there was a different one. I don't think we've got a Ramirez POV.
No.
That might be an interesting one.
But I'm trying to remember. Anyway. I think
the details of the first day aren't important. Just stuff happens that continues to set up, and the day ends with Lara going like, "All right, wizard, I'm gonna cash in a favor. You're gonna do me a solid. We're gonna get him moved to Marcone's place, and we're gonna do a fucking brother heist." And Harry's like,
"Oh no,
okay, all right, okay." Harry Dresden's just resigned at this point. He's like.
He's resigned, but it'll never keep him from fucking snark and sass.
No, but basically, they don't comment on it, but I almost get the sensation of Harry telling himself, you've done crazier shit for worse people, for worse reasons.
Harry has realized that he is, despite his power, he is only a mid-boss in this. I think he actually says that at some points.
Yeah, no, I don't think he actually explicitly, calls himself the dragon, but he understands in the big bad zone, Mab is the big bad. He is definitely at best her dragon, her number 2.
Yeah. And Jesus, in Battlegrounds, you get to see her do some of that fucking big bad.
In general, Battlegrounds overall is just probably the biggest fucking laser light show we've ever seen in the Dresden Files. Harry even calls it out that it's bigger than Chichen Itza.
So...
This is where we get Murph involved. Murph cuts off her casts.
And he's all like, no, don't do it. And Murph is all like, stop it, you giant man-child. I'm doing this.
She's okay. Like, if you even, I will stab you with this. Yes. And she's like, no, Harry, listen, you're a dumbass. We're in this together now. We're doing this thing. And this time I'm actually going to watch your back and not get punched out by an Archdemon Lord guy, which is what happened in Skin Game. And I'm going to, we're going to see this through. And he's like, yeah, okay. All right.
Fine.
Once again, Harry Dresden resigned. He's just like, okay, I'm not going to stop you. And also, I do need help, and I can trust literally no one with this. So you're it. That is kind of a sad thing is that you've seen through all this is that Harry does have a core list of people he can go to work with him with anything. When the alphas show up later, they're also barely mentioned as characters, but at least they exist. And Harry's these are my werewolf friends. I just roll with them.
They definitely have a strong amount, and they are kind of intent to keeping some shit under control and Battlegrounds, especially with Rudolph, the fuckboy.
Yes, no, they do a lot of stuff. I think honestly, it's probably because I feel like I think it was in Turncoat where Harry dropped the full, hey, here's the everything clause. He let them fully in, so their character arcs haven't really gone anywhere, at least since maybe Aftermath.
Well, they're also, the thing is, they're also adults trying to live their own lives, too.
Yeah.
They can't be...
Now, gosh, how old is Billy and George's kid? She would be, or I think it's a she. They would be younger than Maggie, but not by that much.
Well, then clearly this is another one for the fucking young adult series.
Yeah, I was about to say, when that kid figures out how to turn into a wolf, then we've got a fucking young adult series. Young wolf.
We have the wolf, we have the dog, we have the brain, and we have the guts.
Yeah. I'm very interested. I feel like it would almost be It would almost be a loss if Jim Butcher didn't let Maggie have powers. Like, even though we've discussed that's magic is usually transmitted through the mother's line.
Mm-hmm.
But at the same time, there's no way that kid's not gonna be, like, doing magic shit, right? Like, there's no way that's not gonna be a problem that Harry Dresden has to deal with, right?
Oh, yeah, no.
That's usually the way I think of it. Like, there's no way that's not gonna come back to bite Harry somehow. That's basically how this runs. This whole setting runs on what will fuck over Harry Blackstone Copperfield Dresden the most.
So I'm trying to think.
Then they go to see Laura the second time. After he teams up with Murph, he's like, okay, let's go plan. Because there's a lot of, they do a lot of that Ocean's 11 type flash forward and flashback shit. So the ending gets a little complex, but he goes to see Murph. Freitas is really horny for Murphy. Which is very funny, because Murphy's best response is, I'm Catholic? And Freitas is like, never stopped me before. Just like...
Freitas also, like, completely okay with the fucking threesome.
She's like, if you're monogamous with this, giant man-child, I'll take him too, whatever.
Actually, what is that term they keep calling Harry? I can't remember what it was. It's...
Seidr Mother?
Yeah, what does that mean?
A Seidr is like seer or sorcerer. It's like the Norse word, the Nordic word for magic user.
Ah, okay.
So yeah, they're basically calling him their version of wizard.
Yeah, Seidr Mother. They just keep calling him, but again,
I mean, let's be real. Harry Dresden's not a bad catch. He's like, basketball tall. He's seen some shit. He's pretty strong. He doesn't skip leg day.
He has connections and power. Jesus.
And if he honestly likes you, not even loves you, but if he likes you, he's at least decently prepared to pull out at least his giant T-Rex killing gun, That's another great thing that just keeps escalating the gun.
I'm fixing to defend myself.
That was still with the 44, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, because he doesn't get the Nitro Express until Skin Game, where Murphy gives it to him, and he's like, Murph, you got me a gun that can kill a T-Rex. And she's like, yeah? You sure you're not going to run into a fucking T-Rex, buddy? And he's like, no, I'm not. I'm not sure.
Also, real talk, real as fucking talk. Speaking about T-Rexes, and we were talking about Michael and stuff, fucking Butters. Oh my
Butters
god.
is a great character arc. I love him so much.
Rita's
the dude literally becomes a fucking Jedi.
And he was literally just supposed to be a one-off character.
Mm-hmm.
Like, he wasn't supposed to do that, but apparently, like, he just stuck around and has become something. Like,
yeah,
so
some of that's
amazing.
going to be the writers. So obviously, like, I'm sure that, like, Jim probably liked writing Butters. Butters has has good bants, as they say. Also, but he was really popular. Like, I remember even reading, I think it's...
Oh, that's right. That's one of those things we missed. He stopped by Butters' place and...
Oh, right. Yeah, you wanted to talk about this before.
Yeah, Butters is fucking Chad, y'all. He's banging not one, but two werewolves, and intimidated Harry about not giving him shit about it.
Well, he did the classic, because even though Harry, as we've discussed, is kind of a cool dude, kind of Chadley himself, he also grew up basically as kind of a weird nerd basement kid, which also Butters is a weird nerd basement kid, so basically he pulls the like, dude, don't you fuck this up for me. This is the best I've ever gotten. Do not fuck this up. And Harry's like, hey, game respects game. I'm gonna go do winter night things now. Bye, buddy. But yeah,
it's literally the moment of, because I like how he said he gave scary people don't have to use loud voices.
Yeah, he observes that Butters imparts the appropriate amount of menace, and Harry's just like, hey, no, good for you, buddy. Not gonna tell anybody. And he doesn't, because it doesn't come. I don't think he even thinks about it. It does not come back up in the narration.
Nope. But yeah, so that's another reason why he was running out a long fucking time with not a lot. Oh wait, because it wasn't he got injured and he ran to Butters.
Yes, in the Corner Hounds, I think he got beat up. It was either the Corner Hounds or was it when Laura Wraith tripped him?
No, I'm pretty sure it was the Corner Hounds because
yeah, I think he got Oh yeah, that's because he did some fucking Superman shit. He threw a truck. That's always. We'll see that even more in Battlegrounds, but that's something I do always appreciate. Is Jim Butcher has a really good way with words about when Harry cuts loose. Like when Harry puts on his cape, his winter cape, like he does things like throw trucks and crush dudes.
Yeah,
and crush pussy. No,
he does not crush pussy.
Actually, he's really worried about that. He does not want to crush puss.
Honestly, Harry's almost the opposite of the Black Widow trope. What is it? What would the male version be?
Well, typically I believe they call it the Cartwright curse, which is just where bad shit just keeps happening to your love interests.
Yeah,
as a dude, because it
does. Honestly, I could only say the only one who got maybe Lucio, but Lucio kind of got fucked over.
Lucio got fucked over for other stuff, and
yeah.
Well, yeah, and also there's the whole meta commentary of like they weren't really in a relationship for realsies because black fucking magic, dude.
Yeah, so that's what I say. I still see she's fucked over. She just didn't end up dead. She just ended up in a new body.
On the other hand, she's probably pretty cool now because wasn't she learning about like computers and shit?
Yeah.
We need to see good old Cap and Lucio again. It's probably not going to be happy though the way this is going.
Yeah, no. If I remember right, Lucio was the one who sent them in the first place and sent people that Harry knew and can maybe open up to.
Yeah, like I think Lucio has a lot of experience behind her new body who dis kind of stuff, where it's like she understands Harry a lot and is like. I think actually the fact that she has years of experience and also got to be young again, basically, she understands Harry a lot. And she's like, nah, I understand. Like, he's probably okay, but if he's in a bad way, we'll know if we send some people he knows to talk to him, right?
Yeah.
Unfortunately, this is something they're right about. Harry's been hanging with the Winter Court. He knows how to play shit close to his vest. Does he use that phrase in these books?
Which phrase?
Playing his cards close to his chest? I don't think so. I think that was mostly a skin game recurring phrase. But still, it's a thing he picked up.
Yeah. Yeah, so
we missed the butter scene, but where were we? Planning with Laura.
Yeah.
So this is where we go full heist movie.
Yes.
Where, like, Harry will explain the fucking plan, and then it'll flash forward to them doing the plan.
Yeah.
Which is where I think we get our first deep cut on Carlos, because he has to rig it up so that there'll be a distraction.
Smashes Carlo with a potion, holds the other potion. Murph knows the fucking... Because they're holding the peace talks in the Better Future Society castle.
Which, by the way, this is the first time I realized that has the anagram BFS.
BFS.
Which is, at least on TV tropes, where I'm pretty sure Jim Butcher has been, is used as the abbreviation for big fucking sword. I wonder if it's intentional.
Well, it might be, because, real talk, there's sometimes where you caught on the
Hold on, audience.
Home again, and then seeing the Better Future. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, you
Harry
cut out through a lot of that. Is he still cutting out? All right, hold on. Discord's freaking out. It's not even picking me up.
Am I still cutting out?
Let me leave and pop in. Well, it doesn't fucking matter for you, Axe. You're not recording. It matters to me because I'm recording the audio. God. Anyway, I think I fixed it. I disconnected. Discord was really freaking out on me on both ends. It wasn't transmitting me either.
All right. I could kind of hear you, but I was all like,
It was a little cutty-outy. But yeah, no, Discord was freaking out on me a little. Yeah, you were talking about the Better Future Society.
Yeah, but there's definitely a theme along like parts of Peace Talks and part of Battlegrounds where Harry laments that he's lost his home, and he looks at the Better Future Society, and he's just fucking upset because that's where his home used to be.
It's his basement.
Because it comes back later that he actually he goes into his basement where his lab was. He's like, this was mine, and fucking Marcone has it.
Mm-hmm. Honestly, this is a big theme of the last several books, the last big arc, basically, since Changes, is that, like, Harry Dresden got real lost for a long time. And while this one's very painful for him, at the end of Battlegrounds is almost a return to form.
Oh, no, it is the perfect jump off point for a new arc, I want to say.
Basically, yeah.
Like, this, I want to say, like, from Changes to now, it's basically been, like, almost one arc.
Because that's when we got rid of the Red Court and brought in the Fomor, and, like, Harry ultimately, in Changes, becomes the Winter Knight and has to just... A decent chunk of those books is just owning up to it. Just sucking it up and being like, nah, dude, this is your job now.
Mm-hmm. It's like things can't go to bed the way they were before. They can't.
Mm-hmm. They double down that, too, with, like, what happens with Molly.
Mm-hmm.
Like, there's a whole lot of, like, permanent, undeniable changes, and just... Harry's just all over the fucking place. Like, literally, he starts Skin Game stranded on his fucking island for, like, a year because Mab is blocking everybody from talking to him.
Parkour.
And he's gone a little weird because of it. Like, you can tell he's a little jittery in Skin Game about it.
Well, because he's afraid of his own. It's like something about Demon Reach that I can't remember what it did, but it protected him. Or I can't remember what the fuck it was.
Yeah, it does stuff. Anyway.
So
yeah, Battlegrounds kind of ends with like a lot of shit happened, but in some ways he's back to square one. Like he's he's recentered himself on what he's doing, and hopefully will go forward in places. And in some ways, he's literally set back.
So they plan ahead. So Murph has been working with the Better Future Society for a while, so she knows the ins and outs of it.
She punches Ironhead Yarn, yes?
Yes. And they're gonna fucking get Thomas out to Demon Reach, because Harry says he has a way to protect him.
Protect.
This
is the old cards close to the vest thing again.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I can totally secure him in my prison? And Laura's just like, I'll go with it. Fine.
Mm-hmm. And so they do a plan where they start the second day, and everything actually goes decent. There's one point, basically the plan is they go into the gym, they put down on a fucking illusion of Laura and Harry fucking, because apparently Harry disgraced Freda.
Yeah, there's some interesting meta commentary there where basically what they're trying to get across is the idea that basically they danced and Harry copped a feel, which is very funny considering Freitas. And then she smacks him hard too, if I remember rightly.
Yep.
Slaps the shit out of him. And then he has to have a private conversation with Laura, which this is a great moment when Mab is like, because on the first day we missed it, but there's another tone setting scene where Harry gets called back to deal with the fact that
yeah, that's right.
One of the Shi tried to make goo eyes at Yashimo, and Mab sends Molly to go get Harry, and is like, "Yeah, get my knight. I need to make my displeasure known." And so it's just like,
oh yeah, that's right, because he was having a talk with Bigfoot because Bigfoot doesn't like being with fucking groups
because they're empathic.
Yes,
low level empathy magic. But yeah, so Harry does what he does best, and he lays down the fucking law.
Literally kicks the Shi over, turns him into an ice sculpture. And then I think Molly was all like, let's make him a fucking ornament on the buffet.
She's like, let's display this motherfucker. And Harry's just like, all right, in case you weren't listening, that's my boss, Queen of the Evil Fairies. She said, don't do shit. If you do, you talk to me. But yeah, so there's another great conversation where Mab sidles up to him because now he's causing trouble. And she's just like, my knight, the fuck? And he's just like, Mab, you gotta trust me.
It's like, for once, I honestly fucking mean this. Just trust me and go with it. And Mab, for her part, does.
Yeah, he's like, Mab, you gotta trust that I'm working to your interests. Roll with it. Yes, and. And she's like, okay.
Again,
there's a lot of effort in these two books into describing their working relationship, and I love it.
Again, this is why I said, you can always trust, this is one of those reasons why I have, issues with people and whatnot, is I can't always necessarily trust a good person to do a good thing, but I can always trust an evil person to do the evil thing and stick to those guns. So I'm always confident that Mab is always going to do exactly what she's going to do and be how she is.
Yeah, so, Mab will do Mab things.
Yeah, Mab will do Mab things. So it's great to see that they're coming to better and better terms. It's even referenced later in Battlegrounds where Mab's like, just for the sake of simplicity, I am going to say something to you, you're going to retort, I'm going to let you know your place in the world, and we're just going to continue on with knowing our bounds and move on. Is that fine? And Harry's just like, yeah.
Yeah, that's at the end, when she basically summarizes their entire working relationship. I think she even comments about how he's going to make some awful pop culture reference she doesn't understand.
Yeah.
And it's just like, Harry's just like, okay, I'm glad we understand each other. Okay, thanks, bye. But also, seriously, I'm not gonna. And she's like, you're gonna. He's like, can't you do it? And she's like, no, actually, I can't.
It's like, I would if I could. And Harry's just like, oh.
Then that's one of the many things where he's like, right, fuck, okay. All right. There's a lot of times when and we know this, Mab is just fucking with him. And that's when Harry's like, you can't just fuck with me. That's not allowed. But then there's other times where she's like, no, you dumb fuck. Do you think I would turn to you if I didn't have to? And Harry's like, actually, no, that makes a lot of sense. Okay. I forgot how this works. They have a great... That's another thing. Like I said, I listened to Skin Game before Peace Talks again, so it was that was a big deal where, they have that conversation in the elevator where she's like, I'm okay with your observances, but I do not accept your judgments.
Oh, yeah.
After she punches him into the elevator.
Yes.
And he's just like, got it, noted. And I don't think I think after that, he doesn't make any moral judgments of her ever again. He's like, or at least out loud. he doesn't ever sass her in that way.
No.
Like, he learned there was a line there, and he skips it. But yeah, so they pretend to go off alone, obviously so that Lara Wraith can fuck him. But what they actually do is they fucking Solid Snake, and... Did they kill a guy? I think they don't kill a guy. They disable the guy. Lara's gonna kill the guy, and then Harry's like, don't kill that guy. If you do, we're gonna have a problem.
Yeah, basically, so they go to the gym. Freda puts down an illusion by runes and wood snapping. There's a fucking laundry hole that they're gonna slide down, and they know that there's gonna be one guard down there, so Laura's like, if it's just one guy, he's gonna be no fucking problem. I will have him,
dance to my tune.
Yeah. And so Laura goes down, casts the fucking strip, because it's tight. Harry has to go down, but he's a big tall boy, and he, almost gets stuck. Honestly, if that's one of those things that always, like, literally kind of terrifies me, is getting stuck in a tight space.
Yeah, and that's a big deal for Harry, because you're tall, but you're not Harry Dresden tall. He's like 6'9".
No, I'm only like 6 foot.
Like, yeah, Jesus. Like, he is a big boy. A large lad. Yeah,
so him it's probably way easier for him to get stuck than me, but still, it's just like, oh god, he got stuck in the fucking laundry shaft. He was able to get out, and then he sneezed.
Yeah, at this point, he sneezes fucking spiders.
Oh, because he was thinking about spiders.
Yeah, he was thinking about being caught by horrible spiders in the laundry shaft, as you do when you're stuck. And then he accidentally sneezes at a giant fucking spider.
Yep. He's able to get out of the shaft, though, but the whole spider thing breaks the fucking... sensual fucking predator like hypno dance Laura's doing.
Yeah, basically it distracts the guy with fight or flight. Like before, when she's doing her magical striptease, when she's doing the Matahari, he's like, "Ooh, what's this?" And then he's like, "Is that a giant fucking spider?" Because I gotta be real. Listen, I would appreciate a naked lady. If there was a giant fucking spider, I'm pretty sure I'd look at that first.
Yeah. Also, let us remind you that Harry, at every time he sees Laura, just always has to remind how fucking terrifyingly sexy she is. Note, you have to note the part terrifyingly in front of it.
Yeah, I think Harry runs into a lot of dangerous ladies, and he's very respectful of them. He notices things, but especially at this point, there's a lot of, like I said, too old for this shit kind of thing in these couple of books. Like, this is definitely a much more mature, experienced Harry, where he's just like, okay, Lara Wraith, she's cute, great, she's sexy. I've also seen her, like, eat somebody's intestines with her bare hands, so...
Yeah. But thankfully, the guard, they almost comes to combat, but Laura gets under his guard and fucks him to stupor. And they move on. Harry finds out that the jail cell is his old lab. He actually finds his old trapdoor. He goes down. He has a moment of pain nostalgia. And grabs Thomas, who is literally eating himself to stay alive.
Because he's in a bad way. He's been in that position before, but it's rough.
Yeah. Basically, he has entered not necessarily fight or flight mode, but his hunger is eating his own body to stay alive, and it's not in a good way.
Good. It's not good. No. He needs help.
No.
But this is when we actually get to the actual A plot, which is weird. So they bundle out Thomas. And then Harry, like, has a premonition. He's like, wait, I can't leave. I think something is happening. Because as they're going in, they see the Fomor god Torb roll up.
Yeah, and the thing is they roll up and immediately execute, like, shoot out everyone in the front. Just lay them out.
Yeah. And so he's like, shit's gonna happen. I can't leave.
Yeah, I can't leave.
Even though right now he's under, they popped a potion of not invisibility, but unnoticeability. Another callback, by the way, he hasn't used that since Full Moon.
Turns everything into shades of gray.
Which actually, that was, I think, one of his best potion pops ever, either.
Oh yeah, no, it was too effective, remember?
Well, yeah, because that was the Lugaroo got out and he couldn't get anybody's fucking attention.
Yeah, but also, point of fact, both in this peace talk, Fairfax and Batarung are literally sitting across each other, just having the most intense stare down.
Yeah.
And everyone fucking did not see them except these two. And Fairfax was about to say, "Hey, check out that invisible dude there." But Batarung was just like, "Don't do it."
Yeah, Batarung gives him his spicy eyeball, and he's like, "Don't."
Because apparently Batarung is marginally on Harry's side.
Yeah, Odin knows things, I think, is the key. Like, I don't know if he's really, like, he's not friends with Harry, but as far as supernatural authority figures go, Well, I mean, he does it best in changes. He gives the man coffee and a fucking donut, and he doesn't ask for anything in return.
Yeah.
So, like, I would say he's on our side, as it were.
Yeah.
Like, he's on humanity's side, and he understands that generally Harry is too. So, like, he's not going to do Harry any free favors, per se. Or, like...
I mean, this is the guy who likes to fucking be Santa Claus and run around with the Wild Hunt.
Yeah. So, like, he's a cool guy. There's a lot he can't do, but he's like, no, don't do that.
Yeah.
I need that guy. We need that guy. But then this is when we get the big scene.
Yeah, so fucking Corb gets out of the car, and a fucking stonework metallic giantess just steps out of the car, and Harry's just all like, the fuck?
He's just like, shit, things are happening.
Yeah, things do fucking happen.
And then, Christ, I don't even know, because I didn't listen to this part all the way through. How do you even say her name?
Oh, shit. Let me see if I can find it. It's like, it's I think it's Ethanui.
Ethanui?
Ethanui? Hang on.
Yeah. Ethanui?
Ethanui. Yeah, Ethanui. It's Ethanui.
Okay. Or Ethian?
Nah, well...
I pulled up the good old Wikipedia, and there's like 5 million spellings.
No, like, the way James Marshall says it is Ethnui. But he also... now I'm constantly questioning myself. Is it Jotun or Jotun?
It should be Jotun.
Yeah, Marsters calls them Jotuns, and I'm like, wait, isn't it supposed to be Jotuns? So like,
that's okay. He's goofed that up before.
He's goofed it up. But
I feel like Marcone's fucking name has gone back and forth. I'm pretty sure it's supposed to be Marcone, but in the first audiobook it's Marconi. And I think he's accidentally read it that way some other times too.
Yeah, he's fucked up every once in a while. But anyway, so...
By the way, there's a fucking blooper in the Summer Night audiobook that never got
where
fixed.
he's actually... where he's talking about being strangled, and he's like, oh, wait.
Oh, they've got me at the front. Sorry, fuck. And then he redoes the line a different way. And they never cut it out. I don't know why.
I don't know why.
It's great, though. I love it.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, so, Ethnui rolls up. Step 1, she throws a dude's head on the floor.
Oh my god, this actually upset me a little bit.
Yeah, no, this is one of those, this is a classic Jim Butcher fucking bus crash.
Yeah.
Like, oh hey, remember that guy? He's fucking dead.
Yeah, he's one of the kings of the
Tuatha.
The Tuatha, which is they're Celt. They're
the Celtic deities.
They're Celtic deities, but they were in charge of basically the Billy Goat curse, which actually was a real fucking thing. I actually looked it up.
Yes, and that was a short story.
It was a short story in which Harry, gets to the bottom of this, meets the dude, finds out that he's just a very huge Cubs fan, and they go and watch a game. And occasionally the dude still sends Harry fucking season tickets. I'm like,
it makes sense why he gets jobbed out, but he gets jobbed out, and it's a spicy one.
It's a little spicy. And then fucking Marcone is all like, you can't be here. This is not how this works. And he's all, Ethnui is just like, whatever, pretty mortal. And then Mab gets up in this, and there is some fucking history. Oh, there's some fucking history.
Oh, yeah, there's some fucking, like, bitchy high school reunion type shit here.
Like, we have, the Merlin gets fucking name dropped here, apparently throughout Mab, and, Mab, I don't know if Mab, like, I don't think Mab was particularly mad about Merlin, like, throwing out, but she was definitely mad about Ethnui, like, fucking, like, I can't remember what it was.
I mean, I got the book. I could pull it up if you really want me to.
No. Mob likes to say she was mortal once, and apparently she hung out with Merlin,
which probably means that Mab is the original Morgan Le Fay.
Yeah, makes sense.
Which is very interesting, considering that, if not a direct descendant, actually, it's very interesting because we know that Molly is a descendant of Charlemagne, for reasons. But Harry has that whole master-apprentice relationship chain going back to the original Merlin.
It's wild.
Who also probably built Demon Reach, we're pretty sure.
Yes.
It's wacky. Wow.
And also might have some fucking to do with the castle, with the Better Future Society.
Mm-hmm. And also there's a mysterious British guy trapped in a crystal in Demon Reach. Hey, guys, fun fact for you. In some versions of Arthurian mythology, Nimue traps Merlin in a crystal cave in Avalon eternally. Just saying. Just throwing it out there.
So
Anyway, they have some like bitchy high school reunion back and forth.
Mm-hmm. And then Nui literally just punts fucking Mab through the building.
Yeah, just fucking punches her through the building. And when Mab shows up later, she's immortal, so she's okay, but she's not okay. Like, I think Harry described her as being, like, squished and flattened.
Yeah.
Like, it's a thing. And then Nui shows off the eye.
The Eye of Baelor. So I actually had to look up Nui a little bit because, again, like, kudos for Butcher for bringing out mythologies, but I've never been good with Celtic myth.
And we've had this conversation before. Celtic myth is really weird. Like, there's a lot of attempts to reframe everybody as, like, just sorcerers or demons or elves. Definitely not deities, because we're tight with the big J-Man now. There's only one god, even though he's three dudes. Anyway.
Easiest way to think that Nui is the daughter of Baelor, who is the... And by the way, Lug is the father of Ku. So
yes, he's a big deal deity, too.
Yeah. So basically, Nui is basically on the level. They say Titan, but it's basically a proto deity.
Yeah, Butcher uses the word Titan to describe basically original generation gods.
Yeah, so like honestly, it's fair because Titans, that's where we get like in the Chronos and
primordial deities, basically, or at least early generations.
Yeah. So she old school. And
like you said, you mentioned Balor, the leader of the Fomorians. He was kind of a big deal.
Yeah.
Sometimes he's considered the god of the evil sun, like how the sun fucks your shit up.
Yep. Yeah, let's see here. Real quick thing. Often described as a giant with a large eye that wrecks destruction when opened. It has been termed a personification of the scorching sun and has been likened to figures in other mythologies like Welth, Yeshabalan, and Greek Cyclops.
Mm-hmm. He's a big deal.
Big deal.
But he did get stabbed by Lu because of prophecies. There's a lot of children killing their fathers or father figures kind of things. Mm. Well, and also there's a prophecy that the child of Nui will kill Balor. So Balor locks her in a tower because of course he does, and then that doesn't work because the guy sneaks in and bangs her anyway.
Yep,
as you do.
Mm-hmm.
So this comes up much more in Battlegrounds, but it seems like she has a slight complex about it.
We like to call it daddy issues.
Yeah, so she's got some things about her dad locking her in a tower, and then her only claim to fame in mythology is that a guy banged her and she had a kid. And she's like, excuse me, I am a strong, independent Titaness who don't need no man.
And to prove it, I'm gonna return things to the way they were, with blood and fire.
Yeah, so she magical EMPs Chicago.
Yeah, basically, she is equipped with the Eye of Balor, which is basically... Oh god, like I don't even know how to describe the scale of it. It's a
magic super weapon.
It's a magic super weapon. It's a magical nuke. She's
got the castle in the sky laser eye thing, like all that shit.
Mm-hmm.
Basically, all those apocalypse beams in Miyazaki movies, she's got them.
Yeah.
So it's really strong. They also, I don't think they explain what it means, but they show that she's clad in her Titanic iron armor.
Yeah, I think it's supposed to be some sort of it's supposed to be some like sort of mythical like Atlantean or metal thing,
Well, yeah, they explain it in Battlegrounds where basically it's an ally of Mordite, Deathstone, which comes from the outside, comes from beyond the outer gates, and Celestial Bronze, because that is a long-running Greek thing, like the Greek heroes and gods had special tools made from special bronze. So if you alloy that together, you get Titanic Bronze, which... they explain, so touching Mordite just leeches life. Like, Mordite just eats life force. Titanic Bronze eats energy, which, as we've seen in other forms, is basically how they describe magic. So, barring certain rules that will come back later, because that's a big setup of Battlegrounds, is, basically, she's magic-proof, mostly. Mm. She's got anti-spell armor, and it's also really tough.
Really tough. So she fires the eye, puts a new hole into the fucking castle, and it's like, alright, at fucking the witching hour, I will begin my assault on Chicago.
Basically, full-blown terror ultimatum. Like, you have, what's the speech go? You have no chance, make you time.
Mm-hmm. You have no chance to survive, make your time.
Yeah, make you time. Which, by the way, because they're fuckers, they're not really characters, but Harry has seen the ghoul delegation a couple of times and reminds himself how much he fucking hates ghouls.
Yeah. Well, they're doing this relation between how Ebenezer has this knee-jerk reaction to fucking kill White Court, how most current wardens have this knee-jerk reaction just to kill fucking ghouls on sight due to the war in with the Red Court.
The ghouls were haters for the Red Court.
Yeah.
Because here's the thing. We know that Harry Dresden had that problem with Red Court. He used to keep vampire teeth in his basement. But they're all dead now, so...
Yeah. What do you do with all that hate? We don't know.
He's still fine. He's still trying to figure it out. But so, guess what? The ghouls immediately fuck off. Because they're assholes. Fuck
yeah.
ghouls.
Well, they try to.
Actually, I think in the comic books, there are some, like, reasonable ghoul characters. But for the most part, yeah, ghouls are just fuckers.
They're kind of just vultures and scavengers, really.
I mean, to be fair, it's the same thing like we talked about with, like, the White Court and stuff. Like, it's explained in the RPG, for instance, that ghouls need to eat, like, a shitload of meat to function. Their metabolism is so, so high-paced, they need the juice to live.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, like, they're still mostly assholes. Like you
Yeah.
said, they're scavengers, fundamentally.
So they try to fuck off, but everyone's all like, no, you have to do this, or else.
Yeah,
Or else
everybody tries to scatter, and then Marconoval people is like, excuse me, no. Hey, I signed up for this thing, and this is my turf we're fighting in. So, are you gonna let this bitch just fuck up all your rules and regulations? This is the point where punished Mab shows up, slightly squished Mab, and is just like, I mean, she basically signals Molly to be like, and Molly's just like, yeah, that's right. We're the Unseelie Accords. We got to do the thing, right, boss lady? And she's just like, Meh. Mab's not happy. She's not happy right now.
So everyone says, like, yes, we will prepare defenses and whatnot. And Harry's like, all right, I gotta go see what the fuck's up.
And Harry's like, time to leave. Time to get my business out of the way.
Yep.
And so we go to Island. But
Well, no,
book him out over there.
No, we do not.
Actually, right, that's right. We don't. There's another climax in here. There's so many climaxes.
Yeah. So they get to the docks, about to board the water beetle. And Ebenezer McCoy is like, what you doing, boy?
Son, I think you're about to do something plumb doggone dumb. And Harry Dresden's like, yes, I am. Are you gonna fucking stop me?
And they try. He tries. Oh, he tries.
Yeah.
Tries to the point that he kills Harry Dresden. Except it's not. And the gift of where Molly gave him the suit also gave him a ring with some hoopty shit on it that basically left a doppelganger behind that Harry could control.
It gave him, shadow clones.
Mm.
But yeah, so they have a pretty big knockdown drag out, which is immediately eclipsed by the next book. But anyway,
yeah, but I do think it's fair to say that the fight was kind of a slap to Ebenezer because he was so lost in his fucking rage that he didn't even care.
Right,
and
Harry got his point across, which is why he built the body double trick, because he realized he might have to push some buttons, including he drops the bomb that basically I think his phrasing is like, okay, but here's the thing you gotta know, sir. I only got one brother, so I'm gonna do everything I can, and Ebenezer's just like, 404. Brain not found.
And tries to immediately blow up the boat again.
And that's when Harry's like, nope, don't do that. Stop it.
Don't do that.
Cease. Stop it. And Harry gets some good moves in, but it's kind of obvious that, like, if this was serious for both of them, it would be a lot worse.
Yeah, I do like the point where Ebenezer was like about to cry over his corpse, and he just has a moment. Was like, "You sneaky little," and Harry's just like, "Good talk, sir." And it's
Good
just
talk, bye. Peace. It's like the GIF. Peace. And then he wakes up on the boat, and he's like, "Okay, that was a." I think this is where he turns to Murph and is like, "So family, huh? Yeah." And she's like, "Yeah, no, it sucks."
I think this is an interesting point because it's all about perspective. Because Molly's visit the Comforters. Michael was all like, "Could you tell Molly to come home, spend some time with her family?" Yeah. And when Harry talks to Molly, he's like, "I'm scared. I just can't do it." And Harry's been having this exact same problem with his grandfather, who he wants to tell about Thomas, but he looks at Thomas and he's just like, he couldn't handle it.
Yeah. And in a sense, he couldn't.
Nope, man, he couldn't.
It's a good parallel.
It is that's the word I was thinking, parallel.
Yeah. It's a parallel perspective. Because like we said, that's been a running theme for ever since Cold Days ended, basically, where Molly doesn't like to go home, doesn't like to see her family, doesn't like to talk to people because she's worried they're gonna have a problem with the fact that she's kind of maybe a bad guy now. I mean,
Also, to real talk, Molly kind of maybe went being the bad lady.
yeah. Well, Molly's what's been explained. Molly's much more sensitive than Harry was to anything. Like Harry's response to trauma is just like put it in a bag, put it in my bag. I'm just gonna carry it. Don't look at it. Like he's been through a lot of shit, but his response is just at a certain point is just like, well, tally another chalk mark on my trauma tally board, and just keeps moving because he understands that he's got shit to do and things to lose, basically. Mm-hmm. Molly honestly hasn't really lost a lot yet. I say yet. Like she's had some fucked up shit happen with her, and she's been in some bad places, but she hasn't suffered a significant personal loss of that level. Like, so
I don't know. She orchestrated the death of the one person she loved the most.
I mean, it's true, but like that's the thing is that he sprung back from that was the other thing. Like that was that definitely broke her a lot as her first big trauma. Mm. But like I said, she's never really had a good chance to adjust from that and like figure out what she should do about stuff. So she tends to avoid her problems. Mm. Because she can. She's busy. She's busy stealing children. Well, not stealing children, but you know what I mean. Again, to reference the fact that, yeah, she is kind of playing for a bad team.
Yeah, well, it's not necessarily stealing because it is the tribute.
It's true. It's explained in Cold Days that it's a payment. It's an exchange. But they haven't stolen children in a long time.
But they still take children to go fight a eternal fucking war.
Which comes back in Battlegrounds. And Harry notices this.
Mm-hmm.
And I believe his internal monologue is like, I can't talk shit though.
Yeah.
I can't say shit. I've done some things. I do things.
Yep. So they go back to the water beetle. They putt to Demon Reach. So
there's two big sequences that happen here. Number one, Carrie has to put Thomas in a cell, which sucks for him and for Thomas.
Yeah.
Like that's just a big rough Harry moment. I meant Harry is in fur, like that's just a thing.
Yeah, Alfred's like, what
setting basically do you want to put this on? And
he's just like sleep, but he still has to
self-reflection, basically.
Yeah, but he still has to feel the pain he has caused other for at least that first moment. And Thomas fucking has a big scream.
Honestly, assuming we don't go down the route of, well, actually, honestly, I hope we don't because it's lazy. We've done that. We've already done the thing where Thomas has been horribly beat up and is like, nah, I'm evil again. Bruh. I'm like, I hope he actually comes out of this being like, man, I have done some shit. I need to think about my life, dude. Like, I think that's what Harry's going for when he sets the setting. He's like, yeah, let's put him on a low simmer.
But, so that's
the first thing immediately forks into the second thing, which is Laura Wraith witnessed him do this and heard some things. And she's not happy.
But you on Demon Reach now?
Yeah, I love the sequence and then the post sequence. So, like, Laura Wraith tries to ambush Harry Dresden on his Magic Island prison. It does not go well.
Frida ends up getting.
I don't even know if I'd call it a fight, right? Like, it's just like Laura's good, but Demon Reach is better. We'll phrase it like that.
Shout out to fucking Frida who tries to take Murphy hostage, and Murphy just drops to
Murphy grabs one of her fucking grenades, pulls the pin, and is like, "I'm ready. Are you?"
And Frida's just like, "God, that's fucking hot."
Yeah, she's like, "That's hot," and then she jumps in the water to get away. At which point, basically, the fight is done, and Harry has this conversation with Laura where he's like, "Laura, the fuck." And this is, I love this conversation because we get a look at both characters' psychology so deeply, where, as much as we've talked about, right, where Laura Wraith is kind of like an honorable monster, right? Like, she's big on family and stuff. She still plays this fucking masquerade political bullshit game all the time, which Harry hates.
Yeah, like...
It's that classic problem of when all you have is a hammer, right?
Mm-hmm. So Laura can't see anything as Harry has just done a move to force, Laura into a compromised position. And so she's like, okay, what deal do I have to do to get you to let my brother free? And Harry is like, we don't. That's not what I meant to do. And then Laura literally spells out how now she is obligated to protect him so she can save her brother. And Harry's like, I didn't think about that.
Harry's like, that would be a great plan. Glad I thought of it. I didn't think of it. Basically, he's like, oh, right, shit, okay.
And something I do super appreciate is he did get through to Laura about this. Laura's a little peeved about it, but she ultimately understands that Harry isn't trying to...
Harry comes to the conclusion that he's like, listen, I'll take the insurance you're offering. Now that you've pointed that out to me, yes, actually, by the way, you do need me to bring our brother back. But I don't think he drops the Wile E. Coyote super genius, but he basically does the classic, Laura, look at me. Do I look like that guy? And Laura just has to go, no? Harry does this a lot. A lot of people are like, Harry Dresden, that nefarious motherfucker. He's planning all this shit. He's so evil. And Harry just goes, guys, have you met me?
This is the part where Harry drops the line, you're my favorite frenemy.
Yeah. Yeah, he understands their relationship and kind of like gets Laura to buy back into like, oh, no, okay, I understand. That's right. I forgot who I was dealing with for a second.
Yeah.
And then the book fucking ends with them sailing back to Chicago where some shit's gonna happen.
Well, no, he does two things. He picks up a binding crystal because he's talking to Alfred, basically.
That's true, right. He goes into his armory first. He gets some of his
grabs an athame, which they've been very dodgy about, and they're still fucking dodgy about.
I mean, I think they get, in Battlegrounds, they get a little more explicit.
Oh yeah, no, they totally explain it, but they don't explain it basically when he picks it up and puts it
right.
at the
He just tells Alfred, I need 2 things. And Alfred's like, 2?
2 things?
Shit must be bad.
Yeah.
Though it's a little weird. The second thing actually is just kind of it's helpful, but it was not as necessary as the first thing was.
Well, this is Harry Dresden, trying to help people.
Right. He's planning moves ahead. So he gets he gets his ritual knife, and he gets a crystal because I don't know if it was explicitly spelled out, but he realized that he's got to be the guy, right? Because he's got demon reach. He's got to be the guy to like bottle up.
Yeah.
Nobody else can do it because he just saw her fucking kick Mab to the curb, literally.
Yeah, and he's talking to Alfred's like, how far can you reach? The shore.
And Harry's like, okay, got a plan.
Oh yeah, no wait, he grabbed 3 things. He grabbed the binding crystal, the fucking athame, and the fucking
Yeah, the placard. That's what he said. That was because he asked for 2 things from the armory.
Yeah.
Because he's got 4, I believe. He didn't get the shroud, but that doesn't matter. Or the Holy Grail, no. We already had the shroud. I think he does get the real shroud, actually.
Yeah.
In Skin Game, there's 5 things. There's 5 Christ souvenirs.
Actually, where's Amarachius right now?
That is a good question. Probably chilling with Michael, or it was chilling in the armory?
It had to be chilling in the armory because he specifically gave...
That's right. At the end of Skin Game, Michael gives him back Amarachius.
Because there, like I said, we kind of skipped over it, but there are some butters and Sonya. Best Russian.
Some great scenes, yeah. We learn more about the way new Fidelakius works.
Yep. It has shed its mortal coils and has become stronger but weaker for it. All things in balance.
Mm-hmm. We also learn implicitly, because it's never confirmed, but the nails contain angels.
Yes. So they might have a bit of sentience.
Mm-hmm. Which, and that's a great thing that Harry does, where he's like Butters is trying to science this thing. He's like, how can the sword know to cut bad people and things, but not innocence? And Harry's just like, Occam's razor. It knows. It has some kind of brain, and it fucking knows. And Butters is like, huh. And then he admits he accidentally put the sword hilt through the wash once. Which I think I had to read that a couple of times, because I was like, did he mean he physically punched it through a washing machine, or just he left it in a pocket? I'm pretty sure he left it in a pocket, but yeah, both are funny.
Also, this is a conversation that was important for something later, which just makes Butters truly the badass that he was meant to be, apparently.
Yes. But also, it establishes that the man upstairs, the capital G, has 2 knights in waiting in case something happens.
As they like to say, he doesn't actually tell people to go anywhere. He just has it so that people are in the right place.
Yeah, Sonya was just passing through Chicago as a hub, and then his flight got delayed 29 times. So we understand that they're needed here probably, but not what they're needed for. And Harry talks about this a lot. I think he's been talking about it with other things. Where he talks about how the knights schedule the sword's appointments, basically. So he and this shows very true in Battlegrounds. He does not try to interfere with God's event planning, basically.
I think that really gets solidified in Oh God, what was the name of the short story where?
Was it The Warrior?
Yeah, The Warrior.
Okay, yeah.
And
that's also the one where he builds fucking Uriel.
Yeah.
God, I love him so much. Oh, we learned in Battlegrounds also when they're talking about it. We'll probably get to more of that in detail, but we might miss it because there's a lot of just fluff stuff in that scene. We learned that Vadarung and Uriel have coffee or tea, once a year. Because Vadarung busts out Harry's nickname for him, Mr. Sunshine. But yeah, so armed with well, I was gonna say in Skin Game he finds 5 things because Nicodemus is after the Holy Grail, the Holy Grail. He finds in the underworld he finds 5 things, which are the knife, the placard, I think it's the crown of thorns, the real shroud, and the cup. Nicodemus only gets the cup, and Harry keeps the other 4 things. Which means we don't know what the real shroud and the crown of thorns do.
Yeah, but they associate it with the Big J. And the more I thought about it, I should have realized what the athame was to begin with. But because it was an athame, and
they go out of their way because it's described as a knife blade.
Yeah,
which theoretically, yes, you could call it that. But when Harry just shows off, he's done some upgrades to his staff later. You're just like, oh yeah.
But they get back on the water beetle and they start heading back, and that's where the book ends.
So now we are in Battlegrounds, which starts with Harry Dresden punching a Kraken.
Yes, they literally released the Kraken within a few paragraphs.
That's great. Lara Wraith makes some hentai jokes.
Huh?
Lara Wraith makes some hentai jokes.
Yep.
Because of course,
again,
Lara Wraith
I don't
makes
know if
hentai.
actually has partaken in it, but he knows what it is.
He's an internet guy. He probably knows things. The jokes, at least, about tentacles.
Mm-hmm.
And like I said, Lara Wraith knows. Fuck, I mean, she was in Japan during a certain period. She's probably seen shit like The Fisherman's Wife.
I wonder if she influenced.
Who knows? If fucking Magic Hokusai shows up, though, we're gonna have a thing. There's gonna be a thing there. Anyway.
But so they fight a Kraken. It's very, very hard.
Until Harry soul gazes it. Where we learn Krakens have a soul, a gross soul, if I remember rightly.
Yeah, and 2, whatever's in Harry's soul is a lot scarier.
Yeah, we see this at multiple points, but it's been a while. Harry's got a badass soul, apparently. We don't know what people see in there, but the Kraken literally shrieks and runs away, swims away. It's just
maybe
nope.
Something we can explore in Mirror. If you confront your fucking self.
That would be interesting. I'd love to do that. That would be wild.
Yeah.
We're going to talk a lot about potential mirror tropes. Because alternate timelines and alternate universes are a thing.
Actually, okay, so I have to ask, are you fine to keep talking? Because, what's the mission clock?
We're at almost 4 hours, but we can go longer. I'm okay.
All right. Okay, you're okay.
It's almost midnight, but this is what I'm here for anyway. I love this shit.
All right.
We've been holding this back for a while.
We have.
So, Battleground starts, Kraken fight, we get back on land, and then we have our...
I don't want to tell shit. Fucking Molly shows up with fucking sharks in the middle of Lake Michigan.
Yeah, it's great.
That's wild.
Molly gets to do a lot of things in the book. This is, I think, where she shows up and she's like, "Hey, boss, how you doing? I have to go now. My planet needs me. See you later."
Whoosh.
And then, but she comes back later. She does come back. She's like, "I gotta go do a thing. Bye."
I can't help you anymore.
And Harry's just like, "It's cool. I'll do without you." So does he go to the big planning meeting first?
Yes. Oh, wait, no. He goes to Max first.
Yeah, he goes to Max first. I was trying to remember the order. So first, he tries to protect the people.
Yep.
He puts down the placard, and it reveals that the placard will basically, because it's Christ's plaque, it'll basically make people fuck off.
Yeah. Apparently, Mac knows what it is, and Harry's about to say some shit, but Mac's like, no, don't, please.
Yeah, basically the implication here is that we finally get a decent handle on what's going on with Mac, and apparently he is it seems like he's a fallen angel. Not like a rude way, like the great Satan, but in a he's off the clock kind of way. So he's just chilling, making craft microbrews. But yeah, so basically there's a lot of people in Max because some shit's been happening. The power's been out for a couple hours. And it's starting to get a little hairy.
But thankfully, because Mac and Alley is a place where a bunch of magic people is, he usually doesn't have electronics going. So
yes, so yeah, he's prepared, and then Harry basically gives everybody the kind of reverse "come with me if you want to live" speech. where he's just like, "Hi, how you doing, everybody? Tonight shit is fucked. Like, if you could be here one night, it's not this night. And basically sets up the whole like, okay, these are my friends, the alphas. They're werewolves. They know the city. I'm gonna tell them to run security. Billy, you okay with that? Billy's just like, I don't think Billy fucking speaks once in this book. It's a little weird. I appreciate him though.
Their relationship is so far that they don't need words anymore.
That makes sense. That's I appreciate Billy. He's been through a lot with Harry, and there's been a lot of character development. It's still kind of funny to me that it's like that he like is just like and basically he drops the link of like, so if you want to fight, there's gonna be a fight. If you don't want to fight, stay here, get out of town, something. But the streets will not be safe tonight.
What he said here is that you can either run, hide, or fight, but no matter what, they will come and try and kill you.
Yes, basically. Like, he gives them the old, it's on like Donkey Kong, and I believe that's paraphrased from something, you can run, hide, or fight. I'm sure it is. Dresden loves his fucking pop culture references. And this is where he tries to get Murphy to not do a thing. It does not work, but he tries.
Well, it temporarily works.
Right, he's basically like, Murph, there's a shitload of civilians. I need somebody with a brain here. And she's like, fuck, I have a brain.
She's not happy, though.
No, she's not happy. We also get to see Gary, Paranoid Gary, for the first time in person.
Mm-hmm. And everyone was like, how many people knew that it was Paranoid Gary? And like, half raises their hand. He's like, shit.
Fuck, I've been compromised. But he lends Harry a motorcycle, I believe.
No, bicycle.
Just a bicycle, okay.
Just a bicycle. I remember this.
Just a bike, all right.
Because right after this, he decides to take his fucking bicycle and he's gonna go to the Better Future Society, where he runs to Fuckboy and the Oak.
Yeah. Well, actually, so also first we missed a scene where Harry transports Murphy via shopping cart.
Oh yeah, that's
with
right.
winter speed, because they don't have a car is the problem. Once he leaves the water beetle, he has no wheels.
Yeah, because Laura fucked off back to the Better Future Society to repair defenses and get a snack because she's probably real hungry.
Yeah, to claim she was off doing something else and plan. So yeah, he pedals up. This is where we have our first encounter with Oakman and Rudolph. And is this where Harry gets soul gazed by him?
Yeah. Yes, because Rudolph
has no trigger discipline.
Basically,
fuck him.
Because shit's going down. The attack hasn't.
Yeah.
But cops are like, what the fuck is going on? Harry's trying to give people the word of what to do because the cops kind of know him. But Rudolph is like, all right, I need you to bring it downtown so we can talk about for official consulting. But Harry's not buying it. And Rudolph's like, you know what, fuck boy? I can't remember if he got like attacked or something. But something like, I think like, I literally can't remember. What does Rudolph do?
Rudolph draws his gun.
Yeah, Rudolph shows his gun. But
it's because he's freaking out because I think Harry's just like, I'm not getting off my bike. And he's just like, you don't fucking speak to me that way, weirdo.
Yeah.
And then this is where they start to have that back and forth, and Harry's got a slight concern because he can't raise a shield in time, basically, because Rudolph is hair trigger, freaked out.
Oh yeah, because he keeps screaming that, thinking that like Harry is like might be in on this, that he's a fucking terrorist.
Yeah.
And
all that stuff.
all that.
At which point, like, Oakman is like, no, don't do that.
Yeah, the trigger's so at some point.
I think he basically, because Harry can't do anything, he like just looks to the guy and then just doesn't break the look. And then this is why we call him Oakman, because he's like a tree. He's solid.
He's not immune to corruption, but he's big, sturdy, and strong, and will protect everyone underneath him the best he can.
Yeah. So Harry learns that he's a stand-up guy, and while he's freaked out and never wants to speak to Harry Dresden again, he understands that Harry is basically a monster who fights monsters at this point.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I gotta be honest, I don't know what seeing winter is like. That's probably what freaks most people out.
Well, apparently, like, honestly, it's gotta be winter, it's gotta be the Star Child, it's gotta be all the fucking scars and traumas he's born on, it's gotta be the fucking legacy left to him by his mother, fucking the connection he has had. Like, honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if the Harry inside is just a monster, you know?
That, or just you see Harry Dresden standing in a crowd of all that shit, right? Like, just all those people behind him, both good and bad.
Mm-hmm. I feel like his soul gaze is something terrifying, unfathomable, and at the same time what's the word I want to use? You can't tear your eyes away from it.
Well, because there's fundamentally, we know this about Harry, there's got to be some light in there.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know what form that takes, because Soul and the Sight is weird, but, like, conceptually, they have to see that at his core, Harry's still trying to do good.
Mm-hmm.
But if
and that's
you
what
fuck with him, he'll fuck your shit up.
And that's what Oak sees. He sees that he's trying to do something good, and he's like, no, we gotta fuck.
And this gives Harry just enough time to raise his shield, and it also, isn't this the point where he calls out that he has werewolves on call?
No, this is just the point where the werewolves just fucking show up.
Right, that's right. They don't even show up. And Harry introduces them. He's like, hi, these are my friends, the Alphas.
They're werewolves. And werewolves, fuck, there can't be wolves in Chicago.
And he's like, that's what a wolf just like, not literally, but he's like, hey. And he's just like, meep.
Bork,
and
bork.
Oak is like, Rudolph, Rudy, put your gun away. We're going home. We are leaving. And if I have my way, we will never speak of this again.
Mm-hmm.
Spoilers, so that doesn't work.
No.
So Harry, with his friends, with his fucking werewolf bouncers, his squad goals, rolls up to the Better Future Society. There's a lot of great shit here, because we have that earlier discussion about the witching hour, right?
Mm-hmm.
Where it's kind of vague. Like, it's probably like 2-ish or 3-ish. It's definitely after midnight.
You know, it's the darkest part of night, almost.
Mm-hmm. But Harry explains they've got some wiggle room. Because I think he's talking to Laura about like how much time she has to get back. He's like, no, we don't have to worry about right away. She said the witching hour, so we've got some space.
They just said they have to worry about scouts and whatnot, though.
Yes.
Infiltrators.
Which gives Harry a great idea. But first, we have some basic powwow, and basically Harry steps up and is like, hey, as Winter Knight and also Warden of Demon Reach, I can probably put her in the slammer. Probably.
Just gotta get her to X spot.
Yeah, we gotta get her to the shore. And then everybody's like, okay, that's the plan. We're gonna lure her out, and we're gonna punch her to the shore, basically.
Mm-hmm.
And it goes a little more complex than that, but fundamentally, they explain the plan and they try to follow it through.
They're gonna gather the forces and whatnot.
Now, this is when they try to assassinate them with a weird squid thing.
Yep.
But it gets caught.
Yep.
I believe Harry actually blocks for Mab, and she's like, good job, Knight.
You do goo.
And this gives Harry the best idea.
Well, actually, I think this is the point where the Spartans come in and start putting up razor wire so they can't come in straight in. But no, yeah.
But they fly in, so it's like, after they catch a couple more, Harry's like, I got an idea.
Give me pizza.
He's like, I'm gonna need some motherfucking pizza. So he summons up he's like, Mab, can you give me the red cap for like 5 minutes? And she's like, in what capacity? I need him to listen to me like I was you. And she's just like, okay.
Actually, I don't understand this. Why did he need the red cap?
I think he needed the red cap to cover him while he was doing the work.
Okay.
Because if the Fomorians saw him whipping up a summoning circle, they probably would have tried to hit him with a squid. And this is established several times. Harry needs a moment of concentration to do the thing, which would mean he cannot like defend himself. So we see the red cap basically ice a couple of these things with just his guns. So he's like, that guy's scary. I need him to watch my 6 for like 5 seconds. And Mab's like, okay. And we have some bants here because he's got some baggage with the red cap. Mm-hmm. But the red cap is like, nah, dude, I was deep cover for Mab the entire time. And Harry's like, sure you were, Chief. Shut up and cover me.
Yep. So
the description of this scene is great, by the way.
Oh, I love this scene. So apparently, Harry's tight enough with Toot Toot that he doesn't actually have to say his fucking name, and he doesn't want to because he doesn't want a fucking name to a group of supernatural people who love contracts.
Mm-hmm.
But he summons Toot Toot with frozen pizza, and Toot Toot shows up a little bit bigger and decked out in fucking armor. Not, his fucking piecemeal armor, legit fucking armor.
Yeah, we've been building to this. One, we've been building to the fact that Toot gets taller every time we see him, because he gets more and more important. But, like...
Well, it's also because apparently Toot Toot is, like, literally one of Harry's, like, only legit vassals. Like, actually,
like, Harry is the Winter Knight, which means he's part of this system, but he only has one subordinate-ish.
And that's Toot Toot, a fairy who loves junk food, ain't too bright, but is loyal.
He's the best. I love him.
He is so great.
And he keeps coming out of shit that he really shouldn't. he's a bold motherfucker.
It's for the pizza.
Yeah, so he shows up with Lacuna, his new girlfriend. I am not your girlfriend. I will take your teeth when you die.
She loves me for me.
I love this relationship.
Honestly, I'm pretty sure they're going to end up together.
Probably, but it's probably gonna be in like a weird way. Like she's also gonna try and like murder him at night.
Yeah.
It just won't work because he'll become too swole. But yeah, so he's got real gear now.
Yeah, apparently it was a gift from Molly, who basically who armored up the entire Zod Lord's guard, because the Zod Lord is what they breed. Harry has a very amenable relationship with the small folk in Chicago. He likes to bring them pizza.
Well, and I think the Zod Lord thing actually plays into something we see earlier, like the difference between Santa Claus and Vadarung, right? Like, as the Pizza Lord, Harry has certain responsibilities, i.e. pizza, but also gets certain respect, and they can, like, they're kind of winter-aligned, but kind of not, right?
They're kind of neutral. A lot of them are just...
They're just there.
Yeah, that's why Toot Toot was actually, made the switch to winter.
Mm-hmm.
But he summons Toot Toot, and it takes him a minute. It takes him a fucking minute to explain to Toot Toot what the fuck is going on. And it's not till Harry says, they're gonna destroy all the pizza.
Well, yeah, he's like, oh, it sounds really bad. It sounds like they're gonna destroy a lot of stuff. And he's, and like, what's at stake? And Harry's like, pizza itself is at stake. And Toot's like, And Toot Toot does the tiny folk equivalent of bring me everyone.
And here's the thing. Apparently, it was genuinely fucking loud.
Yeah.
Because literally, oh my god.
Like I said, the way Jim Butcher describes this is great. He's like, one moment, I was on the rooftop. The next moment, the stars were falling.
Mm-hmm.
Because just that many fucking tiny fairies just float down to be like, yo, we heard the pizza was in danger.
And like everyone is shocked. Even fucking Mab like gave Harry a smile over that.
Yeah, Mab does the game respect game thing. She's like, oh yeah, I picked the right guy. He knows what he's doing.
And literally sets the small folk out to literally just annihilate the fucking
the squid things. He's like,
oh, by the way,
if you see a squid thing, stab it. If you see an invisible guy, just congregate around it. We'll take care of it.
Oh yeah, by the way, Toot and fucking Lacuna got the drop on fucking Redcap and might have.
Yeah, they spooked him a little bit because they just. What's up? And then they do just that. Like literally, Toot just starts and his fairy friends just start spearing motherfuckers. And when they're under veils, they just have the little starlight fairies just crowd around them like fucking fairy fire, the spell, and just be like, oh hey, that's a guy. Let me shoot him.
And yeah, so yeah, they're fucking and again, this is one of those things about Harry Dresden. He doesn't necessarily bind people by, like, unwilling contract and stuff. He just is a dude that people generally, when they're not trying to fucking get under his skin, that people just like.
Yeah, he builds, like I said, like, working relationships with people.
Yeah.
Like, he has built this transactional relationship with Toot Toot, but also that has bred mutual respect, because Harry Dresden is a guy who pays his debts, basically.
Yeah, you gotta remember, Toot Toot has showed up book 1.
Yeah. He's been on the same ride that Harry Dresden has been on, actually. That's a good point. And he's gotten taller every time. Yeah, like, it's not until Summer Night where Harry first does the little folk guard situation, because he gives them box cutters. And he does a very unfortunate but necessary thing with them, which is referenced once again in this book, because Harry once again summons Titania, and she arrives as a fucking lightning bolt on his head.
He deserved it.
He understands, and he's like, I think he even says this to Butters later when he can hear and speak again. He's even like, I'm actually surprised she stopped at a lightning bolt.
I do like how Mab was all like, you're gonna have to...
Yeah, because it's midsummer is the plot point, which is literally when winter is at its nadir, it's at its lowest. So, like, she understands what Ethnui is doing, because Ethnui is really mad at Mab for some reason, specifically. So... Yeah. Anyway, he gets all the little folk and they start doing a thing, and that screen basically gives them some time to actually get set up.
Yeah.
Then we get really our second, because the Kraken was kind of an action set piece, but we get one of our first actual battlefield action set pieces. Because there are some scouts.
Yep.
They are terrifying.
Or what did they call them? Hunters?
The Huntsmen.
Huntsmen, that's what it was.
They're from, I can't remember the name of it, but it's basically the Welsh Otherworld. Like, it's what the Welsh call Fairyland. It's a whole thing.
Yeah, but basically they're big, scary, carry angry spears, do angry magic, and just want everybody, including the civilians, which they start doing with glee.
Yeah, their job is to kill everything, They're trained in packs, basically, so they have a tight bond, and as River Shoulders explained to Harry later, oh yeah, literally their power is evenly distributed through all of them, so as you kill them, they get stronger.
Oh yeah.
Until when you get down to one huntsman, he's as strong as 13 guys. But basically people start getting killed, and the hoity-toities back at the base are kind of like, man, that really sucks. Somebody should do something about that. And
No,
Harry's like,
they're not even like that. They're more like, we must conserve our strength.
yeah, they're like, we can't get started until she appears. Even though Harry has some positive points even on a tactical front, where later they actually have the discussion about, no, we need to make sure we actually stop them long enough that she shows up.
Yeah.
Like, it's got some back and forth, but Harry's like, all right, fuck y'all. And he jumps off the roof and puts on his ass-kicking boots, which are winter.
Mm-hmm.
And then River Shoulders decides to roll with him. So Harry, Dresden, Winter Knight, and Bigfoot go to fight Welsh demon spearmen. It goes about as well as you'd expect.
Yeah. So here's the first point where this actually comes up. A really good thing for Jim Butcher to do, because Chicago is now in the grips of terror and fear. All that rampant emotion and energy is just running through the fucking air, and Harry can just draw upon it at will, just to fire magic like fucking mad.
Yeah, basically. Well, and Ethne did this on purpose. She's trying to.
She's using it
as a part psychic attack and part just trying to freak everybody out, because the energy is the emotion is everywhere, right? Like, everybody's feeling collective fear, but Harry's talked about this a lot. Magic comes from your emotions.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, Harry's basically supercharged this entire time. So when he's also cutting loose in this scene, so he gets to do some shit.
Oh yeah, his Vazares are just literally tossing things, fucking.
Right, they're visible for the most part, which is unusual. Like, he has to put out a lot of juice to do that.
Mm-hmm. His shield bracelet, it just tanks everything, and Harry constantly regrets that he has only a shitty one made.
Yeah, he's still using his improv that he made while he was stuck on an island between Cold Days and Skin Game. Like, he still hasn't replaced it. So it constantly, like, sparks up and freaks out. That's actually the thing I wonder, now that he has his lab back, spoilers, if he'll actually get some good shit.
He did say that, like, he's going to sit down and make himself a proper one.
Yeah. I think he needs does he need a new blasting rod?
Yeah, he has wait, does he still have his blasting rod?
I think he has a rod.
I think
he might not. I think he does everything with his staff in this book. He probably needs a new one then. Because he's done a lot of upgrades on the staff, but...
Yeah, he doesn't... I miss his...
As he describes his staff is a broad tool. It's good for lots of different things, but it's not specialized. Whereas the blasting rod is specialized at fucking shit up. And the shield bracelet is specialized at not dying. And Harry's learned a lot of lessons about his shield bracelet, which actually comes up in this.
Mm-hmm.
But anyway, we fight the huntsman, and we get to do some shit, yeah.
He said, Harry, talks to people. He's all like, oh yeah, it's not safe here. Gather up fucking everyone, and we're going to the fucking castle. It's safer there. And
then he shows up at Marcone's door, and it's like, Baron Marcone? He's not as flippant as this, but it's basically the tone of like, hey Baron, your people want in. What will you do?
And Marcone...
Yeah, Marcone's not happy about it, but Marcone's also a noble demon, an honorable monster. Like, yeah, he's a crime lord, but he's not the shittiest crime lord.
Again, a lot of Dresden Files.
Actually, honestly, a spoiler about Marcone, but when we get the reveal at the end with Marcone, great, by the way. I bought it entirely until the twist. But like, also super puts Marcone in perspective, right?
Yeah.
Considering other people we know who do stuff. We could talk about that right now, or we could save that scene, because that's part of the big climax, and it's really good.
Yeah, we can save it. It's not important.
But yeah, basically, Marcone's like, this doesn't help me in any way, but I'll do it, because I don't want to look like a dingus in front of everybody.
Well, here's the thing. You can't run crime if there's no one to commit crime.
Right, yeah. We have this talk a lot in a lot of ideas. Like, you need people.
Mm-hmm.
So he lets them all in.
Yeah.
And Mab is actually quite happy about this, because basically she's like, I don't know if she even phrases it like this, but she's like, hey, I'm not wild about your methods or your reasons, but your results can't be argued with, basically. Where she's like, yeah, that's right, you're showing people.
Yeah, no, I do love how Mab was all like, Harry, we can't let you expend yourself here. We need to save you. And Mab's just like, you think you're going to tell Harry Dresden what to do?
Yeah, but she's I think this is one of the many times in this book Mab just fucking laughs it up. She's like, oh, you guys, you think you could boss him around. I'm his actual boss, and I can't do that. Like, I wonder if she ever has the conversation with anyone like, no, Harry Dresden is like an arrow. You point him at shit. And let go. You don't tell him where to go. You just let him go there. So Mab's very Mab's very sassy and full of herself after this. Because she's like, yeah, my night too goo.
Oh, now what happened after this? I can't remember.
There's a little bit of a time skip, because we set up the whole plan, right? It's like, okay, we're going to do this, we're going to do that, we're going to do the thing. Like, a lot of the details are good, but it's kind of ancillary.
Oh, no, I remember. They're moving during the force, and this is when they have to make the into the fucking graveyard.
Well, yeah, so what I think after there's a few points of discussion, and then it's like, okay, we're going to move up, we're going to set up our front line. They, like, put Listens to Win and, or actually, no, I think they put Ebenezer and some guys up on a building, right? To blunt their advance from the lake, etc. And kind of set up their battle lines and their plans and whatever. And then this is when, like you said, bless you. This is when Toot is like, my lord, the enemy has sneakily snuck in some sneaky forces in a sneaky fashion. And Harry's like, okay, what are they doing? I don't know. They're sneaking. And Harry's just like, oh. Do you know where they are, at least? Yeah, they're in Graceland Cemetery. And Harry's just like,
shit.
Fuck. And then he's just like, I need some dudes with attitude.
Oh, yeah, no, because this isn't the point where Harry can actually...
What was that?
I think this is the point where Harry, like, says he can hear the drum.
Yes, that's right. He starts hearing the drum beat, and he's like, oh, no. Oh, no. That's bad. And this is where, like, I need 5 people with attitude, because we gotta go stop the enemy from doing a thing. So all the wardens sign up.
Mighty Morphin Power Wardens.
Listens to Win is like, yeah, I'll roll with you. Because they're with Listens, the wardens are with Listens to Win, because they're, like, escorting him to the front, basically. I think they're gonna have him join Ebenezer so they can, because their plan is basically they're gonna dig in and fort up and have their big guns out there so that Ethnui feels she has to come out and use the eye.
Yes.
Because they need to get her on the field. Because she's not an idiot. If she doesn't have to show up on the field, she won't, so they need to force her hand. So they're planning on escorting Listens to Wind to the front, and then they've got to take a detour. So Listens to Wind, River Shoulders, and the Wardens and Harry go to Graceland Cemetery. And who do we run into? Mother and the Blacks.
Yep.
They're like a rock band.
They are.
Where also, I love this subtle world building where just like it comes out throughout this scene that apparently Mavra's lowest on the totem pole of those guys, which is a little freaky. Because she's kind of a big deal to us. But they're there, and we don't know who Dracul is yet. He doesn't show up. But Harry drops the fucking speech from Ghostbusters. Wild Bill's excited to kill zombies, and he's a little disappointed when it turns out to be vampires. But yeah, Harry gives the speech to like cease all paranormal activity and go return to your dimension of origin. And I don't remember if it's Carlos or Wild Bill, but it's one of them who's just like, really? Really? And then they fucking throw down. And honestly, if it was just those Black Court vampires, I think they had this.
Oh yeah, they totally did.
Like, they had a shitload of teamwork. Like, I, again, love the action descriptions. There's so much action in this, but all of it is distinct. We get to see this, like, tactical fucking rock, paper, scissors shit where Harry's like, I shield, and then the other guys prep behind him, and then they, go forward and do the whole thing. Like, I think Ramirez, like, bounces back one of their spells and kills a guy. Like, there's so much fucking high-speed, low-drag tactical action, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's great.
But then, as soon as it seems like they have the upper hand, motherfucking... Oh.
Yeah, so the tall guy stands up, drops his hood, and reveals he's Dracul. Hi, I'm Dracul. I am like Castlevania Dracula. He's kind of a big fucking deal. He fucking teleports, or flash steps, or something.
I like how they say they step to the left and vanish.
Yeah, he just steps sideways and is gone and appears behind you. And so, the first time he does this, he almost gets Harry, like, immediately, but Chandler has a move and hits him, and then Dracul just fucking throws Chandler into outer space. Like, we don't know what happens, but it's bad.
Yeah.
And Harry, and this is the moment when you know, oh, this is not going to go well.
It does not go well. Everything kind of falls.
So Harry, Listens to Wind, and River Shoulders get locked up fighting Dracul. That's right, Listens to Wind, who's on the senior council, who can freely shapeshift, which is a big fucking deal in Magic.
Literally drop an elephant on people.
Yeah, he flies up as a hawk and turns into an elephant and, like, drops on Dracul, and Dracul's just like, nah. River Shoulders locks down his ability to teleport after Harry does a great 1-2 combo where he says Fozare, but doesn't actually do the spell, and then he fires it again after Dracul teleports. Like, it's a whole thing. But basically, they don't have a good time, and then it gets bad. Harry gets, like, knocked out a little bit, and he gets caught, and Yashimo and Wild Bill are dead, and Carlos is also beat up. Now, they get out of it, partially because, again, motherfucking Toot Toot. He stabs Mavra and rubs some garlic in it,
and
like a boss.
It was garlic from, like, a pizza place, too.
Yeah, obviously. But Black Court vampires follow the strict Bram Stoker rules, so they are allergic to garlic. Somebody in there, we talked about this before, he does the My Next Trick Anvils line, and basically they set Mavra on fire, and that's enough for them to disrupt everybody, but then they throw up some mist, and they're gone, and they took Wild Bill and Yashimo's bodies.
And they figured that Dracul was only here to replenish ranks, or to cause some chaos. So either way, he and got away with it. So extra plot points.
Basically, yeah, this is much like when Mavra first showed up. This is basically establishing Dracul is a thing we're going to have to deal with later.
Yes.
Because that's another Jim Butcher classic. Like Mavra showed up for several books as just a generic bad guy problem until there's this. And I love how we call back, where Harry's just like, hey, motherfucker, are you doing necromancy in my city? Didn't I tell you not to do that? And while he doesn't quite clap her back, she still gets burned by garlic. Like, she's probably not going to have a good time.
Mm-hmm.
Though I'd love to find out later that Tutu just got her like that. Like, I bet he didn't, but that would be hilarious. Oh, yo, damn, Mavra, she fucking died. You hit her with garlic. Harry would just be like,
by one of the wee folk.
And Harry would just be like, huh, sucks to be her, I guess. Anyway, Dracul. Now they actually get to the front, it's kind of sad. This is the start of the sad train. Like, I said this before. Battlegrounds is a war movie, basically, and you feel it. Like, we do some whittling. This isn't even the worst of it, audience, but this is the start.
Yeah, Carlos is super fucking upset. He's like, we have to go after them. And Harry's like, we can't, man. We have to the war.
Yeah, Harry of all people has to be like, Carlos, I 100% understand you. We literally can't. Do you understand what's going on right now? And Carlos is like, yes. I get the impression Carlos had some things going on with Yashimo.
Maybe.
Because he calls her Yashi, and also I believe he was the only one who knew her first name, and she was super upset.
Yeah, because Yashimo is clearly Japanese, and, you have to call her by the last name. Mm-hmm. But Ramirez just like, nah. Yeah, she as part of her attempt to be a stone cold badass, she tried to be like, no, I don't have a first name, and Carlos figured it out. Which I believe it was it Yukie? Yeah, I think it was Yukie.
Yeah. One of the many variations on Snow. And she was just like, nah, no, we're not doing that. So that's going to come back later, and probably be very sad.
Mm-hmm.
But this is where we get another big fucking scene. So the Einherjar are out there keeping people back. And then they start just laughing. They laugh up a storm.
Well, that's because
they hear the horns.
They hear the horns.
And Harry's like, what do the horns mean? And the Einherjar are just like, ah, ha, ha, ha. And I think, does one of them tell him it's Jotuns?
No, I think Harry sees it for himself. I think they show up first, and then the fucking Einhar just like fucking Thor and Thor Ragnarok, where he sees the Hulk and just like, yes, basically. They realize they're coming, and they're like, they're gonna have a good fucking time. Yeah. But yeah, so Jotun show up, specifically fire giants of Muspelheim. Yes. Start rolling out of the lake. And it's a thing. They have giant flaming axes, they big boys. But you know what the Einherjar have? Several hundred years of experience, and they don't give a fuck about dying. They've done it before. Yeah, no, I'm pretty sure a couple of them literally, blew themselves up on them. Yes. Yeah. So this actually is a pretty even fight for a while. Like, the Einherjar are small and fast, they can take the Jotuns. The Jotuns are pretty strong, though. If they get you, kind of thing. Mm-hmm. This goes back and forth until they kind of realize that they're running out of Einherjar faster than they're killing Jotuns, and Ebenezer is like, hey, boy, buy me some time. And Harry's like, oh, I'm sorry, you need some time? Alright, sure. Cracks knucks. He does some big ice. Big ice. And we got to see Harry, go all out with, Winter in terms of, Superman, but we didn't see him really cut loose in terms of spellcraft yet. Mm-hmm. And this is one of his first ones, and he just summons a giant fucking wall of ice and is like, giants, keep out. And it works. It holds him back long enough for Ebenezer to get his shit together, and I don't even really remember what happens. I think he just, deletes them.
Like, I don't remember what form it takes, but he fucks their shit up, Blackstaff.
It was a combo attack with Kristoff, but I can't remember what it was. I think it was like something like liquefied the earth and then reformed it super fast. I don't remember.
Yeah, something like that. Like, he like, melts the earth and, like, traps them and then, like, blows them up or something, or crushes them. It's fast and brutal, and they take care of it. And we're starting to get the, like, okay, it's serious. I think is this actually when they make Ethnui come out? Like, doesn't she eye blast the building they're on?
Yeah, it is, because shit is like, and Harry's not sure if anyone fucking survived it.
Right, yeah, she takes out the building, which is what they were planning on. They made a strong point for her to have to break, and Harry makes it out, and he's like, I have no idea where the fuck anybody went. But he just has to reconvene. And this next sequence is just described, like, in passing, and it sounds like it kind of sucked. Because he has to retreat to basically where Mab will be waiting. Mm-hmm. And he has to walk through Chicago in this clusterfuck, basically. And it's rough.
It's kind of some Spec Ops The Line shit.
Yeah, no, like he comes to neighborhoods that are in trouble. He comes to neighborhoods where the huntsmen have already been. Like, he sees all kinds of shit before he makes it back, basically. Actually, the key thing, though, is he only makes it out, that's right, because Murph shows up and bails him out on a bike. That's right.
Oh, yeah, no, that's right.
She's like, I got Booster Gold, and Harry's like, hey. Classic comic book jokes. And they basically drive back to Maeve.
But here's the thing. As they're driving, Harry's getting more and more upset, and people start following him.
Yeah. And, like, because he keeps telling people he meets, like, where to go and what to do kind of thing.
Oh, no. No, that wasn't the first fight. No, at this, I remember this is the part where the Winter's Night banner comes to an effect.
Yeah, well, Mav explains this a little bit later. Like, I think there's a more... Because there's some civilians that have kind of forted up at the place, too. Mm. But I'm trying to remember, like, he's still talking to people and kind of, like, advising them and yelling at them to do stuff.
I'm not sure, but...
I'd have to double-check the thing. But, like, it's not a...
But yeah,
he has to actively take command, basically, to do the banner thing.
But, well, he didn't do that for the winter creatures, I can tell you that much. They just started showing up and...
Well, actually, that's true. That's kind of a passive thing. With Winter, he just starts getting dudes. You're right. Like, they just start to
the
roll
fucking
with him.
Rolls, the Malks, there's a couple other things, but they're just...
Some rawhides. And Murph's a little like, hey, buddy, you okay over there? Basically gives him the kind of like, are you in control? And Harry's like, oh, I'm in control.
And Murph's just like, okay.
All right, if you're okay.
And then rolls up basically to Mab with like, because here's the thing that the Winter Banner done. It actually tells him exactly how many people he started like with like 1,000 and something.
Mm-hmm. And he's kind of like, hey Mab, what the fuck? And she's like, hey, the banner. Wow, I haven't seen a Winter Knight actually pull that one off in a while. And that kind of makes sense because I assume it requires some amount of like caring and organization, right?
Wait, there's something we forgot to fucking mention though.
Where?
Mab bring her full fucking strength because at the same time this shit is going on, there's been a fucking increased attack on the fucking wall against the outsiders.
Oh yeah, so there's some back and forth. We also didn't mention that shit's real fucked up because the barrier to the Never Never is getting thin, so Ferrovax is on the other side holding it together basically, preventing shit from just falling out of the sky.
Yeah.
Because I believe at the end of Peace Talks he talks about like, I'll help, but I can't use my true form, otherwise we'll fuck some shit up.
Otherwise, reality will just break.
Yeah, Bob describes this later as like, yeah, that would make reality get a little wiggly. He would probably crack the planet in half. Because this planet's not ready for a big boy, capital D dragon. But yeah, so Ferrovax is also away doing something important. Mab's kind of in a diminished sense, but she's still got some elites with her. But the problem is that blowing up that building's kind of scattered them, right?
Yeah.
So, Harry has to, she needs Harry basically to, I think, buy some time to, like, reorganize.
Mm.
And this is when, Harry ends up with his winter guys, but also, like I said, he ends up with basically a civilian militia.
Yep, they end up at the Bean, also known as the Cloud Gate.
Mm-hmm. And, Butters and Sonya show up.
Yeah.
And they're like, hey, we're here to party. And Harry's like, excellent, perfect. I know exactly where we need to be. We're great.
Sonya, you have no beat these people. And he's like, okay, I'm Russian.
Also, I don't know if it was ever explained before, but it's mentioned here that Sonya does have some military experience.
Yeah.
So, like, they start passing out rifles, organizing stuff. This is where Mab reveals she had guns hidden in the bean.
Yeah, just shotguns.
Oh, I prepared for this. I'm prepared for everything, motherfucker. And Harry's just like, oh my god, she is prepared for everything. What the fuck? You think a mortal built this weird metal beam thing? No, I organized that. I planned that. I gave him that idea.
And it can't be moved for 1,000 years. Who makes contracts that long? My knight?
Yeah.
Despite everything here, Mab's having an interesting...
Mab's honestly, I feel like Mab's having, for the most part, a pretty good time. Like, the only time she really has a bad time later is when she gets some rebar stuck on her and she can't do stuff, basically.
And honestly, I kind of feel like that was more of a mild irritant.
Yeah, she's basically just, like, her problem is mostly just, like you can tell she's just thinking, like, my knight, could you just fucking hurry this up? I could take care of all of this if you could just hurry this the fuck up. And he's trying to coach Butters to, like, do his fucking back alley doctor shit. Boot to the head. What? I don't think that'll help right now. No, literally. I'm being literal, Butters.
What was the thing that Butters kept responding with?
I don't remember the quote. It's an old meme.
Yeah. Boot, head, na.
Something like that, basically. Yeah. Like, Butters thinks Harry's doing a joke and he's trying to follow it, and Harry's like, no, literally, apply force. But anyway, yeah, so we see how much of a planner Mab is. The knights are there, so Harry feels confident, and he, like, starts organizing people, and he basically is like, okay, if you want to fight, cool, listen to that guy. He'll organize your system. If you don't want to fight, go that way. You'll probably run into the National Guard, and just get the fuck out of town. Speaking
of National Guard, there's something that kind of been looming in the nearby...
Yeah, there's an undercurrent that this will end at dawn, basically. Because that's when the National Guard basically will roll the fuck up.
Yeah, but Harry's like, there's no way we can keep this under fucking wraps. For better or for worse, shit is gonna be out in the open. And humans don't like things that can kill them.
Yeah, and he's like, he's basically like, I don't think you guys understand. If they show up, they're gonna show up hard. Spoilers, they do. But no, he's like, no, you don't understand. Like, maybe overall humans pale in comparison to an individual human pales in comparison to the eye, but there's a lot of fucking humans, and they've gotten good at this shit. Like, there'll be some stuff. Like, I don't think he ever thinks that, like, oh, they'll take care of F-Nui for them, but, like, no, there's gonna be a whole thing here, and it's gonna be bad. So we gotta wrap this up. But yeah, so he sends everyone who doesn't want to fight behind the lines, and he tells everybody else, great, you got some friends, family, or loved ones, between, here and the outskirts of town? Well, you better fucking stand up. And this is when we really get deep into the counting thing, right?
Oh, yeah.
And Matt has a combo with him, like, yeah, you know if you do this is gonna suck, right?
You're gonna feel it.
Yeah. You're empowering these people, you're tracking them, but also you're literally gonna feel what they feel. And he's like, I'll suck it up.
He also has a moment that he wonders if Mab is constantly going through the same thing herself. She's like,
And she's like, I'll never tell.
I'm Mab. I have secrets.
There's a lot of basically humanization for Mab in this. Like, even more so than Cold Days. Like, Mab's a scary lady. She has a scary job. She is cold, hard, logic personified. So much so that this actually, like, comes back as a plot point later. But she's also, I think the way we talk about this is, she's also an old soldier. Like, she's been through some shit. She does stuff all the time. Like, she's working for a greater purpose. And, God, it would really suck if she wasn't there, kind of. I think this is a different quote, but I think this is from Cold Days, where Harry's like, Mab's a monster, but she's our monster, kind of thing.
Yeah.
Like, where he realizes, oh, no. Okay, she's got a job. Like, she's Bad News Bears, but she's not out to get humans, per se. Like, Mab is kind of an apex predator, but her prey is not humans. That kind of sets her out from, like, a lot of vampires and shit, right? So, it's an interesting thing. But, yeah, it's still, we have this whole thing, and then so, basically, Harry has to cut off the advance force. So he takes his dudes, he takes some knights, and he's like, we gotta cut him off. We gotta make her come here, right?
Right.
And make her come out front. Because it's not explicitly spelled out, I think, at this point, but basically the idea is, we're gonna get Mab and F-Nui into a 1v1, and then we're gonna just bring everybody. This may even have been, because they have a couple quiet moments where Mab lets him know that he's gonna have to call, her.
Yeah.
And Harry's like, yeah, I know. Like his boss is telling him he has to schedule his dentist appointment, and he's really not happy. So we have the Battle of the Bridge. It's great. But boy, Harry feels some stuff.
Oh, yeah.
Like, he explicitly calls out that he feels when those people take bullets.
And he says how many are left.
Right. He knows when he feels the pain, and then when the pain goes away, he knows that the number is one less. Still, those normies and Harry Dresden put up a fuck of a fight.
Oh yeah, well as I said, they did something nice and simple because what was in the fucking bean was just a fuck ton of shotguns.
Mm-hmm. So they have to break a pedestrian bridge. Basically, Harry says they have to make them cross the open highway.
Mm-hmm.
So they got to break the bridge so they can't get behind enemy lines. It's a funneling tactic. So they get in defilade. I think Harry has this whole conversation with Sonya. They hide out, and they're hiding in close range, and they're gonna break the bridge. So Harry goes ahead and breaks the bridge. He hangs out with Butters. Butters does the fucking "you will not pass" thing. It's great. They fuck up a bridge. And then Harry whoops back, and as the guys cross the highway, dudes with shotguns just pop over the concrete barrier and start laying into him.
Mm-hmm.
And it costs some guys. Like, it does some stuff. Like, I think at one point, doesn't Ethne show up and give him the eye? I think she does.
Yeah, no, that's the reason why they had to start running back is because...
Yes, and, like, there's a big number gap there. Like, Harry's keeping track, and then there's just that, like, fucking Ramiel from Rebuild kind of beam, and then it's just like, I think it was like, 1002, 800. Like, just several hundred guys are just gone. But it's a lovely little thing, and then we get the actual... No, we don't get the actual Battle of the Bean. This is where the thing happens, isn't it? We know it's coming. We gotta talk about it.
Mm-hmm.
Well, we talked about it earlier. Harry does get cornered by a Jotun somewhere in here. I think it's while he's retreating, he runs into Oaks, right? Because they're trying to hold their retreat back, but they realize, oh shit, there's still people in these buildings.
Yes, daycare, specifically.
Yes. And Oaks is there, and he's trying to get people out, and Harry realizes, oh, you're here for your family. Like, you've got your people in this house. And he's like, well, we're going to defend this house.
It triggers immediate Maggie.
Mm-hmm. And Harry's pretty sure Maggie's all right? Because she's with the Carpenters.
If there's no place safer than the fucking Carpenters, I don't...
Well, yeah, because Harry knows two things about that house. One, he knows that as part of Michael's retirement package, there's some fucking death angels on it all the time. Two, Mouse is there. And three, because of the thing that happened in Skin Game, he knows that Molly has hired a bunch of she mercenaries to own the house across the street and sit on it. So, like, he knows it's a thing. But yeah, so they got to get all those people out. He, saves him once again, and it ends with a Jotun showing up, basically. And Harry's like, oh god, if this guy goes all out, Oakman is not going to get away.
Yep.
What's his name, Bradley? I think it's Bradley.
Yeah,
Bradley.
Rudy's there too, but Rudy's in there being a gibbering fucking wreck.
Yeah, Rudy loses his shit. And Bradley's just like, I'm done with you. And skedaddles. And Harry's like, I gotta stop this fucking fire giant or this guy's gonna eat it. And he doesn't deserve it. Mm-hmm. So we have that moment we talk about. Harry, the Jotun is like, basically does the Jotun equivalent of show me what you got. Like, hey.
Well, they trade a couple blows and the Jotun recognizes Harry as a worthy foe.
And yeah, and he's like, what's your name, dog? And Harry gives his resume.
Mm-hmm. Basically, think of the scene from Lord of the Rings. Smaug asks Bilbo Baggins to name himself. It's pretty much that.
Yeah, basically, where he's like, let me tell you all the shit I've done, motherfucker. And then the Jotun claps back pretty hard with, hey, I'm whatever my name is. It was very Nordic, I don't remember. Mm. I fought the Odin son and survived, and Harry's just like, shit, he's good. Because he explains, oh, the Odin son, Thor, giant puncher man.
Bane of giants.
That's bad. That's really bad.
Mm-hmm.
But he still goes to the tussle. But he almost gets got. As usual. He just doesn't have the juice. Even when he's superpowered, he can't hold it together. So Murph shows up with her rocket launcher. It's real this time. It's not a fake rocket launcher.
Calls it her... It was actually... Harry actually noticed the compartment of this and was like, Murph, what's in the box? And Murph's just like, my dancing shoes.
Yeah.
And Harry was all like, yeah, I'm not gonna press.
He's like, okay, all right, fine. Whatever. So she rides up, pulls out her fucking rocket launcher, and blows that Jotun the fuck up.
Hits him in the throat, specifically.
And his head explodes. His head literally explodes. He dies. Yeah. He's dead. He's very dead.
And then they joke about it, because Murph, when'd you get a rocket launcher? He's like, of course I'm not going to tell you I got a launcher, because then you want to play with, And
and that goes back to Skin Game, right? Which is very recent, where she had a rocket launcher, but it was fake. It was actually the sort of faith the whole time.
Mm-hmm. Well, she did say she had two. One was for practice.
Yeah, basically. So, like, as a whole, it's the bands. But then this motherfucker.
Oh my god, I hated it. It's a good scene, but I hated it so.
Oh, it hurts. It hurts so. It hurts just like you think it hurts. But this little fuck, he's here. He's back. He still has no trigger discipline. The fuck. The useless fuck. By the way, I love that Murph explains trigger discipline to the randos of Chicago, who are better than this fuck. Like, she gives him the 4 rules of gun safety. I wonder if Jim Butcher might have been on a kick recently. Like, it's a whole thing.
Mm-hmm.
They explain it. But Rudolph doesn't have any gun safety.
It's a basic thing that anyone who even has a basic understanding of firearms should know.
Yes.
Which says a lot about fucking Rudy, that he can't do it.
Yes. So it goes to the thing. He's got a gun drawn. Once again, Harry needs a distraction, and they're just trying to get him to calm down, and he doesn't calm down.
He doesn't calm down.
He doesn't calm down so much, he fires. He doesn't hit Harry.
Does hit Murph, though.
Hits her high in the neck, where she's not wearing her vest.
It tumbles and comes out behind her ear.
It's pretty bad. That is a very bad injury, actually. You got a lot of important stuff in your neck.
Mm-hmm.
And Harry does the smart thing, and immediately tries to save her life.
Yeah.
Like, staunch the wound, medic, immediately. I need help. I think even Butters is close, actually.
No, Butters shows up. Butters is
where he's needed.
Butters, like, you might not need it, but Butters has a real important aspect in this story.
Yeah. A lot of times,
like,
actually.
Honestly,
Butters is good. Honestly, I think what it is, Sonya's good, right? But he's too fun-loving to be serious about it, right?
No, Butters is a fucking hero. Like, honestly, I wouldn't necessarily call the hero of Harry. I would call it Butters. Butters was literally the beacon of light.
Butters is doing the capital H hero tropes, right? Like, he is the knight in shining armor. And like I said, Sonya's still too jovial. Like, he's good at his job, but he's not a leading man. Mm. And since Michael has been out of the knight job, he can't do that anymore. This is where Butters really steps into that. Like, he's done some stuff before. He had his own short story.
First Day on the Job, if I remember correctly.
Where he fights a Baku, which isn't even real. I love it.
It's a children's story of an actual Baku. No, it was the Baku.
Yeah, Baku. Like, it's a folk tale that got retold and reimagined and is believed so much that it became a real fucking monster.
Yeah, because the Baku is actually a thing. It's a Japanese.
Well, yeah, but I think the argument is that the real Baku's not really real in the Dresden sense. I think was the idea. But Baku, like, actually became, like, a real thing.
Power imagination is wild, y'all.
Yeah. But yeah, so we've seen a lot of him, but now he gets to actually, like, we know that he's on the job, he's good at it, but we get to see him cut loose and do some real shit as a knight, which we haven't really seen him before.
Mm-hmm.
But he shows up, and they switch, and, like, Harry's trying to do the thing, and he stares into Murph's face. And it's really sad, because he's never soul gazed Murphy. Because he's afraid she's gonna freak out, like all those other times.
Mm-hmm. And she dies before it can start.
Yeah, he says it starts, and then it just fades to white. And it's like, nope, that means 100% she's definitely gone.
And Harry can't fucking deal.
No, he cannot deal. I couldn't deal. Like, I could see it coming when it happened, so it was drawn out just enough that I wasn't, like, in shock.
Yeah,
but, like,
well, no,
I was just...
as soon as Rudy came out, gun out, I'm just like, no.
No. Yeah, you're like, something bad's happening.
Yeah.
And I'm just like I was not, like, in tears, but I hurt. It was, and it doesn't go away either. Mm-hmm. Like, just like in the story, like, for you, it's like, oh, it doesn't go. Like, you know what it reminds me of? Lucky? It reminds me of Devilman. Like, you know it's coming, you know it's bad, and you don't, like, break down in tears, you're just like, ow. Everything hurts. Like,
I wasn't sobbing, but there was definitely tears going down my face.
And I've talked about this. I'm not really a crier, but I felt the kind of, like, the welling, like, oh, that hurts. That's sad.
Honestly, it took me it took me a full night, because I realized something about her circumstances that actually I was right about. So I was able to blunt the pain a little bit, but yeah, no, still in that moment, oof.
Yeah, it's a big oof. It's a big F. And we talked about Harry can't deal.
Nope.
So, Harry's just like,
I'm gonna kill that fucker.
He turns off good boy Harry, and he's just like, you know what? I'm tired of this motherfucker. Winterman, just get him away from me. Get rid of him for me. I don't want to deal with this guy. And
we beat evil Harry.
Yeah, and we've seen this Harry a little bit before, in Cold Days. Like, when he puts on his winter brain really hard in Cold Days at a certain point, and we see just how freaky he is.
Mm-hmm.
This is that same thing.
We temporarily turn into a slasher slasher film.
Yeah, I think Harry once again describes like all the light going out, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like he's just black, white rationality. Like, this guy's gonna die.
Corner.
And he almost gets him. By the way, and of course, Rudy doesn't even have the common fucking decency to accept his well-deserved death like a man.
No, he's a blood ring. He shits himself. He pisses himself. He's screaming and crying and
crying and screaming all the way to that grave. And as Harry just like casually breaks one of his arms,
starts slowly crushing him with his shield.
Yeah, and he's just like I'm gonna kill him slow. I'm gonna kill this boy slow.
And Sonya comes in.
Yeah, and the knights are there, and Sonya's like, my friend, you don't want to do that. And Harry's like, actually, I think I do. I do want to do it. And he's like,
you killed Murph. You think we should live for that? And he's like, he has done a bad thing, but we must do this with justice. And Harry's just kind of like, fuck justice. And they get into a tussle, and Harry Sonya's ass.
Yeah, we see that, like I said, Sonya's good at his job. He's not prepared to fight Harry for reals. Like, it's actually kind of interesting. Like, in a way, we'll talk about Butters doing his Butters thing, but Butters is sort of prepared for this. Like, Butters has been wrestling with this question for years, basically. Sonya's just like, oh, he's big, strong Harry now. It'll be fine. And then Harry kicks him in the dick.
It was not fine. And then, and this is why I say Butters is the big H hero, because Harry turns the fuck around, and Butters is there standing between him and Rudolph, and it's like, don't do this, man. Don't do this. And Harry's
Butters is Captain America, basically.
Yeah.
He's like, don't do that. You don't want to do that. And Harry's like, once again, he's like, I really think I do, though, Butters. And Butters is like, no, you don't. I know you. You don't, man. Think about this.
Okay, and also, I also want to mention this. Harry is pretty gone, but he's not all gone. There are definitely some times where irritating him in the back of his mind. He's just like, nope.
Well, yeah, like, I don't think Harry feels good about punching Sonya or kicking Sonya in the dick. He's like, he wasn't expecting it. I had to do it. Like, he's not proud of himself, but Winter is like we said, kind of like, it's, like I said, it's weird that, like, the Winter Knight is like Giga Predator, but at the same time, it's all cold logic. Like, no, he killed my girlfriend. He must go. He must go.
The scales must be balanced.
And but Butters sticks to his guns.
Yep.
And to Harry's credit, he doesn't immediately punch Butters' ticket or anything. He's like, Butters, I need you to get out of my way, Butters. And Butters is like, I'm not getting out of your way. And this is where that conversation about Fidelacius comes in. Because I don't remember the exact order, but the two things that get Harry to snap back to himself is, I believe Butters brings up Maggie.
Yep, brings up Maggie and actually inflicts a wound on Harry.
Touches him with the sword, which burns the shit out of him. And that's when Harry has like that 1-2 punch of like, oh, I am not in a good place right now. Because the sword knows that he's not being a good guy. And then he thinks about his kid and he's just like, shit. He just breaks down crying. He's just like, I'm done. He's literally done now.
And Butters is just like big hugs energy.
Butters goes in for the hug.
Like, and again, like, if anyone, like, Butters can, like, if it's the closest thing to a fucking sidekick, it's fucking Butter. It really
Butters has really filled that role. He's pretty resilient. And also, Butters used to be a mortician. Like, that makes sense that he's, like, good at this, right? Like he doesn't like it, but he's been around dead and dying people a lot. Speaking of which, we actually run into we kind of missed it, but there's a cameo with the EMT from, like, Grave Peril.
Oh, yeah, Lamar.
Yeah. And he's just like, Harry's like, how you doing? He's like, worse now that you're here? And Harry's like, that's right. That sounds about right. Anyway, it's going to be a rough night. Have fun. Bye.
Yeah, Lamar is one of those, he's kind of clued in, but he's clued in enough that he knows he doesn't want to have anything.
Yeah, Lamar knows things go bump in the night, but he knows that Harry Dresden is part of Team Bump, and he's just like, no, I'm not paid enough for this shit.
Mm-hmm.
You get out of here, Harry Dresden. You get out of here, Spookman. Which is now basically what Bradley is like. He's like, nope, nope. I don't want you around me, Spookman. Get out of here. But yeah, so they have hugs. Harry breaks down crying, and it goes through the thing. I assume at this point Rudolph fucks off because he really leaves the story completely.
As he should.
As he should. But also, he did totally murder somebody in cold blood on the job with his duty weapon. And if this was a normal Harry Dresden story, that would be the end of him. But I don't know.
Honestly, it's going to be... It's literally, here's the problem. I had to... I don't find this. It's going to be literally Rudolph's work against fucking Harry's. I don't know if fucking Butters and Sonya will be able to actually back him up from
No, but but still, there's I
don't think an investigation.
There's no real evidence, but even so, it's he should get what's coming to him.
Oh yeah, definitely.
That, or he's gonna realize how much of a fuckboy he's been for 16 novels. Well, I think he only should have been 2.
It's also gonna be a problem considering there's no body.
Well, yeah, there's that. That's true. I guess that's the conversation I was talking about earlier. Murph has a family. Harry's spoken to her sister and her mom. That's going to be a very awkward fucking conversation next time. Because I bet there will be a conversation, because that will be painful for Harry Dresden, and thus for us. So we know it's going to happen.
It's probably going to happen, yeah.
But yeah, so, again, talking about Harry and Mab's relationship, their working relationship. Harry scoops her up, scoops up Murph's body, carries it all the way back to the bean, drops her off with Mab, and is like, she is Jotun Slayer. She should be accorded all honors. And Mab is like, so she shall. Just like, nope.
And that was the moment I realized something.
You realized that she died doing something cool in this? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't pick up on this until it was about to happen, but I was like, wait a second. Slight spoilers, but when Hendrix got it later, I was like, wait a second. Because Guard was right there, right? So it's wait a minute. And then the payoff later, and you're just like, oh. But yeah, you click that. That's good. But yeah, so he basically lays her with honors at the bean and is like, okay, gotta go to work. And he does one last thing. He checks her pockets, basically, finds her little gun, back up, and he's just like, thanks, Murph, I'm gonna take some backup. And the gun basically becomes the symbol of the little Murphy on his shoulder. And I think he does it because he realizes that he kind of fucked up and let go. So he's like, no, I'm gonna carry her with me. Just pops that with him just in case.
And now, after this point, now we get into supernatural slugging part of this arc.
Yeah, now's when this shit gets anime. So, this is the final thing. They've stopped all the advances, they've broken everybody, they've got the squad, Ethnui's gonna show up, and Corb's coming with her. And Harry actually did some spying while he was at the bridge. We kind of skimmed over that. We knew Ethnui was in the field, but she wasn't ready to advance yet. She was waiting for the right moment.
He has a connection, so he's actually able to connect with the monks who are super sneaky and stuff. But it's not entirely important to the plot at the moment. So.
He does recon, but it doesn't matter because we know Ethnui's going to show up anyway. So she does. So she fronts with some dudes to just roll up, and Harry dispatches Sonya to take care of the civvies, basically the civilian fighters, the militia, and it's like keep them organized, try not to get them killed, kind of thing. Let them do what they can, but also. They just got shotguns, and shit's about to get real, so. Also,
real talk, shout out to Sonya. When he finds like, you fight real dirty, Harry. You fight like a Russian.
Yeah, and Sonya takes it on the chin. He's again, Sonya's definitely got he's got a certain amount of experience in this game. And honestly, since he used to be a Denarian, he probably understands the old heel face turn trick.
Yeah.
So he's like, nah, you were evil for a little bit. It's okay. It's alright.
It happens to anybody.
I was evil for a while. Look at me. Have sword now.
and Kalashnikov.
Vodka, AK-47. Make world go round.
I do love that he randomly did find an AK somewhere, and Harry's just like, where'd you get it?
Russia. So, it's Mab's elites, Harry, and Butters on the ball. And, well, for starters, Mab and her elite knights just go apeshit. Some 4 more guys just show up, and she just fuck their shit up. She has a sword, she starts stabbing, she's got an evil unicorn, it's heavy metal. She is a heavy metal album cutter. And they fuck some shit up, and it goes pretty well until, I think it's like a secondary explosion. Anyway, like I said, she gets some rebar stuck on her, which is bad.
Oh no, it was a Fulmore spell. to shoot Rebar up from the ground.
Oh yeah, okay, so it was a summoning. I was trying to remember, was it an accident or it was intentional? Because some Fillmore sorcerers do roll up.
Yeah, because Harry tried to block it by he fucking dived. He get down, Mr. President, Mab off the fucking unicorn, and the unicorn got fucking stuck.
Yeah, but Mab gets a little bit in her, which is enough to basically shut off her powers, which is bad. So Harry switches off. He tags out for Butters, and Harry Dresden one winter night fights. What was it? Six of these guys.
Something like that, yeah. Like, start spell slinging.
Yeah, some sorcerers roll up, and this is where Harry busts out, this, elitism of, listen, those guys are, sorcerers. They're good. I'm a wizard. I'm real good. And he tanks them pretty good. And he has a great strategy where he is nonchalant, and he pretends to have a weak spot, but it's a fake, because he knows they're going to prey on that weak spot, because they're Fillmores. They're animal people. So he catches all their spells. I think this is where he also knocks a spell back and just deletes a guy.
Yeah. Well, he knocked because they threw acid, a bunch of acid balls, and he reflected them. And I think everyone but one was able to cancel their own spell.
Yeah, and he was like, "That must have been somebody's nephew."
Yeah,
and that guy just melts, and I believe he bodies about half of them before he gets Butters to realize the boot to the head and just yank it out. At which point, Mab just rises from the ground and just deletes the last three guys.
I want to put a little more detail. It's actually kind of funny because this is what Butter literally has to put the boot on Mab's forehead and yanks. And Mab, thankfully enough, is not pissed about this. She's just if I remember, he's just Harry just heard a very quiet "finally."
Yeah,
and then just
because I believe she's basically incapable of anything. She can't even really talk.
Yeah.
So she cannot articulate. And I believe she gives our boy Butters a boon. After this race,
and Harry's just giving the eye, just take the boon. Take the boon.
Because the Fae are real anal retentive about gifts and stuff. Did we see this in the previous book when he summoned Molly, where he had to get her a fucking ring pop and some peanut butter? And she was like, this is wild. This is wacky. Is this what this feels like? Hey, I feel like I need something. Do I need something? And Harry's like, I got you a snack. And she's like, oh, shit, yeah. And then Molly is an animal and she dips her fucking ring pop in peanut butter. Who does that? Also, that sounds delicious, by the way.
Molly is just weird anyway, because she's remember, she still collects, her Harry's Christmas present to her was a fucking, Hoth Princess Leia, so.
Yeah, Molly is basically, as his apprentice, Molly is basically Harry Jr., right? She's made a lot of the same mistakes he has. She's fallen in with a lot of the same crowd. Their specializations are different, but their personalities are pretty similar. They're full of pop culture references. They do bad stuff, but to bad people. Molly definitely shows in this that she is no longer a nice lady, but like your boy Harry, she'll get that job done. Also, but actually, we missed a very important plot point where Mab is talking about whether or not she can die, and she's like, I probably can't, but the eye is pretty good. I might get destroyed. So Nightman, I'm giving you an absolute order. If I fall, you immediately have to kill Molly Carpenter. And she's like, and Harry's like, whoa, what? And she's like, no, dude, you don't understand. She would get promoted to my job. That cannot happen. She's not ready for that.
And here's the thing, Harry really didn't disagree either.
No, Harry just thinks about it and he's just like, God, shit, she's right. Well, not even really shit, she's right. He's just like, oh, no, that would be bad. Yes, I understand. That would be very, very bad. I don't know what the chain of command would be after Molly, but no, Mab is 100% right. No. She's not ready for this job. She's barely ready for her job.
Barely ready for her job and still doing a better job than Maeve did. Heck.
Well, yeah, Maeve had problems. Maeve was a twofold problem. One, she was evil. Actually, with some stuff that came back. Nemesis, you motherfucker. At least now that we know it's he who walks beside, we know that Harry can boop his snoot. But still, that was another one of those fucking callbacks. Anyway, we'll get to that. There's an epilogue to this, guys. It's a post show basically. But no, the other thing was that Mab's kind of a softie inside, so she could never be as harsh on her own kid as she wanted to be, which is sad. It's very sad. That whole thing's very sad. But anyway, it's over now. So basically. I gotta hope this edits down, by the way. We're at 5 hours.
We'll probably be done before 6 hours.
Yeah, this all goes by very fast. We're gonna want to talk about it, but factually, basically, at this point, Ethnui takes the field, and it's a fucking anime fight, right?
Literally, the full eye on Mab, and Mab fucking tanks it.
Yes. Like, she shoots the beam, and Mab's just like, nah, I got this. Which, by the way, this is called out later. Mab is the only one who takes the eye and rolls with it. Well, okay, you say go as long as you want, but remember, we have to upload this. Yeah. We have a 500 megabyte limit, which should be okay because we used to be able to go to about 3 hours on like 200 something megabits. So theoretically, we should be able to fit twice that. Editing, guys. I don't know. I don't know when this episode's gonna go up though because it's got to process. But I'm having fun. I am starting to get a little hungry though. But we're near the end.
Okay.
But nearish the end. Like we can wax poetic about fucking Mab and Vadarung and all the knights and like everybody showing up, but it's just a big punch up that really it's much better if you read it, right? Like we do see some cool shit, like Ethnui tries to steal Gungir and then does stab the shit out of Hendrix with it. Yeah. Which, by the way, huge shout out to the size of Marcone and Hendrix's balls, especially Hendrix, because we learned some things about Marcone. He's not necessarily just a vanilla guy anymore, going toe to toe with her. Like he had some shit in the back, but Hendrix is just a dude with a machine gun, and he saves his boss and takes a hit. And what does he do when she stabs him through, runs him into the ground with fucking gun gear? He spits in her face. Mm-hmm. Which is why he gets a promotion later.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, we have a whole big toss up. But also later, Odin Man just makes Gungnir come back to him. He's just like, "Hey, spear!" Spear just turns into lightning and flows back to him. But basically, the point of this conflict is all the fucking heavy hitters come around and they show off. Yeah,
well, so I did want to mention this. We are going to it pretty fast. But Mab takes the eye. She's not dead, but
it rung her bell pretty good.
Good, and she falls basically.
Yeah, she has to take a 5-er.
And then, they sense that the prey is fucking weak, and so they super advance. And then Harry hears some guitar playing. And Molly comes in from the fucking side, blasting Guns N' Roses to basically smash them. The what?
It was Welcome to the Jungle.
Yeah, Guns N' Roses. Yeah.
I know, I was trying to say that, but I think I lost it a little in my need for water. I cannot quite do... Who's the lead vocalist of Guns N' Roses?
Axl Rose.
Axl Rose, that's right. I should remember that, but names. I cannot do an Axl Rose voice very easily.
Oh no, it's not easy. But so basically slams into her flanks, and then while that's happening, that's when Harry's all like, Mab gives Harry the look, and he's like,
okay. Well, and we talked about this earlier, right? With summoning the little folk, he needs a second. He needs some space.
Yeah. So Molly's giving him the space.
And at the last minute, Ethnui catches on. She's like, "Wait a minute, what's that boy doing?" Mm-hmm. But he gets it off. Mm-hmm. I think he gets shot. Actually, he takes a bullet in this.
Yep. And Titania comes down and does something very interesting because Titania is here now. Whenever fucking winter and summer meet, it's always rainstorm. So what happens is Ethnui fires the eye again, and Titania just directs it into the fucking sky. And then it just all comes back down as rain. Harry says he's underneath a waterfall for a few seconds.
Now this has a double-edged effect. One, it disperses all that stuff. Mm-hmm. And actually, I think did we run into Bob yet? I think it's later. Bob explains that Mab's doing some stuff. That stays up, but the aura of fear and everything, and a lot of the hexing in the city is washed away. That also means Harry's super magic is washed away.
Yes.
So he's stuck there, lightning struck, gut shot, though it did cauterize. Thanks, Titania. Mm-hmm. She heard him to help him. But he's not as high-level mojo anymore. Yeah. But it's okay, because Titania's here, and she basically calls on Ethnui like, "So, bold strategy for you to pick a fight on Midsummer, when my sister's at her weakest, but, hey, I'm here."
Yeah,
and
so
I'm happy.
This is when fucking...
this is when
Odin,
everybody shows up.
Yeah, Odin, Titania... It was one other person. I can't remember who it was. I believe
Earl King Man shows up.
Oh yeah, it was the Earl King. That's right. And they throw down. Unfortunately, they do not throw down hard enough, and Ethnui kind of beats them all. And Ethnui decides, you know what? Fuck this man in particular, and starts doing the walk on Harry. And fucking Butters just is like, "I'm gonna stand."
Butters has been. I think Harry was basically like, "Butters, stay close to me. Don't leave me." And actually, I think he even says, and Butters, if you feel a sudden need to be somewhere else, let me know. Basically, like if God schedules you somewhere else, let me know. But I think Harry realizes that Butters is basically there to cover him because Butters feels like where he needs to be is next to Harry. So,
and it's great because Butters, this tiny little mortician who loves nerd stuff and polka music, is staring down a literal proto god in his dorky little sports goggle, and he's literally like, "You shall not pass."
Yeah, he's like, "I'm a motherfucking Jedi." And then Sonya shows up.
And then it's literally 2 knights and Harry Dresden facing down a Titan.
And all things considered, it goes pretty well. Like, I was actually very concerned for Sonya, but other than all the injuries, he bounces back.
Mm-hmm.
I think Ethnui breaks like 3 out of 4 of his limbs, but he lives.
Lives, yeah.
He's a tough boy.
He'll bounce back, probably.
I mean, depending on how severe the breaks are, technically your bones heal back stronger.
Yeah.
It's mostly muscle and nerve damage that you don't ever get back. And joints are rough. Your bones, though, tough as nails. But yeah, and this actually came up because they discussed how you could hurt her. One of the things was the idea that the swords could hurt her, but Harry was like, "Listen, they're in town, but you guys know we can't make them do anything."
Yeah.
But no, they are actually able to get in there, get some hits. It's pretty cool. And they get the eye out, and then I believe does Harry just scarper with the eye?
I think it was Marcone who scarpered with the eye.
Yeah, Marcone is still in this. Like, he didn't die, obviously, like we said.
Yeah, because he has the double bandoliers of flintlocks.
Yeah. So, basically, those 2 guys grab the eye, and then they're like, let's go! Because they're close to the shore, but they gotta get her to the shore. So once they knock the eye out and run, they're basically booking it. And once again, we switch. So now it's not... Because the knights are kind of left in the dust, because Sonya definitely cannot keep up.
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying to remember. Is Butters specifically like he can't follow, or Harry's like, nah, it's okay, Butters, you stick with Sonya?
I think it's the latter.
Yeah, like Harry's like, no, I got this. And Harry, Dresden, and Gentleman Johnny Marcone go off to the shore.
Mm-hmm.
And they have a tussle. So this is where Harry reveals what the knife is explicitly. Because he pops the end off his staff, and he puts the knife blade in, and it becomes a spear. A spear that stabbed the side of Christ.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so Harry Dresden fights a Titan with the literal spear of fucking destiny.
Yeah. And shit gets a little wild.
Yeah, like, Ethnui is in kind of a bad way. Like, she took some hits, all those high-power guys were getting to her, she was running out of juice, and the knights could actually hurt her, so her armor's damaged, but her will is still pretty strong, which is kind of driving all this. So, in order for Harry to do the thing, they gotta set her up, they gotta get her to the shore side, and they gotta, like, weaken her so Harry can actually win the mind fight.
Mm-hmm.
So, I'm pretty sure mostly Marcone goes to town on her psychologically.
Oh yeah, calling out, daddy issues and all that stuff.
Which works. It gets her to break, but she goes to take back her eye, and then she snaps his neck.
Oh, well, Marcone was pretty much out of stuff. Right? All he had was a knife.
Yeah,
but
he's down to his knife, and he's like, he's still defiant. I love that about him. But also, he knows he has more things.
Yeah, but, so they said, a sufficient amount of celestial power or infernal power will be able to damage. So, unfortunately, Ethnui gets fucking snaps his neck, tosses him like a ragdoll, and then goes into the water to retrieve the eye because Marcone had basically hucked it in there.
Yeah, he's like, you want this eye? Go get that fucking eye. And actually, they name drop Nicodemus, and they're like, but he's nowhere around. He couldn't possibly show up.
Yeah.
And that got me, by the way. I was like, oh shit, did Marcone get got?
Oh yeah.
I feel kind of bad for him. Harry feels the same way too. This motherfucker stands back up.
And then the fucking reveal that Marcone is a knight.
A Knight of the Blackened Denarius. Yeah, so remember when in... God, what book was that? That wasn't White Knight. Small Favor. There it is. Brain. Hey, remember in Small Favor where Thorned Namshiel's coin just fucked off? Never got it back? Oh, Marcone's just been carrying it since then. Yeah, he's been a demon guy since then.
Yeah.
And it seems to be doing pretty good. Like, much like Nicodemus, he seems to have a pretty decent relationship with Namshiel.
I'm assuming because they have like-minded do.
Yeah, probably. There's a certain conversation. Some of the demons just bulldoze their hosts, right? Others, form a partnership. So, Marcone's definitely the kind of guy who would, pick up a coin and just be like, hey, so I'm in perfect control here, and I can just throw this away if you don't want to hang out with me. And also, I got the impression that Marcon's a lot more cerebral than a lot of the guys Namshiel hangs out with.
Mm-hmm.
So they get to do some big brain shit.
And I'm pretty sure Namshiel is on board with that.
Yeah, because Marcon starts dropping fucking spells. High-level spells.
Harry is a little upset by this.
Yeah, because he, I think he even said he wrote a paper on, like, theoretical instant movement, and Marcon just does it. Like, he can just displace himself in space-time and just go places. And Harry's just like, this motherfucker.
But, at this point, Harry starts the binding, at which point, he does the circle, he calls out Ethnu's name, and the Battle of Will, starts.
I believe he drops some soul fire on it.
Oh, yeah.
Because that's the celestial power.
Uses Bob as a circle, which is wild.
Yeah, because this is where he gets Bob, and this is where we understand that Mab's been doing some psyops. Actually, I think that might have been mentioned earlier, but yeah, Mab basically had like a psyops thing of like, hey, don't come into my town, fuck you, kind of thing, which comes back later. It's thematically appropriate. But yeah, so Bob becomes the circle, and Harry throws down.
I like how Harry describes it. It's like a grain of sand trying to go up against the ocean, but that's fine. Because no matter how much the ocean pounds, it will never destroy that grain of sand. It will just wash it around and move it around. So as long as that same grain of sand is anchored, it'll be fine. And Harry basically anchored himself on the idea of him, his daughter, his dog, a family, what he's trying to protect.
Yeah, his house.
And just held on to it. And then Ethne tried to put on the fucking mind whammy.
She tries to break him.
Mm-hmm.
She gives him a memory playback. Oh, well, let me show you what I accomplished earlier off screen. Like fucking, it's like the end of Watchmen. Oh, I did it 30 minutes ago. Kind of shit. And it almost works. It almost gets him.
Basically, shows fucking, I can't remember this fucking name. It's like
It's I think they just call him Listen for short.
Listen,
it's a little weird.
Listen.
There's Listen to Win, but Listen.
Listen, rolling up on the Carpenters, just mortal men, and killing everybody. And Harry's like, no.
But then he spots the thread. He's like,
wait
a second.
Where's my dog?
hey, Ethne, where was the dog? And then he just cold hard facts it. He's like, no, listen, like, if you actually went to the Carpenter house, you would have met my dog, who absolutely would have destroyed those guys.
Or died trying. And I don't see my dog at all, which means my dog wasn't there. Which means what you fell for was a cunning ruse. Because among one of the many things that Molly did when she left, she prepped a dupe. Yeah, apparently they were actually across the street.
Yeah. She even describes it later. I always like that scene in Lord of the Rings with the beds. They had that shit in widescreen. Which also, that was another thing there, which Harry doesn't comment on because it's not as obvious, but the other thing is obviously that also her she-mercenaries would have also tried to stop them, kind of thing, right? Like, it all comes together for Harry to have basically a giant logic bomb and be like, wait a second. And then knowing that basically they collectively pulled one over on her, gives him the juice to like, nope, you're done. Get in the box.
And then Alfred comes in a giant golden green wave.
And he puts her in a box.
Yeah, but almost crashes into Harry and Marcone. Marcone tries to make a teacup.
Marcone makes a barrier. By the way, I don't know if you got this joke. It's very obscure. Namshiel tells him to get gopher wood, which I believe is what God told Noah to build the ark out of.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I think that's what that joke is. That's why he's talking about, I don't think there's even gopher wood in this country. That's how fucking out of date Namshiel is. But yeah, he makes a stone barricade, he summons it up, and it looks like a teacup.
And it kind of fell on them when the tidal wave hit on it, but they were able to get out.
Yeah, Harry gives him some shit for it.
Yeah.
And then Harry keeps the eye.
Yeah,
because Marcone gives it to him as right of contrast.
Marcone's like, it's your kill. It's fine. And which is a point of contention because Harry...
Yeah, that's another running meta plot we kind of branched over. Everybody's kind of out here to get the eye.
Yeah.
Because it's a super weapon.
Mm-hmm.
It's a magical nuke, and they want the nuke.
But honestly, I think John Marcone is probably thinking the same thing that everyone probably is. Harry is not someone who... Harry has a lot of ties, but he's not really like firmly in a camp. You can say he's in one camp. He's probably the most natural thing you can get besides the fucking archive. Who did show up.
Yeah, and she kicks some ass.
Mm-hmm.
Harry says she looks good doing it. Harry also has a gut check early when he sees her but doesn't speak to her at the peace talk, and he almost has a fucking heart attack because it actually hasn't been that many years, and Ivy is like a college age young woman now.
Mm.
And Harry's just like, "Ugh."
I'm old!
No, that's not right. Ugh. Also, Harry doesn't know that she doesn't hang out with Kincaid anymore for reasons. It's his fault, actually. Hopefully they get a chance to make up, because Ivy's cool.
I'm actually surprised that I'm a little surprised that Ivy didn't actually talk, because if I remember correctly, Ivy really likes it. Dresden.
Yeah, right? I think she's still a little upset about, much like Molly, the whole shoot yourself plan.
Mm-hmm.
That nettled her a lot, and that's why she doesn't hang out with Kincaid anymore, because Kincaid got stuck between two favors, and she was just like, "Listen, Kincaid, I don't think I need your services anymore," and he was just like,
okay.
Hope he shows up. Actually, you know what? Isn't he the same kind of thing as Dracul, a scion?
Kincaid?
Yeah, Kincaid says he's a normal, but Ebenezer's like, nah, he's not. He's not Hoss. So, like, I wonder if he might come back when we actually try to do that. When we do, we're going to do Steal Dracula's Gold, but it's going to be Kill Dracula. Well, Dracul, but you know what I mean. That's an old Choose Your Own Adventure, by the way, Steal Dracula's Gold. It's probably super hilarious. Yes, Robin, we're still going. We're at 5.5 hours. We're going to wrap up, though, because this is the climax. Harry gets the eye. He puts it in a safe place. We roll to the next day, where we do see that, after Ethnui fell, basically, Corb booked it, because he was a coward. He was a little shit. And he got pursued all the way to the fucking, all the way back, and then the National Guard shows up in, Apache attack helicopters and just rinses the rest of the Fillmore.
Man, no questions asked, just opens up.
Yeah, they're like, hey, there's some weird dudes in our town in a terrorist attack, fuck them.
They die.
Which sounds very accurate, yeah. And kind of sells the point that, yeah, okay, if they'd had their shit together, they probably could have put up a resistance, but they didn't have their shit together, which means the mortals got them. The mortals still got them.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot of give and take. There's some rock, paper, scissors going on. However, we do find out in the meeting later, which is a great scene, because Harry just fucking rolls in. He's just like, sup, nerds?
I have a right to be here.
And some of the guys think about fighting him, and Freitas is just like, nah.
Don't do it. She looks like pointedly uninterested in this. Also,
actually, wait, I missed a point. That's right. We have the payoff of the thing you talked about. Because first, we go back to the bean, and we have some time. He does a fist bump. He gets a fist bump with Mab. They share a soldierly nod. They understand each other better. Guard's there, drinking
heavily
whiskey
drinking.
from the bottle,
because she had a thing for Hendrix.
Yeah. And there's some interesting stuff there, because Harry goes back to double check on Murph's body to be like, well, I did it, and then she's gone. And there's a little sign there. There's the Monarch Securities logo, and Harry's like, wait a second. Yeah. And Guard has a little bit of an existential crisis about this. Also, we learned that Hendrix's first name was Nathan. Because she's like, yeah, it's a fucking invoice. 1 soul received. It's great. And Harry's like, so...
Harry's first like, wait a minute, no, that's not how it works. And Guard got mad, no, she fucking killed a giant. Don't you?
Yeah, she's like, she's not a Jotun Slayer, motherfucker. Don't you dare. And Harry's like, okay, point taken. They have some back and forth, and he's like, okay, wait, so do we get to see those people again? And she's like, no, they can only actually come back to the field after they've faded from living memory, which really sucks for Harry and Guard, because they're gonna live a long fucking time.
Yep.
But yeah, it's interesting that, even when she's dead, Murphy doesn't really die. She could become a fucking Eidherjarin.
And I will note that Harry tells the fucking boss,
yeah, I love this.
Right, or else I'll fucking put you right next to fucking Ethnui.
Yeah, he basically says, if you tell your boss my exact fucking words, if he doesn't treat her better than I would, I will go up there, I will pluck his birds, and kick his ass. And Guard's like, are you sure about this? And Harry's like, yes, I'm very sure.
I feel like it was the I am sure, like you say, I am sure. It's like...
Yeah, she's like, well, Harry told her to say his exact words, and she's like, are you sure you want me to tell motherfucking Odin what you said? And Harry's like, yes. And she's
honestly,
just like, okay.
Honestly, I think they might like him a bit better because of it.
Well, Odin would just be like, that's my boy.
Mm-hmm.
And we know that Harry's not fucking... after this fight, Harry is in full-blown not fucking around mode.
Oh, yeah.
We get that through several steps.
Yeah.
Because the first thing is the next day we were talking about, the meeting. He busts in, he rolls up, he's like, sup, Mab, sup, Marcone, sup, Sir Knight. Just drops the casual fact that he's a knight of the Black and Denarius now. We did good teamwork, night to night. Hey, how you doing, buddy? He overhears the toll, which is actually the masquerade isn't completely blown, right?
Government cover, but there's some people might be moving in.
Yeah, there's a fucking Men in Black, because of course there is. They're a secret branch of the Library of Congress. I love it.
Mm-hmm.
And they're gonna be handling this because apparently they're not in on the Unseelie Accords, and generally they don't treat their members well. So yeah, the people are a little concerned that they need to watch their butts. And I don't know if I think Marcone brings it up. We're like, yeah, but or Harry might bring it up later. The people also aren't idiots, right? Like the people of Chicago know what happened, and so.
And when they know what happened, they're going to start looking for information. They might start hunting things or making contracts or all that stuff.
So during the day, they're going to pretend everything's normal. But at night, it's fucking on. So, like, it's more Wild Westy.
Mm-hmm. And then Harry...
Yeah. Spell it out. I was going the same place.
Yeah. Harry's all like, yeah, that's also true. But this is also a chance to, show our good side because... Harry basically pulls kind of a stretch, but he makes it land. He's like, we are guests in Chicago.
Well, yeah, he plays to Mab's letter of the law thing where he's like, so we held our peace talks in Chicago.
We were their guests, and we brought them trouble. So we need to make it right.
To the tune of 60,000 dead people.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's a big number.
It's a big number. And Mab's like, yes. And they agree, and they kind of like...
Mab doesn't even seem that sassy about it either.
No. Again, like I said, this is one of the things. Mab's really been humanized. Like
Mab's not a nice lady. She's very logical. Like she says, that's how she explains later to Harry how she tanked the blast. She was like, "Oh, I knew it wouldn't destroy me because hate isn't despite what people tell you, hate's not the opposite of love," which is true.
Yes,
they say hate and love are two sides of the same coin. Like that intense kind of emotion basically comes from the same place. Logic is, and she's like, "I'm Mab. I'm made of logic, so I figured she couldn't destroy me." It still sucked, but it worked.
Yep.
But yeah, so Mab is very logical, and she has a plan. And like, honestly, I think she said this at Cold Days when Harry it was the end of Ghost Story when Harry laid down the law, because he was like, "Listen, you're my boss. I'll do what you tell me, but you better believe I'm not going to take it lying down." And she was like, "Finally, thank God, some good fucking help." like she's been waiting for a night like Harry for like forever,
and it's been paying off. Mostly.
So, like, honestly, I think Mab just appreciates when he's like, "Oh, look at him. He's doing stuff. Look at my knight. He's so smart."
And then Harry pulls a second trick out of his hat and tells Marcone, you owe me a fucking debt.
Yeah, he's like, but there was one guy whose holdings I inconvenienced myself to protect. It's this motherfucker.
And Marcone's like, but you got the eye. And Harry's just like, prove it. And Marcone's just like, shit.
Because he asks Harry, well, don't you know where it is? And Harry's like, no, I don't actually know where it is. Don't know where it is right now. Which is not a lie.
No, because he told Alfred just put it somewhere and not tell him.
Yeah.
Here's something that I actually found interesting. Harry said, I don't have a place to live anymore. Ain't that right? Svartel, female representative who named I can't remember. And she actually lied for him. Like,
Well, I mean, technically, I don't like he wasn't officially kicked out, but also at the same time, it was kind of like, nah, I don't want to go back there.
I'm pretty sure in the book it says lied. She lied.
Yeah, she covers for him, but also it's kind of a weird thing where like, also could he go back home? But no, they go for it, and like she understands what he's getting at, and is like, no, you can't. No, we don't want that guy anymore.
It's like, well, she says like, there's no replacement apartments and whatnot. So
that's probably the lie part.
Yeah.
Where like I got the feeling they don't want him back, and Harry knows that. But that's probably true when like the lie of like, oh, we don't have a replacement for you. Of course they've got a replacement. They're the Svartels. They're super crafters. But it works out as a convenient fiction for them to not.
I like personally, like from the way I understood, wary of Harry because they had the whole dust up. But remember, the entire thing is they had the beef with Thomas, and because
true.
So I think he's definitely lost some points, but I don't think he's out of favor yet.
Fair enough. But he invites them to the Sham Sham, and they go with it for whatever reason. Like, there's probably some debate there, and who knows? Maybe we'll get a commentary on it later.
Yeah.
That sounds like a great later future point, like, hey, whoa, didn't you blah, blah, blah for me? And then we like, actually, I was doing that for X, Y, and Z reasons. Because that happened several times in this book.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, so what does he ask Marcone for?
He's like, give me my lab.
Yeah, he's like, I want my basement back.
And because there's a castle on fucking top of it, he gets the entire castle.
Yeah, because it was so much of a pain in the ass for Marcone to import the fucking castle and assemble it. He won't disassemble it. Marcone's just like, fine, you want your fucking basement? Have your fucking basement.
Have a fucking castle. And Harry, motherfucking Dresden, the only professional practicing wizard in Chicago, has a motherfucking castle.
Yeah.
I can't. I have a hard time.
This is gonna be great.
It's gonna be fucking great.
It's been a long time since he had a house he could do some improvements in. Like, Harry was doing some stuff in his apartment for a while. I wonder if he'll make Little Chicago again.
Maybe.
He might. Maybe he'll make it bigger. Little Chicago was great. Then it exploded. Everything exploded. Kind of sucked.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder if he'll get a new car. I bet he has the space.
What happened to the Monstermobile? Did something happen to it? I forget.
No, but that's just a rental.
Mm-mm.
Basically. Like, we even talked about that in Peace Talks in the early chapters where Mab and Laura show up in the backseat and Mab's like, point of order, it's my car. And he's like, right, company car.
But, yeah, so Marcone's just all like, I see what you did there. You know, eye narrowing. But he knows when he's been got.
Right. He knows that he can't push Harry on this without stuff coming out.
Yeah. So, Marcone moves out super fucking quick. Harry starts moving in. He's looking around his new digs. And people start showing up.
By the way, this is a great fucking trio to roll up to Harry Dresden's door. So, Mab, Molly, and Laura Wraith show up and have a convo.
Yeah. Oh my god. It's like, if we're talking about a trio of femme fatales, it's these three, right? Fuck.
Yeah.
Like, Molly's definitely in love with...
But Molly also understands some things about some stuff.
Yeah.
She had a very rude awakening in that respect, so...
Yeah, so, that's on permanent hiatus.
She knows how it works.
Mm-hmm.
Also, it makes a lot of sense why Maeve was so frustrated all the time.
Mm-hmm.
But anyway.
And then we have Queen Mab, the one that Harry has fucked, and has can say is worse for it. And then we have...
But at the very least, it feels like Mab's not interested in Harry in that way.
No.
She's cool. Like, she's interested in him doing what she wants, but very hands-off.
And Laura, who I feel like has maybe more than a polite interest in Harry, but is also a goddamn fucking succubus.
On the other hand, somehow she's like one of the most humane about this whole situation.
Yes.
Probably because, like we said, she has a human side too. Like, Mab just drops the cold logic on him, and he's like, "But what? Well, no." He's like, "No, that's not gonna work."
Yeah,
and
so
she's like, "My knight, I'm pretty sure I told you what's gonna happen." And Harry's gearing up for like a fuck you no. But Molly and Laura save his bacon, basically.
Mm-hmm.
And set up the whole, like, no, okay, whoa, we need to, like, coordinate. It needs to be a whole thing. We need to let people know.
We need to let people grieve.
And Laura throws in the, like, whoa, no. There's got to be, listen, you don't know, this is a my people thing. My people will need some fucking courtship. Like, it needs to be official.
Oh, but I do love that. So basically Mom says, to cement our fucking alliance between the Winter Court and the White Court, there's going to be a marriage between my knight and your lady. And they argue back and forth. He's like, all right, I'll give you a year, but you have to do monthly outings. You have to go on dates. So I'm hoping in Mirror Mirror, we are going to have chapters where fucking Harry and Lara have to go on a date.
Or at least we get callbacks. Actually, yes. Wait, I think the first climax the first epilogue that happened first. We skipped a very important part.
Oh, did we?
Yeah.
Oh, yes. It was like immediately after. Yes, that's right.
Yeah, because after everybody's getting policed up, well, first we ran into Goodman. Goodman Gray pulled out Justine and brought her to Laura.
And he pissed because Harry wasn't the only one who put eyes on Justine.
Yeah, which he even told Harry that in Peace Talks. Mm. But it's hilarious because Laura's like, I think this motherfucker broke some of my guy's limbs. And he was like, yep. Hey, I didn't know we worked for the same team.
I remember Laura looked at Harry. This is why allies communicate. And Harry's just like, yeah, my bad. Kind of busy.
Whoops. Waka waka. But so at the end, Harry makes sure, Justine's okay, great. And she's like, I need to see Thomas. It's very important. And Laura's like, I think she needs to see Thomas. And he's like, okay. Well, actually, a very interesting conversation on the beat.
Her last favor to take her.
Yeah, okay. She cashes it in. That's right. Because she still had one left.
Mm-hmm.
So he puts her on the beetle. They have a conversation.
And I'm not exactly sure what tipped fucking Harry off, but
I think it's just their general conversation about stuff and things, and he's thinking about stuff, and he remembers. He's trying to think. Like, I think it comes up in conversation. We still have no idea why Thomas would do that, and he thinks about what Thomas said to him last.
Justine. That's all he could say.
Right.
And at first, Harry was just like, yeah, I'll go check on Justine. But then he thinks, wait a minute.
There's only one person who could make Thomas do something fucking dumb.
And if no one's been threatening her, that only means she was threatening herself.
And then he flips and he's like, hey, so this is going to go poorly for you. Why don't you tell me your name, Chief? And then it's the flip. We saw this in Cold Days, and like the nemesis takes over, and he's like, and it's just like, damn it, you're too observant. You're too observant, Chief. I was trying to get one over on you. It didn't work.
Well, he's trying to get to Demon Reach,
trying to get to Demon Reach to let some dudes out, because there's a lot of shit locked up there. Get access to the chambers, and he's just like, yeah, no, that's not going to work. Hey, tell me who you are. He does the thing 3 times. I don't remember the exact setup is, but Nemesis reveals that the real name is He Who Walks Beside. So we know that it is a big boy walker.
I'm pretty sure He Who Walks Beside is the mark that was placed on by Justin D'Amour.
No, that was He Who Walks Behind.
Oh, okay.
There's a flashback in Ghost Story, which you might not remember if it's been a while, where Harry does the fight. He Who Walks Behind is always literally behind you.
Oh, okay.
So that means that there's going to be He Who Walks Beside, which makes sense. Nemesis is always beside you; it's always with you. And then there's going to be probably, I assume, He Who Walks Before, if that name didn't come up already.
Beside Thomas, Jesus. So basically, Nemesis took Justine and the child hostage.
Yeah, it arranged to conceive the child, and then it was like, "Yo, dog, I got your girlfriend and your baby.
What you gonna do?"
And Thomas did what Thomas does.
Yeah, good boy.
Yeah,
I do like how Harry does the situation, because only Harry can reach Demon Reach. Planes don't even fly over it. That's how fucking terrifying it is.
I mean, technically, I think anybody can look for it, but like, if the island doesn't want you there, it'll kick you off. Which is what happens, right? Like, Harry jumps out of his boat and is like, Alfred.
Golden Green Giant, once again, takes boat.
But Nemesis Justine gets away. Because this is actually a conversation he has with Laura here in this scene we were talking about before, back at the castle, where she's like, yeah, I didn't find a body, I got my best people looking for her. And Harry's like, they kind of double down on, like, they needed to take care of at least the physical Justine. So they can, and Laura's like, you're pretty sure you can get rid of this? And he's like, yeah, probably. You have to, like, the person has to want to be free, but hopefully he can, like, get through to them. He just didn't have enough time to work, basically, on the boat.
Mm-hmm.
So that was our first, and then there's the scene, the castle scene, and that goes through all the thing. And then after all that, they have a private conversation, him and Mab, where they talked about that great big summary, where she summarizes their entire relationship.
Mm-hmm.
He makes another obscure pop culture reference. Apparently, Harry Dresden figured out what Tinder was.
Mm-hmm. I'm pretty sure Maul likes to explain internet things to him.
Yeah. But so, and then after that is a funeral.
All this, I like how they do this. There was no bodies. They went to Graceland. They went to Harry's grave.
Yeah, which he had the headstone changed.
Mm-hmm.
I think it just says they died for Chicago.
Mm-hmm. Or they fought for Chicago.
Yeah, they fought for Chicago, right.
And they just threw in pictures and everything. And I wish Harry had done something a little bit better than this, but he gave everyone who fought at the bean a fucking little badge made of like a backing and a bean. And basically made it a...
I mean, he's still a wizard on a budget.
Yeah, I know. But, he basically said, if you show up with this, I will help you no matter fucking what. And he says, like, it's, like, magically tuned because he's all about that promises, too. So he'll know. He'll fucking know.
Yeah. And this is where Harry does have an interesting observation. Nobody really wants to hang out with him.
No.
Like, the alphas are okay with him, but they're also kind of circling him. But, like, other than Butters, nobody stands with him at the funeral.
Mm-hmm.
Well, yeah. This was the thing about just like the not the hero it needs, not the one it swiped right on kind of thing. Like, Harry realizes, yeah, I'm scary, and I'm okay with that.
Yeah, no, because like we kind of glossed over it, but Butters did some big goddamn hero moments of like drawing Fidelocius and literally swiping through like the ranks of enemies, not just cutting like enemies, but cutting like friends as well, and like removing dirt and grime and giving them hope to get up and continue.
Yeah, like where the blade passed through a friend, it was helpful.
Yeah.
It healed them, basically, almost. Like, it made them better.
It removed, like, fear and doubt and worry, or, like, maybe move dirt from their eyes or something.
Physically and metaphysically remove their stains. So Butters is like, I don't give a fuck.
Yeah, no, Butters, like I said, like if we're talking, like, Harry's a hero, like we said earlier, but he's the lowercase h hero. Yeah, he's the one who saved the day.
Yeah, Harry's the protagonist. The story is about him.
Mm-hmm.
But he is much more of a noir protagonist, which makes sense for the setting and tone, right?
Yeah.
Like, he's got some
Butters is big H hero. He's the one who's, like, stood up, like, when no one else was. I think even at the time when we stood up against Ethnu, Harry was on the ground because he's been shot, has a dislocated shoulder.
Yeah, he got his ass kicked a lot.
Yeah.
He dislocated his shoulder several times that night.
Yep. So Butters, like...
Yeah, Butters is the knight in shining armor, which makes sense.
But it's great, because Butters will still stand by him, at least.
Mm-hmm. And then Carlos calls Harry over for a private word. And Carlos is not happy.
No.
And Carlos is like, hey, here's what happened. While you were gone, and while Listens to Wind and Wizard McCoy were in surgery, there was an emergency vote. You've been fucking expelled. Don't tell anybody you're a wizard. You're not allowed to claim membership. All your titles are gone. We're going to put you back under the Doom of Damocles. There's a special command that the Black Staff will be ready to nuke your ass if you get out of line. And Harry does what Harry does, and he's like... And yeah, basically Carlos finishes it by saying, you can't claim to be a wizard, you can't practice, you don't represent us, don't do shit about shit. And Harry says, you know what? I don't think so. That doesn't sound like a thing I'm going to do, Carlos. And he basically says, I just punched a Titan in the nose and threw her into my basement lair, basically. Threw her in a cell. Technically, they bring up that he could actually, like, as her captor, like, conjure her up and have her do shit for him. But he's not gonna, because that would be dumb.
Yeah, it'd be dumb. But, again...
And he's basically like, and what are you guys gonna do about it? And Carlos has nothing to say.
I think that Carlos has realized, like, maybe just a little bit, it's like, we might have just fucked up.
Yeah. Like, I think he's not happy with Harry. He spells it out. Like, you could have told me some shit, and, like, I'm not sure you're a good guy anymore, Harry, and you probably got my friends killed. But at the same time, I feel like he understands, no, Harry still does do stuff, though. Like, he's not a pushover, and he's just like...
Harry's gonna do as Harry wants, and that means he's gonna be here in Chicago, trying to help people, and maybe make a little money. And
so, he tells Carlos to stay out of his way, and he'll stay out of Harry tells Carlos to stay out of Harry's way, and Harry will stay out of his way. Carlos just kind of shrugs and walks off. As we talked about earlier, Michael Carpenter comes up, and he's like, hey, Harry, that sounded serious. What's that about? And he tells him the whole thing, and Michael Carpenter,
man of God,
is just like, those fuckers.
And they don't go into full, like, explanation.
No, he just says that Michael starts cussing up a storm, basically.
In several languages.
Yeah. Because of course he does. And then the moment passes, Michael, crosses himself. He's like, sorry about that, God. And rolls out.
Mm-hmm.
And then we have our finale, which is Harry goes back to see his kid. She stole some rolls. We get the payoff finally that Molly...
yeah.
They know already. Being a fairy princess doesn't mean you get out of doing the dishes.
Mm-hmm. It's like, we're gonna have a talk later, but for now, gotta love the Carpenters.
They're great. They're really positive. Charity has a great arc, too. But yeah, so as we round up we get close to our 6th hour. That was Peace Talks and Battlegrounds. They were big boy books with lots of stuff in them. They're really cool. We love them a lot.
Mm-hmm.
Very interested to see where we go from here, because, like we said, with stuff, Mirror as kind of the alternate timelines, time travel, alternate universes, because Harry Dresden has to break all the laws eventually. Is like, oh, actually, that's what they get him on was because they say they witnessed him kill human sorcerers with magic, basically, which is against the rules. Which honestly, we've kind of fallen down that's not like I feel like Harry didn't really feel anything about that, which was interesting.
Well, yeah,
part of the stickiness of black magic is you have to like believe in it, right?
Yeah, no, Harry wasn't believing and, trying to commit some power. He's like, I'm trying to save people.
He's trying to do some fucking work and not die. But
these are really Fomorians who they're technically, like, their humanity is only a technicality.
Yeah, the Fomorian servitors get upgraded with weird magic organs, so there's definitely some wiggle room in there. But obviously it was technical enough that they could kick him out. Because nobody who was there was able to testify. Is the shitty thing. But yeah, so like Mirror Mirror is going to be really interesting. Like the way they phrase it is like, okay, you're not going to see Murph again. She's gone. But what if alternate timeline? And I still don't know if Mirror Mirror is the actual next story. I believe that's still the plan, but that was also a while ago. So we'll see. But now it's like almost 2 a.m. I'm really hungry. We've talked a lot. I said this is going to be the end, so we should wrap it up so I can edit this, and it will come out in the year 2021. Any more further comments?
Nah, I'm surprised. Like, we took 3 hours about this.
And I think I got 2 big books.
Yeah.
I can easily see us talking an hour and a half about each, and then we just had to talk about both at once.
Yeah.
Anyway, I'm going to go edit and eat and then lay down.
All right.
Because I am out of juice. All right, let's wrap up. Hey, if you like this video, be sure to give it a like. If you have any comments, leave them in the comment section. We love those. You can also check out our Discord. Link, description, places. Sub if you're not subbed so you can get more videos like this. But not like this, because we're probably not going to be one like this for a while.
Not for a long time.
And then hit bell for notifications so you know when stuff gets posted. And then also consider supporting us at Patreon so you can get this in audio format so you can download it and listen to it on your free time. And have fun. Like I said, I'm going to go edit and pass out. Bye.
Bye.